we were finishing up our closed session. And are we in session then?
We are being broadcast on City TV. I have not officially started the broadcast in GoToWebinar because we haven't convened the meeting, but we are public on air.
Okay. So I'm ready whenever you're ready.
All right, I am going to start the broadcast. I don't believe that we have we have a few council members in. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the broadcast.
The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Welcome to the June 9th, 2020 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Obviously, we're virtual. If you'd like to participate in our meeting, go to santabarbaraca.gov. That's our website. We will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will you take a roll call, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Councilmember Friedman. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez. Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you.
And
Ms.
Oh, good. Go ahead. I apologize.
Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Clerk, we're going to open public comment. How many people have their hands raised? We usually give 3 minutes. If there's a whole lot of people, we might cut it down to 2. Can you let me know?
Absolutely. Madam Mayor, we have, as of now, 154 people have registered on the app, and it appears that maybe about 20 to 30 of them have raised their hand.
20 to 30 of them for open public comment. Okay.
Correct.
So for people who are listening, this is for items that are not on our agenda. So if you are here for any of the items on the agenda, in particular, our administrative items are joining a local recovery coalition. That's to ask the state and federal governments for money to help us respond, relief money to help us respond to COVID-19 economic impacts. We're looking at an ordinance related to a contract with Verizon Wireless and on wireless installations. And then our last item is condemning national police brutality, declaring racism a public health crisis, and addressing the demands from the Black Lives Matter group. So if those are your items, please wait until those items come onto the agenda. So we're happy to open up public comment. Ms. Snedden, you had something to say to start? And we can't hear you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, I'm wondering if the 5G item might be postponed with all that we have going on that's very pressing, if that might be an item that could be delayed, if there's other interest in that. And I'm sorry I didn't bring that up earlier. I'm just looking at the public commenting and wondering.
I think it's a pressing issue that we've been preparing for it. I've met with the folks. Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, you have something? Okay.
Because of COVID and budgeting and other issues that we have right now, I was just also going to support Ms. Snedden's recommendation to postpone it, put a hold. But it's totally up to you, Madam Mayor.
Well, let's hear from our colleagues. I'd like to go forward. Mr. Jordan, Mr. Friedman, Ms. Harmon, Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, if there's no comment, we'll just keep it on the, Mr. Jordan.
Sorry, I'm not that fast on it. The devil's in the details. The question for me would be until when? And what does that do to pending installations that could happen without us taking this step right now? So if staff wanted to answer that as.
Mr. Casey, is someone standing by? It's a little early in the meeting. It seems like, okay, Mr. Kalan, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, of course the council can postpone this. What Verizon's reaction to that may be, I don't know, but of course it's within your prerogative to delay this. And given today's agenda, we would explain that to Verizon.
And have the discussion today. So Mr. Jordan, that's the question, whether
Actually,
we're gonna,
I actually had two questions, and the other question was postponed till when? So if it's unable to come back, we're off 2 Tuesdays in July. And if it's unable to come back the 23rd or the 30th, that means the earliest it would come back would be the 21st of July. And so my question specifically was, does that mean that Verizon or AirTouch get to go out there and just start plopping poles down wherever they want to in the next month while waiting for us?
Mr. Casey, is that a question for you, sir?
Madam Mayor and council members, you do have a number of busy meetings coming up. So I think realistically, you are looking more towards July before doing it, maybe end of June.
Okay, Mr. Kalan?
My staff's informing me that we can wait 30 days if we have to.
Okay.
I'm okay either way then. So, but I just as soon slug it out today too.
Okay, so that's a do it today. It sounds like.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Snedden?
Sorry to take the time that took to answer that, but that's fine.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, you're up there. Go ahead. Do it today? No. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep our agenda just as it is. Thank you so much. That was a good discussion. So public comment. How many people raising their hand now, Ms. Clerk, now that I've explained, maybe they were on the line for our police reform and our commitment to the Black Lives Matter items?
Madam Mayor, about 10 to 15 people who have raised their hand at this point.
Okay.
Maybe fewer.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go with 3 minutes. And I think we can, if 3 times 10, if my math is right, I think we can get it done. We usually give 30 minutes for public comment. We might be able to go a little longer today. So who's up first, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, Council, and members of the public, I will list several names of folks who do have their hands raised. We have Amara Teague, Angela Weidman, Anna Marie Gott, Antonia Becerra, and Brendan Leonard. So first will be Amara Teague. Amara Teague, please go ahead.
Hi there. So I know that you guys just said to go ahead and wait till you get to this item, but I took the time. I'm at work and I need to say it now. But I just wanted to share my thoughts on the demands of Black Lives Matter SB. As a Black woman and a Santa Barbara native, I know that we can do better. I know that this is not the end, or it is way long past the beginning. And what Crystal and Simone and thousands of others have brought to your attention this week, it is pressing, and I do think it needs to be said. We want more than to just matter. We want your commitment to us as members of your community and human beings that our lives and histories are worth being protected, preserved, and most importantly, celebrated. I want to see Black community members and my own family thrive in Santa Barbara, not just survive. This is why I fully support the demands put forth by Black Lives Matter. These demands not only acknowledge our existence, but they make it possible to celebrate it. We need more from you as elected officials to simply acknowledge that we matter and to push us aside. We know that we need change now and we need accountability. Now is the time to truly show your solidarity by approving these demands. Thank you. I know you wanted this later, but I needed to say it now. Thanks.
Thanks. It really is a courtesy to you, but this is an important discussion to all of us. I was happy to be liberal with you on that. Next, please. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Angela Weidman. Angela Weidman, actually, I'm sorry, has lowered her hand. Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Ms. Gott, please go ahead.
I made a few public records requests a few weeks ago, and they had to do with automatic license plate readers. I did receive the information yesterday, and I went ahead and just a few minutes after this meeting started, forwarded you some information about them. Sorry for the delay. But let me be really clear. The city is not following the state law, either through the police department's policy manual, which was updated for automatic license plate readers in 2013. Many laws since then have actually been passed, and one of them actually has to do with the way the city actually collects the data and returns it and retains it at the police department. As an example of one of the substantial problems with the automatic license plate reader system policy that we have in place right now, the police say that they are going to store the information for a minimum of 1 year. However, under the law, you have to provide the length of time that the data is going to be retained and the process the ALPR operator will use to determine and when it will be destroyed. And right now, the city just collects the data at the police department and does not have a length of time in which this data will be destroyed. So we're collecting data on innocent civilians every single time the automatic license plate readers are actually used, and they are on right now. Further, we are supposed to have public meetings for the city for the automatic license plate readers that we already use, and we've never had a city meeting to date at the city council, which is required under the law. And we're talking about putting automatic license plate readers in our city parking garages. And by the way, we have them already at the waterfront. So we have a problem, and I would really urge you to consider this and immediately have the police department cease collecting the data, because under the law, they're not following the rules as of today. In addition, I would urge you to immediately hold a meeting on automatic license plate readers, how they affect minorities as populations, as well as what the city intends to do to change how the data is collected, stored, and how it relates to all of everyone's civil liberties and privacy issues that we need to protect. Thank you.
Thanks. So that was item number 8 on the consent calendar. So we may count that as your comment for number 8, Ms. When we get there, Ms. Gott. So Ms. Clerk, other public commenters, items not on the agenda, on the formal agenda, please. Thank you.
Yes, our next speaker is Crystal Barros, and after Crystal Barros, Dylan Griffith and Emily Williams. Crystal Barros, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Chris Barrows. Thank you so much for hearing me today, and thank you for all that you do there. In light of the significant pressing concerns of the COVID and discussions around Black Lives Matter, it may seem that our request today might be trivial by comparison. However, we are a community of about 80 to 90 low-income seniors with housing in a mobile home park on the Lower East Side of town. We have asked in the past, and we continue to ask for 3 more things. We are also very grateful for the park closure ordinance that was passed last year. Thank you so much for that. But today we still continue to ask for reestablishment of vacancy rent control, zoning the Flamingo for seniors and as a mobile home park, and complete removal of the AUD, the average unit density overlay from the Flamingo. Today, what we ask is for a timeline of when each of these requests might be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Barros. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Dylan Griffith, then Eve Sanford, then Cole Cervantes. Dylan Griffith has lowered their hand. Next speaker is Eve Sanford. Dylan Griffith, if you did wish to speak, please raise your hand again. Ms. Sanford, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Eve Sanford. I'm speaking in solidarity with Black Lives Matter leaders and their requests, which you will be discussing later in your agenda. Furthermore, as our city leaders, I believe you have a responsibility to listen to the community input you've received, both around community needs and re-examining current spending on policing in our community and the police station in Santa Barbara, as well as redesigning policies in a way that supports better outcomes for our community. I know this sounds like a tall order, but not doing this would continue to support both the implicit and explicit bias of our criminal justice system against Black individuals and people of color. And I believe this council would not support that outcome. I ask that you start first by addressing the proposed increase to the police budget that is outlined in your tentative 2020 to 21 budget, which currently proposes about 32% of the city's budget for policing in our community. And I also ask that you continue by engaging with leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement. Thank you.
Thanks. Next comment, please. Items not on the agenda, if we could. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jane Benefield, then Cole Cervantes. Ms. Benefield. One moment. Jane Benefield, please go ahead.
Hi, my comments are related to Black Lives Matter, but not the agenda item. So I'm going to go ahead and read them if you don't mind. My name is Jane Benefield. I'm an active member of the Carpinteria City Government. I'm a city planner for 30 years, and I'm in a lot of local organizations. And this gives me a unique perch to watch and hear people of all viewpoints. I am gobsmacked by the unnecessary kerfuffle, one of my favorite words, over Kathy Murillo's appearance at the BLM activities on Sunday. My goodness, to attack the very people who are in full support of the cause is counterproductive. She is and has been an activist combating anti-racist behavior all her life. I cannot get on my knee either. I'm old, but it isn't disrespectful. Please don't order me to do it. She obviously, unlike our nation's leadership, has the empathy and open-mindedness to make change possible. Do not throw out the baby with the bathwater. Hold your supporters close. Don't attack the very leadership that seeks solutions. Who among us doesn't have 20/20 hindsight in every uncomfortable situation? Please know that I and many others support Kathy Murillo, who is fervently talking with the community to resolve some of the overt police abuses. She is willing to entertain any and all options. She knows the police abuses vary in the level of violence, but none of it is acceptable. I urge you to support the mayor on this rocky road to being better Americans. Stop attacking the very people who are eager to be of service. Thank you, Kathy, for being front and center when others demur. You are not alone. Done.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speakers are Cole Cervantes, then Crystal Sieghart, then Simone Ruskamp. Cole Cervantes, one moment. Cole Cervantes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that it's kind of becoming increasingly difficult to sit through these meetings. They kind of just drag on forever. I don't mean to be combative with anyone in particular, but Councilman Jordan often goes on long talks and says close to nothing. He often contradicts himself in his drawn out dialogue, and it's becoming increasingly confusing to get to the point that he's actually trying to get across. He often starts strong, but never really finishes his argument. I just think that we should move along in these meetings and actually get to the point rather than just droning on and never actually getting anything done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Crystal Sieghart. One moment, please. Crystal Sieghart, please go ahead.
All right. First, I just want to say again how much of an inequity this system is. This is very difficult to log on to. You have constituents that would like to participate in shared governance, and this is difficult. The time of the meeting at 2 p.m., people are at work. And then for you to not, when you see how much participation you have, and then for you to still not want to remove an item from the agenda to take up what you know most people are here to talk about is not serving your constituents whatsoever, to make them move and wait until the agenda item, which you know is going to take forever to get to. So listen to the community. We very well pay into this system, and we very well elected you into that position. Remember that. Second, to address your friend that you had come on here speak for you and praise you, I just want to let you know, Kathy Murillo did not reach out to the Black Lives Matter movement. We had to reach out to Kathy. Even though Kathy posted a video on her Twitter saying how she is in full support, yet we have not had any meeting with Kathy. Now to get on to the chief. Same thing. Students at a very, very beautiful protest came out, had a statement. We have yet to meet with the chief or the Santa Barbara Police Department. For them to come out and make a statement as if they want to work with the community, but they are neglecting to speak to the community is absurd. Like, we are trying to work to make this community better. The very well people that elected you into the position that you are in now. We are trying to work to help vulnerable folks in this community. And we are trying to make sure that folks are taken care of, especially when we are dealing with a pandemic, which leads on to budget. Why are we trying to fund $1 million police station, millions of dollars for a police station when we are in a pandemic? Businesses need help, vulnerable folks need help. We're gonna have a housing issue. We need funding for education. Like, this is not the time when crime has decreased to be funding a police station. Again, I don't understand how hard it is for y'all to do your jobs. It's very, very simple. And then when you have folks willing and ready to do that labor, not unpaid, by the way, y'all neglect them. What are you afraid of? Stop erasing Black women from the narrative and stop being scared of us. I'm a community member. I have 2 children that go to school in this community, 5 generations in this community. I love this community. Do not be afraid to learn, because clearly y'all have a lot to learn.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Simone Ruskamp. One moment. Ms. Ruskamp, please go ahead.
Hi. So City Council, I'm here to remind you that the public is watching. And although there have been attempts at do-overs, there is no erasing what occurred when protesters and the mayor and officers refused to kneel just 2 weeks ago. Mayor, as Crystal already mentioned, we had to reach out to you. And although we look forward to meeting you later this week, we'll be coming with questions and we expect answers. We saw that you tweeted your support, but we have not seen any action. So we want to make sure that we hold you to that. To the chief, your department continues to fumble. We are still waiting to hear from you regarding a meeting date, and over 2 weeks have passed. You have been excluding certain members from speaking to you directly, and you are excluding those specifically that you have harmed. You continue to talk about the Black women that are leading this movement without the Black women leading this movement. While we appreciate that you treated the youth on Sunday with some sense of their humanity, we were disappointed, Chief, that you attempted to confuse them with half-truths. You mentioned that you would be putting in place civilian review practices, but that is not the same as a civilian review board. Implicit bias, which you bragged about, is not evidence-based. And you offered no comment about the growing concerns about use of force in your department. The Independent reported this week that your police department is more likely to use extreme force when the target is Black or Latino. So I would ask you, is your implicit bias training working? Chief, you still have not answered to where you were exactly during the action 2 weeks ago, and you have refused to clarify whose orders it was that did not allow officers attending to kneel. You still have not offered a comment about the officers present at the youth protest who did not kneel. We have seen in photos that not all of the officers at that action for youth knelt. So you had a chance and your officers still did not meet it. Finally, in relation to Juneteenth, we've explained to the council already that conversations about institutionalizing this holiday and celebration need to center the Black leaders and organizers of Juneteenth Santa Barbara, which have led this celebration for the past 3 years. It is not appropriate to be having conversations about Juneteenth and Juneteenth Santa Barbara without including us. That is anti-Black. That is erasure of Black creatives and activists in action. So City Council, I urge you to reconsider what you have already talked about funding specific departments, because those conversations, again, have happened without including the Black people who brought this celebration to the city.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speakers will be Ana Rosa Rizzo Santino, Angela Wildman, and Charles Clow. Ana Rosa Rizzo Santino, please go ahead.
Hi, wanted to make sure to express my support for diverting the funds to the organization that actually brought Juneteenth to the city instead of the library, and to bring attention to the way that houseless people are treated in this community. It's very frustrating to see the sit and lie ordinance, which makes it illegal for the houseless community to sit or lie on certain streets and hours. This ordinance is not necessary. Also, the sweeps that were conducted, which were over 40 houseless camp sweeps, which happened in 2018, yet Santa Barbara still does not have adequate shelter for our houseless community. And again, please do not erase the Black organizers leading this movement, and please make sure to talk to them and communicate with them in order to come up with solutions that will actually be effective for this community and making sure that Black lives matter.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Angela Weidman and then Charles Clow. Angela Weidman, please, Angela Weidman, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Angela Weidman, and I am present today in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, including our youth protesters who marched and delivered their demands on Sunday. Mayor, you have posted a video on Twitter about how you support the movement and our demands, yet I understand you have not scheduled a meeting with movement leaders. It's time, it's long overdue. It's time to honor Black voices and experiences in our community. We need you to engage and be a part of the long needed change in our community. Will you please meet now with movement leaders and encourage other leaders in this community to take action? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Charles Clow. Charles Clow, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor, and public. My name is Charles Clow, and I'm a Santa Barbara resident. I'd like to echo the demands of Juneteenth Santa Barbara in calling for greater police accountability and transparency in our community. Further, we must allocate funds to support and sustain Black local landmarks and a Juneteenth celebration. It's discouraging to hear that local elected officials still have not met with the leaders of this movement, and it makes me question who the real leaders are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Darcy Roberts, then Emily Williams, Emma Wilkins, and Esselina Erickson. Darcy Roberts, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Darcy Roberts. I've been a community member for over 20 years. My family goes back 60, so I feel like I have, kind of been here for a while and trying to still take in all of the changes we seem to need to make regarding our community members. I have a few points, and I will just go ahead and say my point on Black Lives Matter. I'm going to wait for the rest of it, but I do want to just say I continue to support what they are looking for. And I was happy to see that there was not riot gear when the student protest came to the police station, but that still to me did not quite feel like enough, considering that a lot of the community leaders in the Black Lives Matter movement haven't been reached out to, and I find that pretty disappointing. And another thing I'd like to add to the inequity of these meetings, it is hard for people to be able to get internet access, or for people to be able to figure out how to log on to the meetings. I was on the meeting last time, and because I had never used it, I didn't know how to raise my hand, so I just figured that out. But some technology can be a problem, so I think we need to work on ways to make all community members be able to have a voice to be heard in this, COVID time that we're living in. My other point that I wanted to ask and talk about was that there's going to be a historical commission tomorrow, a meeting for that to decide buildings downtown on Ortega Street, whether they meet historical status. And I think one thing I just want to point out is that regardless of whether it says to be found a historical building, the press room, which is at I believe 19 East Ortega, is one of the only real viable businesses that we have kind of in that area. That's, if it was a restaurant, I feel like maybe it would get a little bit more backing on having its own space, but because it's a bar, people don't necessarily consider it to be a community area. But it really is a space where people are welcome from all over, from all different kinds of social groups, and it is a welcoming space, and it's been there for 25 years, and I think that it's something that this town should support and give consideration to, even if the building is not necessarily deemed historical, that they should not go on with the planning of demolishing that part of the block. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Emily Williams, then Emma Wilkins, then Esselina Erickson. Emily Williams, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Similarly to others, I apologize for doing this comment right now because I need to get back to, can't wait till later. I know a lot of folks right now are probably calling in, taking time out of their workday to comment. And I fear that leaving an agenda item to the end that that a lot of people are here for and want to comment on is because you're hoping folks will hop off the line before you can get to that item. I hope I'm wrong, but maybe you could reorganize it to respect that. I'll keep this very short to respect people's time. I echo all the demands of Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, and Juneteenth, and encourage you to vote to approve these important demands, including but not limited to a civilian review board of the police department and declaring racism a public health emergency. Additionally, as others have said, we do not need to put valuable community funds toward a new police station. We don't need it, and we need that money to go to community services instead. Finally, when there are a lot of people signed up for public comment, that means that democracy is working. When over 100 people sign up for a meeting, the response from you should not be, as it was at the beginning of the meeting, and I quote, "Oh shit." Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Emma Wilkins. Emma Wilkins, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Emma Wilkins. As others have previously said before me, I'm here in solidarity with both Juneteenth Santa Barbara and Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. I fully support all of the demands that they have provided. I would also like to say that I'm disappointed that Kathy Murillo has yet to reach out to Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. I'm also disappointed in the Chief of Santa Barbara Police Department, since she has also yet to reach out. especially when Campaign Zero, a police scorecard effort, gives Santa Barbara Policing Department an F in policing. Systematic racism is a public health crisis and needs urgent attention, and it's alarming that it is not being addressed as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Eselina Erickson, and then Isabella Restrepo, Jonathan Aboud, Kirk Rayner, Lauren Mandel, and Luca Farrell. Eselina Erickson, one moment. Eselina Erickson, please go ahead.
Hi, I also didn't appreciate the aw shit at the top of this meeting, just to throw that out there. But Mayor Murillo, you responded personally to an email of mine, and I appreciate that. And I would like to follow up now. You started off the email explaining Chief Lori's Tuesday meeting sentiments and the quote, fear of outsiders bringing in violence being a concern. As a city whose main income is tourism, what message are you sending not only to the people who live here, pay for, and vote for you, but also the people who may want to visit? I find it hard to believe that our police are not trained to deal with visitors from other places in large crowds safely without riot gear. I've never seen riot gear at summer solstice or fiesta, which is notoriously crowded with rowdy drunk tourists. You also say in your email that the city is working to connect meaningfully with the Black Lives Matter leaders, yet there still isn't a meeting on the books. Apparently there was time to make a Twitter video, but not a meeting or changing policies and practices that hurt your constituents. That's eerily similar to what the current impeached president is doing, and I pray that you don't want any aspect of our local government to look like that absolute dumpster fire right now. My email was also sent to Chief Lori. I received no acknowledgement of its existence from her. As a generational resident of the city, I am used to being ignored when needing assistance from the police, which is why I'm adding my voice to support the people who are even more in danger of not being protected and served, or even worse, harmed because of the way policing works in our community and country. I encourage you to look at the other places like Camden, New Jersey. They made sweeping community-led changes because the residents were afraid of the police. I'm afraid of the police. I'm afraid of what officers might feel empowered to do to my neighbors. What will you do to stand up to the institutionalized and practiced racism held up in the California Police Union? How will you keep your brothers and sisters in blue accountable? I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much. And before we go to the next speaker, I am emailing back and forth with the Black Lives Matter folks, specifically Simone Ruskamp. I really look forward to a meeting, and I think we're having a meeting on Friday afternoon. So thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Our next speakers are Isabella Restrepo, Jonathan Aboud, Kirk Rayner, Lauren Mindell, and Luca Farrell. Isabella Restrepo, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? I'd like to start by emphasizing the inequity of these meetings that happen in the middle of the day and that go on for hours, making it impossible for working class folks to attend. Your choice not to move BLM's demands up or to remove an agenda item to make space for this necessary conversation is incredibly disappointed and makes clear that you don't actually value this conversation. In addition, the oh shit response at the beginning of this meeting makes it abundantly clear that this council does not want to hear from the public. I'm here to express my discontent with the lack of collaboration with BLM leadership and with Murillo's response to Black women organizers at last week's rally. One thing that we must take away from this moment is that when Black women speak, we listen. It doesn't matter what your title is, including mayor. In addition, I encourage you to allocate the funds for the Juneteenth celebration to the organizers who have done this work for years. Finally, why would we continue to allocate funds to an institution that has proven time and time again to be ineffective and violent? I encourage you not to add to the police budget and to allocate those funds to the community. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Aboud. Jonathan Aboud, please go ahead. Mr. Aboud, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself. We will come back to Mr. Aboud. Next speaker is Kirk Rayner. Kirk Rayner, please go ahead.
Hi there. This is Kirk Rayner. Yeah, I'm just calling in to ask how resolutions posed to changes in Santa Barbara actually aim to affect systemic change. Our law enforcement currently makes up 32% of the city's budget, while my teacher friends are out having to pay for their own school supplies and are getting their credentials removed for oversights that occur within our education system. I just fail to see how any care or attention is being given to the systemic nature of the issues of police brutality and racism in our country right now, and how these funds are being allocated to protect the public interest. I guess my question is, how am I, as a citizen of Santa Barbara, supposed to be convinced that the emphasis we've placed on this police system is for the community when it's clearly modeled off the same enforcement that is wrongly taking the lives of people and perpetuating systems of privileged domination? Kathy, I really thank you for listening and taking the energy to hear us. I respect that. I just, when I see these things happening, I see it as a threat to my democracy, and that really affects all of us, no matter what position we're in. I know there's a lot of yellow tape. I know there's lots of regulations of what you can say in government, but I urge you to both take this as an urgent issue and consider how we can how the problems at hand go deeper than simple, small, topical resolutions. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speakers are Lauren Mindell, Luca Farrell, Jordan Killebrew, and Jordan Hirsch. Lauren Mindell. Lauren Mindell, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm here to voice my support for the demands made by local Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth organizers. I also want to point out a connection between the racism and injustice that happens at the hands of police to Black people in this country, and one of the items in the consent agenda, which is an expansion of the sit-lie law. The sit-lie law, in effect, criminalizes a group of people. The expansion in today's consent agenda calls out a specific group of people and seeks to criminalize them by a manner in which their activity was not criminal before. Black people in this country have experienced these sorts of laws since this country was founded. I just want to say it was not only racist and violent police that shot Breonna Taylor in her apartment. It was the fact that the police were able to enter with a no-knock warrant. George Floyd was not simply murdered by racist and violent police officers. He was murdered because he was in an economic situation where, you know, he was accused of using a fake $20 bill to buy food. So laws are part of this system of injustice and racism, and the sit-lie ordinance is part of that. So I would encourage you to reallocate 1/3 of the city's budget away from the police department and work towards supplying the community with what we need. And we are all very lucky to have the leadership of these women at the heads of Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth to provide a roadmap for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clerk, we're 15 minutes away from 3 p.m. How many more speakers have their hands raised, please?
Madam Mayor, approximately 15 to 20.
Okay. Okay, folks. So we will take up the Black Lives Matter demands, which we've already expressed that we embrace and we're ready to vote on. So you can speak now. I've been allowing people to speak on it now. If you could uh, uh, acknowledge that, and we're really happy to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Luca Farrell, then Jordan Killebrew, then Jordan Hirsch, then Kelsey Gosselin, then Luke Carberry. Luca Farrell, please go ahead. Luca Farrell, please go ahead. We'll come back to Luca Farrell. Jordan Killebrew. One moment. Jordan Killebrew, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and City Council. I just want to speak on, you already know that I support Black Lives Matter and I support Simone Crystal, but I want to speak on inclusivity. When we're talking about Juneteenth, and when I heard that there's a line item going to the library, and our Black founders of these events weren't even asked about that funding or what we needed or what we wanted to envision, that was a real blow. And it really felt like we were silenced and we weren't taken seriously and our considerations weren't upheld. And so I just want to encourage City Council to think about how they engage with the community, to continue to be inclusive with the community and bring people to the table to have the conversations. This is scary to hear that that line item was addressed and brought forward without any communication. And so that is really, really worrisome for me. And I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Killebrew. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jordan Hirsch. Jordan Hirsch, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the time. I do acknowledge that you've allowed us to continue to speak for folks, and I'm similarly calling in solidarity with Juneteenth and the Black Lives Matter SB, but I also think that's part of your job, to make space when you have so many of your constituents calling in about a specific topic. And I just want to express, you know, I'm disappointed in the actions and behavior from the mayor and the chief of police over the last 2 weeks. You know, during a rally on Monday, led by SB Public Defenders, the mayor agreed that she was willing to pull together a review board to examine complaints of police brutality and excessive use of force. But how are you going to assure that that review board is representative of the makeup in your community and the underrepresented if it takes you 2 weeks to even reach out to the Black Lives Matter organizers? Mayor, you're showing a pattern in recent days in not having an eye for inclusivity, from the formation of a 15-member business advisory council without the inclusion or awareness of this own city council's member and more specific Latino members to address the COVID impact. Additionally, Mayor and Lori Lundlau's action on Saturday to participate in a protest that was not led by Black Lives Matter SB clearly highlights the tongue-in-cheek nature of this commitment to addressing the systemic racism in our community. We have a third of $47 million going towards our police department, while our community development and human services budget, which includes programs that would help to serve our Black and Brown community members, disabled community members, youth, lower income population, is only allocated just over $1 million for next year. In contrast, that's only $200,000 more than Chief Lundnau's staff's budget. So answer to that, because that clearly shows where your priorities lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kelsey Gosselin, then Luke Carberry, then Lynn Goebel, then Maggie Burke, then Margaret Hamilton. And Kelsey Gosselin, please go ahead.
Hi, council members, mayor, and public. Since it is the
middle of workday. I'm making my comment now, and I appreciate that you're hearing our comments now. But I have to say that I was disappointed to see that the topic that the majority of the public is here for was listed at the bottom of today's agenda. But all I want to say is that I'm here to echo the supports of the Black Lives Matter movement, including declaring racism a public health emergency, institutionalizing support for a Juneteenth celebration based on the recommendations of the leaders of the Black Lives Movement, and diverting money from funding a new police station and instead putting that towards our community. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Luke Carberry. Luke Carberry, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Luke Carberry. I'm a PhD student at UCSB, and I'm calling in to say that I fully support the Santa Barbara Black Lives Matter movement and all 5 of the actions being voted on today. Especially that the $35,000 needs to be appropriated to Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and Juneteenth organizers rather than the library to celebrate Juneteenth and the Black History Month. Furthermore, I believe wholeheartedly in defunding the police department in Santa Barbara. The police as a system do not have the best interest of the community in mind. Countless examples of police brutality towards peaceful protesters over the last 10 days, indeed the riot gear at the Santa Barbara Black Lives Matter rally last week, show that the police value the status quo far more than the welfare of citizens. They have become militarized and account for far too much of Santa Barbara's budget. This police spending does not benefit the Santa Barbara community. We need to divert this money to causes that actually help restore justice to Black and Brown people in Santa Barbara. Things like affordable housing, community organizations, parks and recreation, cultural affairs programs, and emergency management programs tailored to specific needs, for example, mental health, domestic violence, or homelessness. You cannot admit that racism is systemic and then expect the same system to fix racism. We have the ability to help people of color in Santa Barbara, but continuing to fund the police is not the way to do that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Lynn Goebel, then Maggie Burke, then Margaret Hamilton, then Luca Farrell. Lynn Goebel. Please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, I'm calling to give a voice of support for Kathy Murillo. You know, last week I heard during the 2.5-hour public comment, with that time extended as a courtesy from our mayor and council, the beratement, condescending tones, and derogatory speech aimed at our city mayor and my friend Kathy Murillo. You can denigrate me for my friendship with her, but do not denigrate her. From my personal knowledge of Mayor Murillo, I have seen firsthand her advocacy of social justice, her admirable support of her Latino and Latina council members in their political campaigns, and her steadfast presence as a calm leader in the face of the storm. Literally, think about it. She's elected to office and then the Thomas Fire broke out. On the day of her official swearing in, the mudslides happened. But Mayor Murillo continued and continues to be a voice of calm with a spirit of openness and listening to the community's concerns. She listens. And oh yeah, a pandemic is going on. You know, I'm a practicing lawyer, and were I to address a judicial officer by their first name, as so many did last week, I would surely be sanctioned. Further, were I to take and continue to take repeatedly a condescending tone, I would surely be considered for disbarment. I'm pleased to see that many of today's speakers are not taking that tone. I've found it offensive during my several years of watching these meetings. While her first name is Kathy, she should be properly addressed as Madam Mayor or Mayor Murillo. If you have in your heart some issues with her, please do not disrespect her office. It's a position she sought. In closing, I would like to say that I identify myself as a woman, a lawyer, a sister, and most importantly, for purposes of this forum, a friend and supporter of Mayor Kathy Murillo. Madam Mayor, excuse me. Thank you for your service. I appreciate you and the work that you do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Maggie Burke. Maggie Burke, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maggie Burke.
And I would like to say that it takes a community that's committed to uplifting every single one of its neighbors to really dismantle the injustice and the oppressive systems that are at work and are at play every day. And why you chose to distance yourself from Simone and Crystal is proof that you're not yet ready or not yet committed to work necessary to radically imagine a better, safer, and more just future. You cannot be a part of real systemic change if you continue to operate within its limits and within your own limitations. Dismantling these oppressive systems takes work, and it means that we have to recognize the ways in which we benefit from a racist system and contribute to one. And very much like the previous comment and her tone policing, we need to check ourselves if we are going to recognize our privilege and dismantle white supremacy. And that also means that we need to decolonize our mind. It means reimagining and reorganizing the ways in which we relate to each other. And that finally, to my primary point, it means we must defund the police department. You really need to evaluate the harm that the budget expenditures or proposals cause and will cause. And you need to evaluate and repair the harm you've caused by excluding the Black voices in our community like Simone and Crystal. It's time that you either committed to doing the work alongside the real community leaders like Simone and Crystal, or it's time for you to step down.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Margaret Hamilton, then Luca Farrell, then Mariana Cabrera, then Peter Latta, then Raquel Mark. Margaret Hamilton, please go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Hi, my name is Margaret Hamilton, and actually, I don't know, this is the first time I've ever attended one of these meetings online, but I actually have a comment or concern regarding something that on the agenda. So should I wait until that item is called for?
I'm sorry, you want to speak to which item, ma'am?
It's the vacation of a property. It's an easement on, let me tell you the exact name of the agenda item. It is summary vacation of pedestrian easements at a city-owned parking lot number 11. And authorization for conveyance of a portion of the parking lot.
We will get to that item, ma'am, if you would be kind enough to wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thanks.
sorry.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Luca Farrell. Luca Farrell, please go ahead.
Hi, to open, I would like to say first to Kathy and your defenders, we do not need to thank you or acknowledge you for allowing us to exercise our constitutional right to comment in public meetings. We do not need to thank you for finally acknowledging issues that Black residents have been expressing for decades. We do not need to control our tones in order to express our opinions. We cannot be disbarred from citizenship and cannot be compelled to speak a particular way simply to exercise our legal rights. And I'm sure the lawyer who called in is very aware of this. Respect is earned and not given. I'm a lifelong resident who is also calling in support of BLM. I have to say, it's disgusting for the earlier caller to frame expression of justifiable mistrust towards police and officials and demands for action as attacking our mayor. Elected officials work for the people. We voted you in. I voted for you. We have no obligation to prioritize your feelings above community needs. We have no obligation to prioritize niceness and respectability politics for the sake of our mayor or any other official over the bodily harm being done daily to members of this community. Your jobs are hard, we get it, but that's no excuse to center yourselves in these conversations. You are a small percentage of this city. We are thousands. You are a tiny handful of people who have been tasked with representing our interests. It's additionally disgusting that the Carpinteria official who called in opened with an expression of solidarity for Black Lives Matter before going on to criticize their methods as hateful attacks. It is despicable, and it is blatantly clear to all those listening that their lukewarm statement of support was meant as nothing more than a shield. We do not need to pat the SBPD on the back for doing the bare minimum. We shouldn't have to celebrate the ban of carotid restraints, a method that has been known to be extremely dangerous for years and an announcement that only came after thousands of residents gathered and marched in the streets down to the police department, since the police department couldn't be bothered to send a representative to the first peaceful rally at the courthouse, despite being invited by Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, and instead set up an armed barricade in full riot gear for still unspecified reasons. That is an implicit threat of violence. That is much more of an attack than any demands that community members have presented. To our city officials, particularly the earlier caller and our mayor, from one non-Black person to another, you need to get over yourselves and take action. Stop wasting time on self-congratulatory statements, on chiding Black people for their tones, and on scrambling to salvage your image, and instead focus your energy on listening to your constituents. This is not new. Racism is as baked into our community as it is the rest of the country. We are not exempt. Our white progressive facade of being somehow above racism does not protect our community members of color. It obstructs protection.
Thank you.
It obstructs justice.
Thanks.
Our next speakers are Mariana Cabrera, Peter Latta, and Raquel Mark. Mariana Cabrera, please go ahead. Mariana Cabrera, please go ahead.
My comment is for 5G Santa Barbara. I don't know why mine is flagged up right now.
Okay, if you would be patient, we'll get to that item, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Peter Latta. Peter Latta, please go ahead. Peter Latta, please go ahead.
How do you unmute this thing? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello? 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 Ah! I want to express my support for Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth. Great. Defund the police. Defund the police. Please focus the monies that are allocated for the police on programs for kids. Defund the police. Please focus the money on programs for kids. I think in a pandemic, when we're realizing that a lot of schools and school programs are going to be impacted by budget cuts, and we're still giving money to the police, we're doing the wrong thing. As we saw on Sunday, the kids put together an amazing march. It was really peaceful. We should be paying for programs for these kids to come up and have every opportunity that we all had in our own lives, if not more, and not be paying for a militarized police department. I'd also like to make one more comment on Santa Barbara. As a longtime resident here, I know that tourism is a big part of what we do, and we bend over backwards so that thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people can come to our community every year, while people of color and people who are marginalized who have been taken care of for years and years, all the people that come into our town and keep our economy ticking. If we can just treat everyone in our community the way we treat everyone that comes to our community that doesn't live here or have a stake in anything, I think we'll be all in a better place. Defund the police.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Raquel Mark, then Rochelle Monet, then Sarah Cunningham, Stephen Americaner, and Sullivan Israel. Raquel Mark, and I apologize, that's Raquel Marquez. Please go ahead.
Hi, actually, my name is Raquel Marquez. I'm in support of Black Lives Matter, and I sternly reiterate their demands towards our city council and as well our school district. My family has lived in Santa Barbara County for the past 100 years, and most likely my family before that recorded time has lived here too. I'd like to address that a majority of my family members have completely been victimized by the police system here. And I would like to say as well that I have been attending your school district for my past 29 years of living. of living, and the funding and the options for programs are really non-existent for communities that are not like that don't have high socioeconomic status. Like, that is not okay. I want my cousins, I want my nephews, my nieces to be able to live in a city that so-called claims itself beautiful, but when they are not recognizing that all aspects of life, especially Black people, especially brown people, are beautiful too, and they aren't giving them the same opportunities that white people have, it's baffling. What I saw how I saw our city respond to our current like immediate position was sad, because I'm proud to be a Santa Barbariana, and like, I want to see change. I demand change, and I want you guys to hear what people are saying, especially people of color. Kathy Murillo, you have a name, and when I see your name, I think you represent me. But honestly, when you're not representing the lives of brown people because your last name comes from a brown background, it hurts me, because this has been generational. This has been from here to Texas and everywhere. And please stand up, use your voice. I vote for you to have a vote for me. But like someone else said, you are one person, and we are speaking for thousands. I stand with my brothers, I stand with my sisters, and I stand for everyone. Please, please, please stand up for us. Do the right thing. Please do not be silent. I will stop now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your words. I appreciate it. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Rochelle Monet. Rochelle Monet, please go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Good morning, Kathy. How's it going? Good. All right. So my name is Rochelle Monet, and I was recently I started the online campaign to get Sambas to change its name to Peace and Love. So I brought this up at the last City Council hall meeting on Tuesday, and by Thursday or Friday, Chuck and I were able to come together and work on a solution that made a lot of people, most people in the Santa Barbara city feel comfortable. I'm wondering why if we can do this, I wonder why it's taking so long for the City Council to work with other local organizations to ensure that we can come together, unify, and work towards making Santa Barbara a better place. So I've been invited by national news organizations to use their platforms as a way to share this story with the rest of the global audience, as it serves as an example of what's possible when communities work together to eradicate racism, as well as hold top city officials accountable for their actions. I also realized that you guys have a COVID-19 economic task force. And out of all 21 people that you hired for the task force, there's actually only one Hispanic person. The further and more I researched, I actually found that you and Mr. Paul Casey came together to pick who was on the task force without consulting the City Council members. And there's no people of color on that task force that are being used to represent their communities. So I was actually disgusted last week when Paul Casey basically suggested that we kick homeless people from sleeping on the streets or laying down on the streets. So I did my work, and instead of just complaining about, oh, you guys don't have any people of color on there, I did some research and I found someone that would be a great candidate to represent the homeless community as well as the African American communities in Santa Barbara. So I nominate Charles A. Reed because he's worked with the police department for the past 10 years and every day goes out and helps out with homeless people. He knows them by name. He knows their stories. He knows what they've been through. He's also an African American. So I think that he would be a perfect candidate to support or to represent the Black community at least. I would like this to be addressed because we don't have representation, and when we don't have representation, we aren't heard. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sarah Cunningham, followed by Stephen Americaner, Sullivan Israel, and Susanna Bondo. Sarah Cunningham, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. I'm calling today in solidarity with Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, Juneteenth Santa Barbara, and our youth leaders. I'm in full support of the slate of demands submitted by Black Lives Matter, Juneteenth, and our youth leaders. We here in Santa Barbara, as Crystal Sygart so eloquently stated, have been given a gift. We have remarkable leaders, Black women leaders, who are here to help us and who are offering their guidance. I urge you to take them up on that offer actively and not delay 2 weeks. We know who they are. It's not a mystery. So please, let's take advantage of this incredible knowledge in the room and use it. We can transform with their leadership. I also urge all of you on the council to work to seek to defund the police. We do not need a city budget in which a third, 32% of our budget is committed to policing. We have so many greater needs, always, and especially during this period of budget cuts following COVID-19. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Stephen Americaner. Stephen Americaner, please go ahead.
There we go. Madam Mayor, I'm speaking on item number 5 on the consent calendar, and I can wait.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sullivan Israel. Sullivan Israel, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sullivan Israel, and I'm a local Hispanic citizen. I just want to say that I appreciate our local police. I value their bravery and courage to defend the citizens of this town from crime, both violent and nonviolent. I've just completed my first year of college, and it seems that many people my age are very angry with the police across America, and I've heard that in this meeting today, and they blame them for racial injustice and violence. But I don't think that just because a police officer in Minneapolis unjustly killed a man means that the local police here in Santa Barbara, thousands of miles away, or even in LA, where 86% of the police force are people of color, are in any way associated with or to blame for that unfair death. Assuming that would be akin to racism. Just because one member of a large group does something wrong doesn't mean that all the rest are bad or to blame. When I see the number of police who have been hurt, shot at, spit on, and yelled at over the past few weeks, I'm greatly saddened. The vast majority of these officers are only trying to do their job, protect the human rights of innocent citizens as guaranteed by our Constitution. When that document was written, there wasn't a single country in which the God-given unalienable rights of an average person were protected. Tyranny and direct royal rule were the status quo. Societies lacked due process or equality before the law. When our founding fathers wrote the Constitution over 200 years ago, they stated that this new country would protect rather than violate these laws. A police force was created to ensure that rights, and for the most, that they would do that. And for the most part, they've been doing their jobs well ever since. That is when I walk down State Street and see police. I am comforted, not afraid. I know that should I be assaulted or robbed or threatened, the police are there to help me and find the perpetrator. Without these officers, the tenuous line between civilization, where business profits and people aren't afraid to sleep at night, and anarchy would be broken, as it has been in recent weeks. Indeed, I recognize how lucky I am to have the police to protect me and my family, because how many countries still to this day are not safe for an average person to live in or prosper. In some of those countries, the police worked with corrupt politicians to violently suppress civil rights, and in others to completely ignore the rights of women. While America is not and never has been perfect, it has never descended into such violent chaos as exists in so many places today. That, in large part, is due to our police finding criminals and arresting them, freeing our society of fear. So I would like to speak out and say that as many people who don't support the police right now, with so many young people ignoring this important history and facts, I am one young person who supports and highly appreciates my local police officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ms. Clerk, how many more folks do we have? I think we are willing to do some agenda management and move the Black Lives Matter issue up on the agenda. So many people seem to be online for it. So how many people do you have raising their hands?
About 30 more people raising their hands.
Okay. So how about if we do this? So if you have a comment that is not related to our Black Lives Matter demands item, go ahead and stay on the line. Otherwise, just stand by, because as soon as we finish this, we can move our, well, I'm not sure how long, we could move the consent calendar and the other items behind Black Lives Matter. So it's a really important topic. I hear a lot of passion. Our council, I assume, is ready to talk about it now. And then when you hear our staff presentation, then we would take public comment. And so you might have more to grab onto and more to comment on. So if you would just wait a little bit, we want to finish this public comment, which is items not on the agenda. So, Ms. Clerk, do people still have their hands raised?
Madam Mayor, it looks like most of the hands are still raised from a quick scan.
Okay. Okay, then let's keep going. We have some items on the agenda, and we are willing to bump them behind Black Lives Matter if that's good. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susanna Bondo, then Tosh Clemens, then Wendy Aguilera, then Javier Alvarez, then Zachary Ortiz. Susanna Bondo, please go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Okay, so.
Speak louder. Can you speak louder?
I can speak louder. Can you hear me now?
It's pretty low, Ms. Obando. You might be also speaking into a speakerphone. Can you speak directly into the mic?
I am speaking directly in the mic. I'm so sorry. I will try to speak louder. I wanted to say to because of the prior commentary on the police originated from slave catching patrols. So the policing system is inherently racist and filled with white supremacy. So regardless if you're a good or bad cop, or good or bad person, if you're perpetuating a racist system, you are part of the problem. And I need to say, as a person who in Santa Barbara, a person of color, dealt with sexual assault, my first reaction after getting sexually assaulted wasn't calling the police. It was, how was I going to make my client, who was of a color and disabled, be safe after the cops come, because they could be experiencing racism from the police, and I was very afraid of that happening. And if I'm a Latino person is thinking that after I got raped, imagine your Black people in your community who are being attacked by your police. How are they going to get help if literally they feel from a racist system, which the police system comes from, will attack them just for asking for help? And I need to say, Kathy Murillo, just because you're Latinx, which I am, does not absolve you from being anti-Black. The fact that you hid behind the barricades shows the anti-Blackness that you perpetuate, and you need to check that. You really need to do that. Because our community, your actions reinforced the anti-Blackness within our community the moment you did that. And you need to be very, very aware of that. I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Tosh Clemens. Tosh Clemens, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. Well, first and foremost, I would like to stand behind Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth. I condone and back all of their requests. And now I will speak for myself because I don't want to speak out of turn for anyone involved in those movements. But personally, as a white person that's grown up in Santa Barbara, I am not surprised in the least at the city's actions in response to what's going on in the world right now and what has been going on in the world for all of our lives and all of our grandparents and so on and so forth. Kathy, you had an option. You had a gift given to you over a week ago. You didn't take it. Now you're trying to backpedal to show support. But even that isn't fully wholehearted. You wanted to keep the fucking Verizon topic first and foremost. I know I got a little eyebrow raised there for my language. Mike Jordan said, oh shit, when he realized that enough people actually wanted to talk about this. You guys are paid to listen to us. And he says, oh shit. That is so telling of where all of you are at. Not only do I want the police department to be defunded, I think it should be gotten rid of completely. And to the guy that spoke to the woman before me, who said that the police are good, he feels safe, dude, you're fucking delusional. I'm sorry, but you're standing on the wrong side. And we're all lucky. It is a privilege that we get to have peaceful protest where these cowards get to show up in their body armor, but don't do anything. That's how Santa Barbara wants it, and that's how they've always wanted it. They want it peaceful. They want it easy. No one wants a bad headline. They want all the rich people to keep supporting the way that they've been supporting. They want the tourist. Enough is enough. We can make this city as ugly as we want. There will be more graffiti. There will be more vandalism. It just will happen. You have to acquiesce. You have to be okay with what's going on. You have to take heed to the requests that are going on by the people that matter in this community. If you don't, it will resemble other cities. It's been 10 plus days and it's not going to stop. This is not a flash in the pan. So if you're going to backpedal a little bit faster. Get on board. Show that you care, because there are enough people out here that aren't going to be peaceful. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm not implicating myself in any sort of crimes, but I'm just saying, if you don't make a change, shit is going to burn to the fucking ground. And that is how I honestly feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And if we could refrain from profanity, we think sometimes children are listening to our broadcast or our cable cast. Thank you. Mr. Jordan and then Mr. Kalan.
Madam Mayor, let's just clear that up. I didn't say a word
Okay.
during the announcement of public comment. When that presumptuous young man wants to assume that he knows what I sound like, that's what happens.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kalan.
Madam Mayor, I'm the guilty one who uttered those words when I spilled a drink on my lap. So those who are blaming the mayor or council member Jordan for uttering "oh blank" need to reconsider. I apologize. That's what happens when you spill your lunch on your lap after 6 hours at work.
Okay, Mr. Kalan, don't do it again. Thank you. Let's keep going, please. We value your public comment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wendy Aguilera, then Javier Alvarez, then Zachary Ortiz. Wendy Aguilera, please go ahead.
Okay, yes, sorry, I was having trouble with my computer. Mayor Kathy Murillo and City Council, my daughter would like to express herself, so I will be giving her half of my time, which I know should not be a problem because she is also a part of this community.
Hi, my name is Gatsali, and I just wanted to say that what you did the other day was wrong. I thought you were supposed to stand beside us, but instead you stood against us. I am 10 years old, and even I know that treating Black people different than how you treat other people is wrong. Seeing you not taking a knee for George Floyd made me realize that I can become a better mayor than you and treat people with respect and stand beside them when fighting for justice. I think a mayor's job is supposed to guide its people. So what kind of a mayor are you?
And just in case you don't know that in order to become a good ally and leader, you must shut up and listen to learn, not to respond. And I really considered using be quiet instead of shut up. But I guess that when this whole conversation opened up with someone in the background, saying, and I quote, "Oh shit," regardless of why it was or what happened behind that statement, professionalism was out the window. So Kathy, if your lawyer friend wants us to treat you and respect you as our mayor, maybe you should start acting like one. As a collective, this community wishes to defund the police. So fund our schools, fund our youth program, decrease and eliminate food and resource insecurity, fund mental health professionals, fund our amazing and resilient Black leaders and pay them for their labor and their work. The work in diversity and equity that you should be doing. Do you realize that the protest on Saturday that was supposed to be with SB leadership only pulled about 1,000 people to the street, yet Crystal and Simone moved over 3,000 people to stand with them? What does that tell you? Children, of course, are seeing you. The youth, of course, is seeing you. The SB community is seeing you. And it is still very sad to see that you continue being a part of the problem instead of the solution. Your words mean nothing. Your videos mean nothing. We demand action, so do your job and do it right. And I yield the rest of my time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Javier Alvarez. Javier Alvarez, please go ahead.
Hi, I, like many others, am here to voice my support for Juneteenth and Black Lives Matters. Listen to their demands and act on them. You have the chance to be on the right side of history. Not many people get that chance. It was given to you, a gift. We know racism and white supremacy exist here in Santa Barbara because of your Carpinteria friend and your lawyer friend. How can you respect the institution that oppresses you? This racism and supremacy has even brainwashed that young Latinx student. We know racism exists because, as the Santa Barbara Independent reports, that although only 1% of Santa Barbara's population is Black, when police get physical, it's 9% of the time, and the target of the force is Black. And you want to give them more money? That's insane. Defund them and fund your community. How hard is it to reach out to Crystal and Simone? If I failed at my job as often as you guys do, I'd have been fired months ago. Mike Jordan, way to go and be patronizing to your constituent. Speaks volumes about you. It's amazing how a 10-year-old girl that I was honored to hear before me and her words are infinitely more intelligent than you. I yield the rest of my time.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Zachary Ortiz. Zachary Ortiz, please go ahead. Zachary Ortiz, please go ahead. We'll come back to Zachary Ortiz. Next speaker is Alex Morales, and then Alexa Levizek, Alexander Agropoulos, Andrea Fishman. Alex Morales, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Alex Mireles. I'm a UCSB graduate student, and I'm calling today as part of a community member, specifically in IV, but also frequenting the Santa Barbara downtown area. I think that at this moment, it's imperative for our local leaders and for non-Black people to join together and show our local Black residents that their history, their future, and their prosperity matter. Their lives matter. And I think that it's a really easy step to take. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what people have already said. I agree with everyone who has called out the people on this phone call and in our city council who are trying to tone police and tell people what's the right way to express themselves and not. I think that that's incorrect, and that's not what we need to do. That's not the energy we need in this moment. The energy we need in this moment is to be good allies and as non-Black people support BLM, and not just the movement, but the individuals who have spoken out at last weekend's rally, and not give any kind of condescending tone to what they're saying and what they're doing. We just need to shut up or get out of the way. So please support all BLM demands. We need to give institutional support and funding for the annual Juneteenth celebration. We need to make sure that we're protecting and preserving Black landmarks in the Santa Barbara City and County. We need to declare systemic racism a public health concern. And finally, we need to demand an end to police brutality by making local PDs and sheriffs accountable. We need to demand transparency, and we need to demand that they use de-escalation. And ultimately, what we need to do is defund the police departments. And we need to funnel all of these resources to our communities that are in major need. This is not an easy place to live in as a non-white person, and we need to funnel those resources to where they need to go. Thank you. Please consider this deeply. The Santa Barbara has a history of upholding the legacy of colonialism and enslavement instead of reckoning with it. So Mayor Murillo, this is your chance to make these demands, to meet these demands. They're very attainable, and to be honest, they're the bare minimum, like bare minimum. This is a starting point, and this is not the end of the conversation. And you need to be on the right side of history here. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Alexa Levizek. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alexa Levek. I'm here as a community member to support Santa Barbara's Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth organizers and to hold our council members accountable, especially those of you who respond to me over email telling me that you support this movement. I did not see the following items specifically listed on the agenda, so I would like to say that I support allocating money away from our police department and instead reinvesting them in our community, like our schools. I also support the demands of Black Lives Matter SB, such as allocating funds for Juneteenth celebration. I support a timely meeting between our mayor and BLM organizers. Thank you for your time, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Alexander Agropoulos. Alexander, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alexander Argyropoulos. I am of Greek descent, first generation here in the U.S. My father was born and raised on a farm. He came over here with no skills other than to repair shoes, did pretty well for himself, bought some buildings in LA, and then up in Santa Barbara. We own property in the Funk Zone, businesses in Santa Barbara. We also own property on State Street. You know, what happened with these protests is very clear to me because I saw it happen to our buildings in Santa Monica. There was a peaceful protest, and it got hijacked by a bunch of angry people who decided that they would rather risk the integrity of a movement by graffitiing, vandalizing, assaulting police officers verbally, throwing things at them, setting fire to buildings, than to just hold back and refrain. And I just have empathy for all of you who sound so angry that you can find love and peace in your heart. The police were there to protect our buildings. Unfortunately, you may think, oh, well, these people have insurance. Well, here's a little something you guys ought to know. Insurance companies do not cover civil unrest, which is what they are deeming this. And by the way, Kathy and Paul Casey fund that you guys set up for businesses, just so you guys know, there's another item on the agenda. We're talking about pay cuts for the city officials. And, you know, we have been literally making 10% of our normal income. 10%. We're giving everyone, basically everyone, free rent. And we haven't gotten any relief because we still have to pay our mortgages. So I think that it's only fair to ask that you guys take just as big of a hit as us. Would you guys like to get 10% of your income? I think not. On that, I'm going to pass. Thanks for having me. I love you guys. Find peace in your heart because you guys sound so angry and it's not good for a movement. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Andrea Fishman, then Chelsea Leonard, Andrea Fishman, then Brendan Leonard, then Chelsea Lancaster. Andrea Fishman, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Madam Mayor, council members, and community. I'm Andrea Fishman. I'm a community member of Santa Barbara, lecturer at UC Santa Barbara, and I'm here in support and solidarity with the leaders and organizers of Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and Juneteenth. I want to echo what so many community members have said today, that I urge Madam Mayor and council members to meet with Crystal and Simone, the leaders and organizers of Black Lives Matter. I urge and encourage and really urge the mayor and city council to adopt a resolution condemning police brutality and declaring racism a public health emergency, for institutional and financial support for the Juneteenth celebration, not just this year, but every year, to protect and preserve Black landmarks in Santa Barbara, like Friendship Baptist Church and the Franklin Neighborhood Center, to create a civilian review board for the Santa Barbara Police Department. And I also strongly believe that we should defund the police and reallocate funds for much needed human services, public housing, healthcare, education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Clerk, how many more people are waiting? If we were able to present our items on Black Lives Matter demands, I think people would see that we're sincere. So I'm hoping we can wrap up our general public comment.
Madam Mayor, approximately 15 to 20 more persons have their hands raised.
Okay. Let's just take a couple more and then let's do our presentation, and people can keep their place in line. Is that right? They won't lose their place in line. Okay, great. And then you'll see what it is that our council is voting on. Mr. Gutierrez, a suggestion from you?
Yes, Madam Mayor, with all due respect, I think that we should allow them to speak all the way through, because some of them are taking time out of their work to be able to call us. I know we have a lot on our agenda, but we should just allow them to speak now and then continue.
Okay, that was my inclination too, and I just wanted to respect the 5G folks, and other people are waiting for the consent calendar, and we are willing to move up Black Lives Matter item to be first, even ahead of the consent calendar. So let's see again if folks would lower their hands and wait for the item, and we'll just keep plugging along. We do care about your public comment, and that's why we've been keeping this going. So thank you. Ms. Clerk, let's keep going.
Our next speaker was Brendan Leonard. I believe Brendan Leonard is no longer on the list. Chelsea Lancaster. Chelsea Lancaster, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm here to make public comment in support of the Black Lives Matter demands and as a core member of Healing Justice Santa Barbara. I'm here to make a few key points to correct some of the false statements and performative things that have happened recently. I also want to reclaim the mayor's support, the feather in her cap regarding the gang injunction that many of us stood up and organized in opposition of. I would remind you, Madam Mayor, that you only changed positions on that because the community put pressure on you to do so, because we were tired of having our Black and brown youth heavily policed and sent to Los Prietos Boys Camp and placed in the school to prison pipeline. So I want to remind folks, as you put that feather in your cap, that was due to community pressure, just like you're receiving now. This is community pressure out of love. If y'all need some models for leadership in terms of pro-youth movements, I urge you to look back in history at Babatunde, who loved our youth and listened to our youth and didn't speak to them in paternalistic ways. As the founder of El Centro Santa Barbara, I also want to name that we have been doing work in the community on the West Side, which you claim to love so dearly, for over 4 years with zero city support. I was sent to a CDBG meeting to apply for funding, only to find that we couldn't even afford the insurance to be able to apply for city support. We're offering to do a food sovereignty program to bring our community together to plant gardens on the Lower West Side, led by Black and Brown folks and people coming out of our criminal justice system and gang-involved youth and suppressed youth. And we have been required to pay for the insurance and the monthly water bill in addition to all the labor and seeds on our own. I want to challenge you on all of this to say your actions are not in line with your words. I have been a longtime supporter of you, but I'm tired of it's really just insincere. You have your favorites in the community who you give resources and support to, and the rest of us are left on our own to love and support our youth and our community. I also want to name, I want to quote Pastor Moore from our peaceful, beautiful event that we held last Sunday, which y'all should be thanking us for keeping that peaceful when we were met with police barricades. I want to quote Pastor Moore when he said, "You can't have Black joy without experiencing Black pain." You may love all the community celebrations that are happening right now, as you should, and that's Black joy, and a lot of y'all don't deserve it yet. So you need to be humble, you need to listen, you need to stop the tone policing for the bootlicker that came on from the Downtown Business Association that favors property over people. We are done with that. As Avanti Roy so eloquently said, the pandemic is a portal. We are inviting you into a new Santa Barbara, and you can make a choice. And for
Thank
2
you.
weeks, you've chosen wrong. So be honest, tell the
Thank
truth.
you.
For the people that supported you and walked for you and had people vote for the very first time in their whole lives for you.
Thanks, Ms. Lancaster. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, can you hear me? All right. Dear esteemed mayor and city council members, first off, I'd like to include my voice in support of the Black Lives Matter movement and their demands. I'd like to take a brief moment to address the handful of gentlemen who, in their comments, have shown a total ignorance of their privilege and a total ignorance in their understanding of the history of policing in this country. They have failed to connect the dots between slavery and the origins of policing, our system of mass incarceration that has effectively stolen the rights of over 2 million citizens, and the current movement to shift public funds from building a militarized police presence in communities to actually addressing the systemic issues that our communities face. Defunding police means divesting in the school to prison pipeline and investing in communities and dealing with the systemic racist issues that have plagued our country since its inception. Please educate yourselves. I recommend reading The New Jim Crow and watching 13th on Netflix as a start. I've been disappointed by how our elected leaders have shied away from the issues surrounding Black lives and disheartened by how quickly we have hidden behind privilege, wealth, and riot gear. I'm disheartened by the statement released by the police chief that paid lip service to the Black Lives Matter movement, but has done little to nothing to engage respectfully and hear their concerns. It has literally taken this community organizing thousands of people in the streets and protests, joined by millions of people across the country, to simply open the facade of dialogue. When you send a message to your constituents that claims you are ready and willing to engage in the community and have the, quote, hard conversations, but then make little to no effort to engage in that very community you claim to be listening to, that reeks of hypocrisy, inaction, and incompetence. I get the strong, sinking feeling that you are all simply trying to posture yourselves in a way that requires the least amount of action as you hope the fervor and outrage dies out so that you can go back to the status quo. This behavior is standard for Santa Barbara. When you claim to be supportive of the Juneteenth celebration, but then send thousands of dollars to the library with absolutely no communication with Black leaders, that reeks of hypocrisy. I wouldn't be as disturbed that my emails were ignored if I knew you were engaging with Black leaders, but I know it's been like pulling teeth. The reason we have not implemented the reasonable, moral, and equitable changes laid out by the Black Lives Matter movement cannot be due to a lack of resources. We live in one of the wealthiest pockets in America, the wealthiest country on earth. It is because we choose not to, and because it is easier to uphold the status quo than do the work. I'm sick of hearing about the ways in which my local elected leaders are showing an unwillingness and resistance to working, to making the changes necessary to live in an equitable and just society for everyone. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Deja Deja Rob, please go ahead. Deja Rob, please go ahead. You are unmuted.
Deja's coming in a second.
Very good.
I'm next.
Yeah.
Am I on now?
You're right now.
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry.
That's
Hi,
okay.
my
We can
kid-
hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Deja Rab, and I stand with the demands of the Black Lives Matters SB and the Juneteenth celebration. I'm defunding the police in Santa Barbara. I'm a black woman in this community, and when I moved here, I never knew there was a strong Black history in Santa Barbara. So when I went to the march and that was revealed to me, it was profoundly sad to see that. I mean, there's no other way. It has been erased because I've never seen it. I've never known it. I didn't know there was a history of people in this community of color at all. And I found that sad and disappointing. And the disappointment continued when I finally did find brothers and sisters like me in the community to march. And I came face to face with you, Madam Mayor, and you just couldn't simply take that moment to kind of say that you feel the pain, that you understand like the human life issue. It is a Black issue, absolutely. But you guys don't seem to see us, I guess, as anything but just Black, because I would, without a doubt, kneel for my brown brothers and sisters as well for loss of life. And that was, I guess, one of the most disappointing events that I've experienced. And then I realized that the demands have been misconstrued, and now you're taking Juneteenth celebrations away from its people and its the rightful organizers who have been doing this in the years before. You decided to, it feels like you're pretending to kind of care and do what needs to be done. So I personally feel like I've heard mostly your silence, and I'm hoping that these demands from Black Lives Matter SB go through and that things start to really change. And it's not just lip service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dylan Griffith, then Emma Schuster, then Jason Budge, then Jenny Sperling. Dylan Griffith, please go ahead.
Hey, all, thanks for your time. So Kathy, as you said, and it sounds like y'all have an action planned that's going to be addressed shortly. And I know we're all eager and anticipating for good news on that note. I stand in support with the Black Lives Matter demands for Santa Barbara. I'm sure I hope you have those memorized by now. I hope the whole city council has those memorized, given the level of support that's been given from the community up to this point, and that will continue moving forward. So I really hope that the demands are implemented now and to a T. It's hard to believe that. I have doubts just because, I mean, the organizers haven't even been talked to yet. I understand and heard when you said you have a meeting on potentially on Friday. And I look forward to hearing some results from that meeting. But there's action being taken without even the organizers being talked to yet. And I think that's alarming in and of itself. Either way, for those on the council and possibly the mayor, I'm not putting words or beliefs into anyone's mouths, but for those that are awakening now and understanding that racism really is a public health emergency, I want to acknowledge that's a step in the right direction. But I also want to acknowledge that it took a mass movement for that to be understood, and it took Black women organizers to really explain and spell it out that this is an issue, this is a national issue, this is a local issue as well. And for those, George Floyd was killed on May 25th. For those that on May 24th were unaware that racism was a public health emergency, I question on whether or not those people should be in office. And again, I'm not putting those beliefs on anyone, but that's a very questionable, that's a requirement to be in a public office at this point, and should have been previously. So again, I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara. We're really hoping that the demands are met today, and we look forward to hearing what y'all have to say and do about it, not just say. So thank you for your time.
Thanks. We'll continue with our public comment. Go ahead, please.
Our next speaker is Emma Schuster. Emma Schuster, please go ahead.
Oh, hi. Thank you. So my name is Emma Schuster. I'm a resident here in Santa Barbara. I'll be quick. I just wanted to add my voice to the dozens of others who have already spoken to urge you to meet the 4 specific demands of Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara and Juneteenth Santa Barbara, to meet them and to meet them now. I won't take time repeating what they are. I'm sure you already know by now, but there's 4 specific things they're asking you to do right now. And frankly, it's a pretty easy ask considering everything. Also, somebody already did say this, just a couple people in front of me, but I wanted to address, I always appreciate hearing from the youth of our community for sure, but to say that police developed in order to protect freedoms in the United States is just not true. That's false. And I'd like to, I'm not a historian, but I'd like to encourage folks to do their own research about that. Police evolved from essentially slave patrols in the US South, rounding up enslaved people. That's the history of it. It's completely, police are basically essentially anti-Black. So yeah, I just wanted to encourage folks to do their own research about that. All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna cede my time or whatever.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jason Budge, then Jenny Sperling, then Julia Meyer, then Juliette Lefebvre, and then Kelsey Hutchinson. Jason Budge, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jason. I'm a graduate student at UCSB. And I also wanted to speak out in support of the BLM demands and the resolution condemning police brutality. But what I really wanted to say is that this really can't be the end of what the city does. And I'm worried that by that sort of this might become sort of the end of the road, and I don't want it to be. I wanted to raise the issue, as many other people have, that we need to reallocate funds away from the Santa Barbara Police Department and toward social services, including homeless services, affordable housing, and mental health services. And I think, as many others are calling for, the City Council and Mayor Murillo really need to be working with local BLM leaders, as these are the folks who have they've already thought all these things through. They have the solutions. We're blessed that they've already done the work for us. And so I think we just need to be working with them to achieve systemic change that addresses Black community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jenny Sperling. Jenny Sperling, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jenny, and I'm here in support of the demands that Black Lives Matter SB put forth due on May 31st. Mayor Murillo, you have checked your performative allyship boxes by taking a knee online last week during the Pledge of Allegiance with hopes of erasing your white supremacist acts of violence as you tried to silence Black women voices a few days before. More recently, you've posted a video on Twitter stating that you, quote, wholeheartedly agree, end quote, with the demands and will vote today to move these forward. So please let me just remind you, because I'm not convinced like others that you were doing your close reading and giving them the care they deserve. I'm also not sure, as others might be, that it's clear by now, since history has shown that to not be true. You wholeheartedly agree to condemn police brutality. You wholeheartedly agree to declare racism a public health emergency. You wholeheartedly agree to make reforms in the police department. You wholeheartedly agree to protect the landmarks in our city that are important to our Black community, and you wholeheartedly agree to fund the Juneteenth celebration. With all this push in your heart, the lingering question I have for you is, how can we wholeheartedly believe anything you say if it has taken you this long to personally reach out for a conversation with BLM-SB? How can we wholeheartedly believe your Twitter message when you clearly, and I believe pretty purposefully, did not meet the detailed specifics of the demands? Language is key and language is power. What specific reforms will you make to the police department? Because the demands specifically ask for a creation of a civilian review board. Which landmarks are you specifically protecting? The demands state which ones and outline not only protection, but preservation. And lastly, how will you fund Juneteenth? We stand in support of it, but not just this year, but the years to come, institutionally and financially. You took your knee and you made your generalized statement on Twitter that neglected the specifics to the demands, which in itself, I argue, is another white supremacist act of erasure and anti-Blackness. I wholeheartedly believe that you need to hold yourself accountable and take the time to do better, and this goes way beyond tonight's vote. Thanks.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Julia Meyer, then Juliette Lefebvre. Julia Meyer is not available. Juliette Lefebvre, please go ahead.
Oh, hi, thank you. I'm standing here in committed solidarity with the Juneteenth and the Healing Justice BLM Santa Barbara organizers, and for all the Black voices that have been speaking to this subject matter for hundreds of years. If you are like any of the people and the organizations that I see around me, there's a paralysis. There's a fear to face the reality within our own hearts as human beings, and looking at the systems that you represent, that people have voted you in for. Cathy Murillo, you stood in your campaign. You said, I care about your family. I care about your neighborhood. I care about your prosperity. You went knocking on doors telling people this, and a lot of people voted you in a vote of confidence that you meant those words, but now we really wonder to whom you were speaking. It does not seem that you were representing Black lives in our community. Black or brown lives for that matter. It's time that America and any person in any position that has a heart that's beating to address the fear. You know, acknowledging the true history of Black people and listening to those voices from hundreds of years requires everyone else to deal with their deepest fear. And instead of fear, when I'm talking about fear, we must stop the frantic effort to avoid reality. And instead, it is time to face everything and respond. Stop being afraid to listen to Black women and to our Black community. Listen, as Chelsea Alexander pointed out, it is Black love is beautiful. Funding a new police station that furthermore displaces a true community cornerstone, such as is the farmer's market, shows how delusional and how systemic the diversion of funds away from those who need it is. Cathy, again, you ran on a campaign of building community and of building up our community through funding programs for children to be able to be risen up. To whom were you speaking? Your background as a former journalist does not allow you to turn a blind eye to fact. All of these words have been spoken, sung, written before. It is time. Black people have spoken. There is so much to be found if you just listen. And we have to break down the denial. We deny that we even know we're lying. It's time to really honestly go in and to listen and to give a platform for the wonderful leaders in our community like Simone and Crystal and our wonderful students, and yield to their demands. And I stand by every single one of the demands, including demanding that racism be declared a public health emergency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I understand that we have a couple more people and then we can go to our presentation. Ms. Gorman, is there a couple of more people? Did I get that right? Okay.
Yes, approximately 10 to 12.
Oh, okay. Then let's keep going. Thank you.
Julia Meyer, please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Julia Mayer, and I am a community member, and I'm a local business owner, and I want to just once again raise my hand and stand in solidarity with the requests of Black Lives Matter. And I think that as a city council and as businesses, we can use this sense of urgency that we're seeing to take actionable steps to align the values of our city with the goals of our community. We understand that Santa Barbara Unified School District deserves the support of our city. And I understand that's not the way that funding works and so on, but I do know that $140 million for a new police department could absolutely fund the schools and social programs that could progress us. We're an absolutely remarkable community. And the 32% of the budget going to the police department, I don't think it's a representative of our community goals. And when we say that Black Lives Matter, we absolutely need to mean that Black futures matter. Our schools facing a 10% budget cut, the jobs that are going to be lost are predominantly lower income. We're talking cafeteria, janitorial. We're talking about what happens when we close our schools is that the lower income community is going to be disparately impacted. And I believe, just as a community member, as a mom of kids in public school, it's critical and it's our responsibility to raise our voices in support of our schools, because it is the great equalizer, it at least should be, where all of our children have a chance to have an excellent education and be presented with opportunities. And I just really wanted to lend my voice to this whole experience, and then just to please hold you accountable to those things. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kelsey Hutchinson, then Manjo Sin, then Miriam Lindbeck, then Paola Gonzalez. Kelsey Hutchinson, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Hutchison. I'm calling in today in support of the Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth movement. It's paramount that the City Council realizes that racism and white supremacy are things that are happening in our Santa Barbara community right now, and we need to take action right now. Let's remember Megan Hockaday, who grew up in Santa Barbara and who was murdered by the police in Oxnard. This can't be ignored. Although you have finally agreed to adjust today's agenda, backpedaling just as you did when you didn't kneel at the protest, the fact that it was a debate for you to put the item with Verizon ahead of Black Lives Matter because it would cause an inconvenience delay of 30 days over Black Lives Matter. Let that sink in. The fact that we even have to fight for people to believe that Black Lives Matter is truly unbelievable. The truth is, Black members of our community are being suffocated by racism every day. It's time to make our institutions anti-racist. So I'll conclude that I stand with Black Lives Matter and their demands, declaring racism as a public health emergency, defunding the police, to fund our schools and community programs, and to also provide institutional and financial support for our annual Juneteenth celebration. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Manjo Singh, then Paola Gonzalez, then Richard Solomon, then Zachary Ortiz. Manjo Singh, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Manjot Singh, or Manny Singh, and I'm here to show support for Black Lives Matter SB, for Juneteenth SB, and our incredible youth. More so, I want to show my support for Simone and Crystal because they are absolute magic, and the power that they have can be seen in their incredible protests. And this youth protest that we saw this weekend, I know that was all the youth, and they also are amazing, but I know this was able to be done because they have the incredible leadership of Crystal and Simone. And what I really want to speak to, because most of my sentiments have been shared already, is that Black folks need to be the center. of every single discussion we have, not just today, not just with Juneteenth, but they need to be the first at the table when it comes to education, healthcare, anything that has to do with anyone in our community, because their voices need to be heard. And seeing how just successful and powerful their protests are, I know for a fact that every single decision that is made by our city council can only be amplified and made better by their participation. It's super important that they should not have to reach out. They are the experts, and everybody should be reaching out to them first. So I am disappointed to hear that a meeting was not set until they reached out. And this might not be the sentiment of all of the council people, but I hope this doesn't happen again. And I hope this changes so that they're at the very forefront of who's invited to what meetings. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Paola Gonzalez. Paola Gonzalez, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Hi. So first, I want to start off by obviously voicing my support for Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth, as that's the main reason why so many of us are calling. I also have my own personal story of ridiculousness with the police department here in Santa Barbara. When I moved into my last home off of Salinas about 2 years ago, there was an incident where about 9 p.m. there was a knock at my door, and I go outside and there are about 3+ cop cars and at least 7 officers waiting for me at the door. They asked me if I am someone named Jessica, to which I replied that no, I am not. They stand around for about 10-15 minutes and then they say, okay, thank you, and they leave. To this day, I have no idea what that was about. They didn't check my ID. I found it so insane that there were so many of them. Ridiculous. This has come back into my memory since just last week. My little brother was graduating from 6th grade from Hollister School, and I found it just appalling that there were 26+ kids to one teacher in his classroom. So this whole ideal that we don't have money for education, while there could be, you know, almost 10 officers outside my house for, again, in my opinion, absolutely no reason. And if they had a reason, it definitely wasn't explained to me. Just seems insane. And then going back to something that I know other people have touched on, Kathy, is the disrespect that we feel from you as an elected official. Having your friends come on here and say that we have to refer to you as Madam Mayor, like this is the 1800s and you have some powdered wig on. I mean, I run into you in the streets of, you know, Janine's, like we see you around town. This mutual respect has to be shared, and I just feel like that's not the case. So if you feel so disrespected by people using your first name, I just really think that you need to look around at how you're treating the people of this community, that they don't even want to give you that, calling you by your proper title. And also, according to Cal Salaries, you make about $71,715 per year. I think that some of your salary should be allocated to Crystal and Simone, who have done a better job of bringing this community together in the 29 years that I've lived here, born in Carthage Hospital my entire life. And this week, I have felt more part of a community than I have ever before. And I just really hope that you take all of this information that we're giving you to heart, and you actually, you know, create some sort of concrete change for all of us, because otherwise, honey, you will not be here. And, you know, I voted for you. And if I don't see some change, that just won't happen again. And I'm really hoping for some positive change. I don't want to come on here and disrespect you, but I feel like you haven't really stepped up to the plate. And, you know, this is kind of your last opportunity to do so. So we're rooting for you, because otherwise we have to replace you. So I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Solomon, then Zachary Ortiz, then Patrick Fleming, then Sage Gaspar. Richard Solomon, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What do I click on?
We can hear you.
You can hear me? Oh, good. Okay. Hello, all of you. Thank you very much for this. I'm representing the Santa Barbara County Immigrant Legal Defense Center, and I'm authorized to support fully the motion to adopt the proposal. We are enthusiastically behind this and hope that it's going to produce something really meaningful. Of course, the devil is in the details. So the appointment of the group to help this process through and eventually to you as a finished proposal is going to be key. We urge you to pay very much close attention to who is going to be advising your staff on this. And obviously it has to include our Black Lives Matter comrades. Also, I'm just very pleased to announce that we have hired our first attorney, Maria Salvato, who's going to be living in Santa Maria and working out of the Santa Maria office. And I'm thrilled to be able to report that. So thank you very much and good luck on this adventure to all of us.
Thank you. Mr. Solomon. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Zachary Ortiz, then Patrick Fleming. Zachary Ortiz, please go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm just calling as a born and raised citizen of this city. It's a city that I've loved my entire life. And I think Kathy Murillo as a Latina and me as a Chicano, I think I am ashamed of the fact that you couldn't stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and make a simple gesture as taking a knee and forcing the police chief to also stand in solidarity and take a knee. I think that is a simple gesture. But that is not all we need. And we need more than gestures. We need policy changes. As someone with the last name Murillo and being a Latina, I think that you have a duty not only to the people of the city, but a duty to the ancestors, to the Chumash, to the Native Americans that were here before, the blood and the sins that this city and its history of murder and genocide from this state of California. I think that you have the responsibility of our ancestors to stand up with not only Black lives, but also Native lives, Chicano lives. But right now, I think the spotlight needs to be on Black lives because we're seeing them being killed live on television. And you can't even do a simple gesture as to take a knee. Kathy Murillo, you should be ashamed of yourself. I voted for you. And I voted for you because I saw someone who looked like I could be my tia, someone that could be my grandmother, someone that could be my mother, someone that could be a part of my family. And I thought that you might have the dignity to speak on our behalf and to protect us. I know that this city is full of rich white people and that we like to bless and cherish our colonial heritage of the Spaniards. But I think it's a shame that we can't honor and cherish the history of our Black citizens that have been here for so long and helped build this city. And we could have a parade for Spanish colonizers, but we can't have a day in remembrance of our Black citizens and the horrors that they had to go through. And we should also be ashamed that we have so old Spanish days and we can't even include our Native American ancestors. And we should take that down from Spanish days to old Native days or Chicano days and honor the people that put in their sweat and blood and tears into this city. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Patrick Fleming. Patrick Fleming, please go ahead.
Thank you. I first just want to say I stand in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. I also want to echo what many of others have said about the defunding of the police station. I think as a city council, we want to stand with the citizens of this city and show our support during these very unfair financial times, let alone the challenges that we see with how this country has evolved into a police state. And the final thing I'll make a comment about is as I sit here with a computer screen for my other work, and I'm lucky enough to do so, and I'm juggling two phones and I'm watching the cues and I'm clicking buttons, I think we need to understand that when we start something this early in the afternoon, you're only going to get certain voices. I think as many people are taking the time out of their day to do so and to support this, I think that moving forward, we should be looking at if there are other times, if there are post normal workday hours that we can evolve this discussion to allow for those voices to be included, as it really only includes a small subset of those that should be involved. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sage Gaspar. Sage Gaspar, please go ahead.
Hello. I grew up in Santa Barbara and I'm currently finishing my undergrad in Oakland. I am here first and foremost to express my support for the demands being presented today. Growing up in Santa Barbara, I, along with many other folks in the Black and Brown community, have experienced, seen, and endured experiences of police brutality and racialization in our own homes, in our streets, and in our schools. 2 days ago, CHP in Oakland shot a man and his partner 40 times, killing him and his unborn child. Last week, Vallejo police shot a man during a protest. The Black women and youth who organized protests in Santa Barbara carried the huge burden of keeping their community safe when it could have gone hugely worse, only to be met with a barricade of weapons and intimidation by the Santa Barbara Police Department. I am demanding that Santa Barbara not only defund, but also dismantle and ultimately abolish the police department, as it is so evident that they have done nothing but instill fear in our communities and our community members have done so much more work to provide safety for their community members than any police department has ever been able to do. So I really encourage and voice my support and demand that we listen wholeheartedly and not just respond to these demands halfway. They need to be met word for word as they are said to you, and you need to listen and learn, and it is not enough to just respond. There needs to be a time for action. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Garcia, then Athena Tan, then Hannah Kagan Moore. Anna Garcia. Anna Garcia, please go ahead. Anna Garcia, please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. I'm here to amplify and support the demands made by Healing Justice BLM-SB and by the SB youth who organized this past weekend, and to demand that their demands be honored and met. First, the Juneteenth celebration funds should not be allocated to the library, but to the organizations and organizers that have already been doing the work to make this event happen. It is incredible that this would even be a consideration under the current circumstances of our world. It is clearly an erasure of the work that Black folks in this community have been doing. Disappointing, to say the least. Second, we need to defund the police. The current state of the system functions to uphold white supremacy and to disproportionately over-police and over-criminalize Black people, other people of color, and people living in poverty. We know that police are overrepresented in neighborhoods that house those populations, which is how we get to 6% of individuals being arrested in Santa Barbara are Black, when they make up 1.8% of SB's population. Instead of continuing to spend huge portions of our budget on militarizing the police force and rewarding them for their incompetence, we should redistribute the money that was to be spent on a new police station that we do not need and invested in more productive projects implementing restorative justice practices and addressing issues in our community, including education, housing, homelessness, poverty, and food insecurity. It is interesting to see the concerns people raise about defunding the police, yet they seem to have no issue with the consistent and egregious defunding of education and other services that directly support community members for as long as I can remember. Additionally, I'm not going to decenter the point of my statement, which is to amplify the demands of our SB Black community, but I will state that nobody asked any of the tone policers or detractors on this phone call for their opinion on how people are choosing to express their anger and frustrations with systems of injustice that have continued to perpetuate violence against them. Black lives matter, And finally, I would like to remind you all that your constituents, are watching you all and your responses to this crisis. We will remember these as each of your election terms come up. We are sick of being dismissed and sick of seeing who you deem, quote unquote, the community in Santa Barbara. We will keep showing up and taking up space and time at this and other meetings until our needs are met. I yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jonathan Aboud. Please go ahead.
Great, I think it worked this time. I'm calling in to speak in support of the actions today to support Healing Justice Black Lives Matter's demands in full, exactly as they've been presented. There's been a lot of support for them, and more specifically, like it's been mentioned, I support taking the Juneteenth funding for the community organization Juneteenth Santa Barbara, not the city library. I think that's already been spoken on, but I back that up. And I support, the mayor and the council proactively scheduling meetings with the organizers and not co-opting their work, especially the work of Black women right now. And I also want to lend my voice to the comments already have been made about the city's budget cuts and the police department being defunded as a way to help make our budget work and also help fund other things that could be needed in the city. The city website says that the budget's gone up 9 million in 3 years, yet crime is down. There's no overtime limits. One officer made $400,000 in a single year, and only half of that could pay for 2 new teachers or 2 new counselors or 2 new social workers whose full-time salaries could do a lot more to provide direct service to people who need it and reduce crime. So I want to reiterate support for the Black Lives Matter's demands and reaching out to them proactively and also, reprioritizing our city budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Athena Tan. Athena Tan, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. In solidarity with Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, I'd like you to consider these words from Black sociologist Dr. Crystal Fleming and assume that when she talks about white people, she's referring to any non-Black people in the context of anti-Blackness, as I myself am not white. Quote, "A fundamental thing some people don't understand is that research suggests engaging in anti-racist behavior actually serves as a moral credential for some whites, individuals and institutions, to engage in racism with a clean conscience. Many whites feel comfortable being racist in some contexts precisely because they think they're anti-racist in others. In reality, many white people and institutions are enacting racism and anti-racism simultaneously, literally at the same time. It can be difficult for many whites to recognize when they're enacting racism because they lack the awareness and position to accurately assess the power dynamics and implications of their own behavior. This is why accountability to Black people matters," unquote. Mayor Murillo, I went door to door and phone banked for you in 2017 because I believed that your leadership could transform the city. Instead, I see you and Police Chief Luno continuing to disrespect the Black Lives Matter national movement and their local Black Lives Matter leaders with meaningless photo ops, even after you've been asked not to do them, and continue to refuse to acknowledge or apologize for the harm you've done. Your self-serving actions are actively obstructing the voices of Black leaders in Santa Barbara who have held themselves accountable, not only to their communities, but to the most systemically disadvantaged people in Santa Barbara for a long time. Black organizers have been trying to collaborate with non-Black leaders for centuries without real change, being told again and again that they didn't deserve change because they asked for it in the wrong way. If you can't lead without ego, please don't get in the way of those you fail to represent from doing so. I yield my time.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, how many people do we have still raising their hands?
Madam Mayor, we have One more person since the last time I'd reported in, and then approximately 5 people after that.
Okay, well, let's take those 6. We'll take a break. We have interpreters and technical people that need a break after a couple of hours. And then when we come back, we will start the formal Black Lives Matter item. Okay, so those 6, and then we'll present. Thank you.
Okay, next is Hannah Kagan-Moore. Hannah Kagan-Moore, and then Marcy Winograd, Mason Boucher, Carly Delaplane, and Bonnie Dawson. Hannah Kagan-Moore, please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Murillo and gathered council members. I'm speaking to you today not just as a member of the community, but also as a professional historian. As a friend of mine mentioned earlier, she is not, but I am. I can confirm, in fact, that slave catching in the service of the protection of capital is the foundational narrative and function of police forces, and it is time we make a change. I am a medieval historian, and as it happens, I can tell you that policing has been neither required nor natural to most of history. So the notion that we require police is, if we look at the historical record over time, pretty patently false. But I'd also like to speak to you as a constituent, because I did vote for you, as many other people on this call have, and I am currently feeling disappointed, and I hope you won't disappoint me further. Like other speakers, I am here in support of the movement for Black Lives, and I want to tell you, in case this is not occurring to you in this moment, perhaps, that history looks unkindly on people who do nothing in the face of calls for justice and an end to bloodshed. Mayor Murillo, you have the opportunity at this time, uniquely, along with the other leaders of this community, to make historic change. Do not waste it. I know I don't need to remind you that we are already going to be facing a budget shortfall by the city's own estimate of around $22.5 million due to COVID-19. Those are shortfalls that, as they always will and do, will disproportionately impact vulnerable populations, including and especially our Black community. Racism is a public health risk. COVID-19 is a public health risk, and it is a public health risk that statistically disproportionately affects Black people. Do not allow our Black community to suffer twice by disinvesting in their futures and instead investing in police. I really urge you to do the right thing here. If it's hard to set yourself aside, you're receiving a lot of criticism, and I get that, but the time is now, and we need you to act. We need you to act right. Thank you. I see my time.
Thanks. Next speaker, Ms. Clerk.
Next speaker is Marcy Winograd. Marcy Winograd, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm Marcy Winograd. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity to speak in support of healing justice and Black Lives Matter. I'm a registered voter in Santa Barbara, a retired public high school teacher, a member of DSA Santa Barbara, and I echo the support for the preservation of Black landmarks and also for the appropriation of $35,000 to support events that celebrate Black history. I also support investing that money in the Black Lives Matter movement to organize and lead us in this celebration. I urge council members to review at this historic moment the police department budget, which exacts 1/3 of the Santa Barbara General Fund, 47 million out of 146 million, to shift money to mental health programs, social services, after school, recreational activities. For we as a society, as a state in California, we have hijacked these social services and educational institutions to line the coffers of police and carceral institutions. In terms of the new city police headquarters, I also ask you to go back to the drawing table and to look at your options. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Gorman.
Next speaker is Mason Boucher, then Carly Delaplane, then Bonnie Dawson. Mason Boucher, please go ahead. Mason Boucher, please go ahead. We'll go to our next participant, Carly Delaplane. Carly Delaplane is no longer here. Bonnie Dawson, oh, Carly Delaplane, there we go. Carly Delaplane, please go ahead. Carly Delaplane, please go ahead. Okay, we'll come back. Bonnie Dawson, please go ahead. Ms. Dawson, we heard you for a minute and then it cut out.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I am here to support the demands of Black Lives Matter SB and Juneteenth SB. I demand you act on these demands instead of just putting out empty statements that serve as propaganda to soothe the white populations of Santa Barbara. How can you claim to care about Black lives when you have yet to meet with movement leaders? How can you claim to care about Black lives when 32% of the city's budget is going to be used to fund the SBPD? Why does the chief of SBPD make over $300,000 annually to uphold and enforce harmful white supremacist policing? Make this make sense. We are watching your actions. Please stop disappointing us. You look ridiculous kneeling with protesters when you have refused to take actions in the past and continue to refuse to take actions. You all look ridiculous caring more about the oh shit comment and profanity than you do about Black lives. Do better or resign. Mayor Murillo, having your friends call in support shows how fragile you are. To the friend and other callers in support of the police and Mayor Murillo, stop tone policing people who have endured years and years of racism and generational trauma. Do some research on the history of the police and white supremacy in this country. This goes for all council members. Stop living in your white supremacist delusions and wake up. Start listening and acting or resign. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll take a break at this point. There'll be an opportunity to speak later. We'll take a break. Our interpreters and our IT people need a break, and then we'll come back and do the Black Lives Matter presentation. You'll hear from us, you'll hear from the staff, you'll hear from the city council, and then we'll take the rest of the items on our agenda. So we are in recess. Thank you. Ms. Clerk, is the team ready to continue our meeting?
Madam Mayor, I believe we are.
So let us move to item number 14. And if you would read that into the record, please.
Certainly. Item 14, discussion and direction regarding resolution condemning national police brutality and declaring racism a public health crisis, the establishment of independent review of the disposition of misconduct complaints by the police department.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Casey, who is the first presenter on that?
Madam Mayor, Pam Antill will give the staff presentation.
Ms. Antle, I think you're getting yourself ready there. And whenever you are ready, Ms. Antle, thank you. Okay. Thank you, folks, for your patience. I think we're having technical difficulties. Let's take another really short break just as soon as we get our presentation back up. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready. We're ready. The item has been. Pam, you need to mute your computer. Okay. The item has been read into the record. This is Pam Antle, Assistant City Administrator. Ms. Antle, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. As you know, that the vision in Minneapolis was very tragic and obviously makes us reflect on our own policies, practices, and behaviors. The question of whether or not we are doing enough and whether we're vigilant enough has fostered a true culture of respect and honesty as questions that need to be asked and need to be answered. At last council meeting, many members of the public commented on the need to ensure that all members of the community feel a part of Santa Barbara, as well as feel protected, listened to, and served by their public servants. In response to the public comments, our staff has been working on some first steps to bring forward to the council as a part of a continued effort to address the comments and concerns of the public. The first item that we are asking the council to consider is to direct us to return to council after input from the leadership members of Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, whom we met with yesterday, with a resolution that condemns national police brutality and declares racism as a public health crisis. We will be prepared to bring that back after our meetings and information is gleaned back from the group. We also, I'm going to skip over the part about the city attorney's office and we'll come back to that. We also would like to have you direct the staff to work with the Historic Landmark Commission, the HLC, to identify, protect, and preserve spaces and landmarks of historical importance to members of the African American community. And finally, we'd like to have council appropriate $35,000 to next year's budget to support annual events that celebrates the city's cultural and racial diversity, including the Juneteenth celebration and other things throughout the year. I want to note, Madam Mayor, that initially we had indicated that this funding could go through the library, but it certainly can be appropriated and given to other groups as well. It's not necessary, it was really just a holding place. And I'd like to turn this over really quickly to the city attorney's office, who can talk a little bit about the piece that the city attorney will be bringing back in about a month.
Mr. Kalan, are you there? There you are.
Yeah, Mr. Doimus will address that, Madam Mayor, members of the council.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, yes, in 30 days, I plan on bringing a wide option for the council to look at. Public will have this in advance of different review boards that the city can choose to undertake from. Different city review boards in terms of what's allowed under the law and different powers this board may have. So that's what I plan on doing, several options to choose from.
Mr. Doimus, can you, for the public's benefit, describe some of those, what some of those options might look like? You or Mr. Kalan?
Sure, I can
Madam
describe
Mayor,
some. Okay.
Mr. Doimus, let me take this part. We don't know exactly. We will bring back an array of options that run the gamut from an independent police review board or commission to an independent auditor to taking advantage of the existing fire and police commission in some configuration. The common thread is adding sunshine to the police discipline process by enabling a body to review objectivity, thoroughness, and the propriety of any discipline. So I think of an independent review board or auditor as a trusted third party the public can rely on to make sure that the police discipline process is working the way it's supposed to.
Okay, let's take some council questions on these two items. One, what Ms. Antle presented about cultural celebrations, or second, a civilian review board, or what an independent review process would look like. Ms. Gutierrez, you're first. Thank you.
Yeah, from what I heard from the public was that they wanted more of a review board, if I'm not mistaken, not just an independent auditor. They really wanted community input, so more than one person, and definitely a board that really reflects the population here in Santa Barbara, not just, you know, white Latinos, but also African Americans and other groups here in Santa Barbara. So I'm a little worried when Mr. Colon said an auditor. I'm thinking maybe that's just one individual. So if we can just be mindful that I think they really want a board, a review board separate from the Police and Fire Commission, but that is going to be a group of people.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, sir. Thank you.
there aren't, I don't know that there are camera spaces. Yeah, there are not. That will likely be one of the options that come back. Again, today isn't a time when our office was necessarily thinking about narrowing the range of choices for police review. What I viewed our charge as being is to bring you a robust range of every configuration of review board or auditor that is out there. So council can make those decisions today, but I believe that our job is to try and inform you of those options with our review. And I'd like the chance to do that before we're constrained by one approach or another.
Right, and we'll go to Mr. Jordan, but I would interject that we would, of course, talk to the community about all of these options as well. So, Mr. Jordan, go ahead with your question, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So probably for Ariel too, or Mr. Colon too, because he knows I've already queried him on this, but I'm interested. I know it's a month coming back. I'm hesitant to be sort of held hostage at that meeting to learning all I can about all the choices. And I'm wondering if staff can either provide or can provide a resource to somebody who can provide both a reading list and a list of examples in other communities to go and research in advance to see the types and styles that exist other places before we get to that date a month from now. If I may answer, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, typically the review board, civilian review boards that you see many cities use, there are three types of styles. We want to give even a more robust choice, but the three styles you see is an investigatory board, a audit board, or reviewing in terms of policies, or a combination of both. So those are the typical ones you see in terms of the authority that these review boards have. When I say investigatory, they would have subpoena power looking into cases of misconduct. An audit review board is looking at the investigations that were done and making recommendations, or you have quasi both. But those are just some of the possible ranges that a lot of bigger cities you see use. But we want to be able to bring to council all different options to consider. I get that, but do we have anybody here right now that has experience with these somewhere else or on a broad scale that can sort of, prime the pump on, I mean, I'll just admit it. I've never seen one. I don't know anything about it. And I don't really think it's fair to be put in a position to learn. Well, two things. I don't really think it's fair just to tell me to go Google. And I also don't want to be in position in the meeting in July to doing all the background work that I can do at that meeting, just in what you're presenting. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, we will reach out to different departments. I know the police chief has had experience of review boards in San Diego, has a large civilian oversight board. So we will continue to communicate and provide all the different options with as much detail and information as possible on these boards in terms of the mechanisms, how it works, everything.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, it may be helpful to not only the council but the community if we were to release our report significantly in advance of July 14th rather than the Thursday before. I believe we could get that out 2 weeks ahead. That would give the community and council time to do the study that's required without us putting us in the spot today of guessing what the outcome might be after you see all the information.
I appreciate that. Thank you for offering. And then, Madam Mayor, I just had a question. I actually had a question on the resolution. Are we not asking questions about that?
Right, let's take the Juneteenth celebration and the Civilian Review Board, and then we'll talk about the resolution.
Okay, that's all the questions
Thanks.
I have now then. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is just questions at this point, not deliberative comments yet. Is that correct?
Yes, please, questions. Thank you.
In regard to Juneteenth, is there a way, where is that funding going to go? Is there a way for it to be funneled to Santa Barbara Foundation and Juneteenth Santa Barbara under that foundation, or where does that funding go to?
Ms. Antle, thank you.
Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Sneddon, we put the $35,000 in the library line item because the library was the department that had been working with Juneteenth. It was meant as a holding spot as your budget deliberations, because as you know, you've already gone through most of those budget deliberations already. The council may select to divert that money to another organization, and that's certainly something that you could do. I think council members Alejandro Gutierrez, Oscar Gutierrez, and Megan Harmon had queried the group about their nonprofit status, so they may be able to speak to that. But from a staff perspective, we put it in as a holding place, certainly up to the council. Wherever you would like to spend that is totally fine.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions about that. First of all, I want to acknowledge that so many of us as individuals have been meeting with the group, but that sounds like maybe it was a group of you met with the group. I know I met individually. So you had a group meeting and came up with a recommendation, or like what's going on here? I don't really understand the process. I like the presentation is, I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah. So the agenda item went out before the meeting that we held on Monday. On Monday, what we had hoped to do was to assist in drafting, getting some input on drafting a resolution that we would bring back to the council at a future date. And we did have some good feedback on what would be appropriate to put in the resolution. And that'll be coming back to you, if not next week, the week after. There was a discussion that I believe came up after staff left the room about the Juneteenth celebration. I think there was some misunderstanding that somehow the library was trying to take over the programming. The library certainly does not need to be involved in the programming or in any way lead it. This year they're a co-sponsor of the virtual event, and I believe we're a co-sponsor for last year's event. But our staff certainly does not need to be the management lead or be involved with the programming at all if the founders of that event would prefer to do something different. We simply, as I indicated earlier, just wanted to put money in front of council to appropriate, since we hadn't brought it up in any of the previous budget council meetings, to just put that on the table.
So, and then when you, what you were proposing is that it could maybe go into a fund, and did you say to be used for other cultural events as well, or I'm just
right. Yeah, what we tried to do was select an amount that we thought was something that we could do with the shortfall that we're having this year, and came up with somewhere between 25 and 35,000. We haven't done anything at all on what or how that money should be programmed. The idea was that the leadership of Black Lives Matter and the Healing Santa Barbara would be the primary focus of how that would be programmed, that they would decide and tell us how it is that they would like to spend that money. I think in the meantime, between the time of the posting of this agenda and various meetings that some of you have had, there's been a more specific request to have that money transferred directly from the city to another organization. And just like any other organization that asks for funding from you, I think that that's just something that you have to have a discussion. In terms of the staff perspective, we really just put it into the library just to have as a holding. And you can certainly, before adopting the budget, move it anywhere you'd like.
Okay, so I guess, thank you. So it could be moved to under Santa Barbara Foundation umbrella, under Juneteenth Santa Barbara. That is an option of where it could be moved to.
I'm not familiar with how the different groups are set up. I don't know if there's a separate not-for-profit. I think that was part of what we didn't have time to figure out, but I think that the organizers of those events could certainly answer those questions and let you know whether or not there's a not-for-profit or is it just a holding account or what have you. I would think that the council would want to know some of the answers of those items before appropriating that money, but I think that those are easily answered. I just don't happen to know off the top of my head.
And then can I ask this, I'm not sure how to ask this. So from what I understand, the mayor has not yet met with this group. Some of us have met with Black Lives Matter as a group. Some of us have met individually. This seems fractured and not like a way to approach listening and getting a unified response to these demands and requests. So it's a genuine question. How did these all come about separately? How was this group selected or that group, or what is
well, I'm not sure, Councilwoman Sneddon, with all due respect, I want to remind you that last Tuesday, the council directed us to bring a number of items back very quickly to this agenda. So we did the best that we could. We reached out to the organizers of Juneteenth and Black Lives Matter and tried to get a meeting on Friday of last week. We're not able to get a meeting until Monday. The agenda had to go out, which is why there's not a draft resolution, and that will be an item that we'll be bringing back. So I completely understand that there's a lot of confusion. As a staff, we sometimes prefer that you give us a little bit more time. In this case, we didn't have this much time, and we thought it was extremely important to get it back to you. I'm not always aware of the meetings that you're having individually or as groups, but in this case, I asked if it would be possible for staff to be a part of a discussion, and that's what we did. Now, separately, I do think that each of you have had an opportunity to meet with folks. I'm not going to speak for the mayor, but I think the mayor has reached out on a number of occasions, and a meeting just hasn't happened thus far. But in the meantime, we were trying to very much get to some language that would be acceptable to the group for the resolution.
So moving forward, should we each keep having our individual meetings? I guess I'm just looking for some kind of structure for how we're, like, how was a group decided with staff to meet with BLM? How did it?
Ms. Sneddon, I would say that as a show of respect, that we would all meet with them individually. We're all elected and would want to make contact with them, and I'm certainly looking forward to meeting with the group and making contact and offering my support. Staff tried to get the resolution together. It takes, a few days to put something on the agenda. So we'll be voting later our support of these items. And I hope that's an important gesture to show that we're really pursuing all of these items. So.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very happy everybody's meeting. My question is about process moving forward. I'm worried about triangulation, some people having meetings. And please just correct me, this is just that I just want to know factually. So staff and 2 other council members met as a unit with the Black Lives Matter team. Is that correct?
That is correct. Council member Oscar Gutierrez, Council member Alejandra Gutierrez, and Council member Harmon, myself, our airport director, and our analyst Sam Ramirez met with the group on Monday. Happened very organically in terms of trying to pull together a meeting. And then I think as council members chatted with each other and tried to combine a time for that to happen. And so we did have a virtual meeting and talked a little bit. We were there, our staff members were there as staff to assist and pull together as much information as we could about the resolution. And then there was a portion of the meeting that the leadership from Juneteenth and Black Lives Matters asked if our staff would step aside from the meeting, and we did. Historically, I would have a similar question that you would have on how you all set up your meetings and how different people get together. I don't know that there's an answer for that. I think a lot of times things happen very organically. And in this case, I think there was a real desire by folks to really get together and make sure that we were really hearing and listening and not just rushing off and adopting something or bringing something forward that was not meaningful or authentic in a way. So that's how that meeting occurred, and things happened so quickly, I don't think we even got a chance to tell everybody that we were having a meeting that day.
Okay, I applaud the efforts. This isn't about trying to rush staff or any other thing. It sounds to me like a task force or a subcommittee. And I will just speak frankly that I would very much like to be a part of that. And maybe some others of us would very much like to be a part of that. And I reached out to Black Lives Matter leadership individually, had a meeting individually. I would like to propose that as we move forward, we have complete transparency. I'm sorry, it feels again like a group that is convened without everybody involved. And I'm completely supportive of the outcome. I guess I'll leave. I really just had it as a question. How did that come to be? That's quite a hefty meeting.
Yeah. One of the things that I always want to try to challenge all of you as council members is just to always, and some of you have heard me say this before, is to really think about when meetings occur, when people dedicate their time, always default that they're doing it for good intentions. That's not designed in any way to leave people out or to be secretive in any way. Unfortunately, with the Brown Act, there's very much limitations in the way that people can meet. And I know sometimes that's disappointing, but there definitely was no ill will or ill intention. It was really to try to get together. And when some of the group could get together that day, we just said, we need to go and get this meeting started. And it was an important conversation.
Okay, Ms. Nedden, let's go to Ms. Harmon. We can circle back if people have other questions. So go ahead, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple of questions for Mr. Duemas or Mr. Kalan about the review board process. I know that, I think it was Madam Mayor that mentioned that this would be done in collaboration with the community, but I wanted to ask whether you all had a specific plan between now and July to really engage with folks on the form that they would like to see, and if that hasn't been sort of built into the approach to bringing this back, I would like to suggest that we also consider maybe forming a blue ribbon commission to be the group that really determines what's best for this oversight, and that commission be made up of Black leaders, brown leaders, non-white leaders in our community, because we really, really need to have buy-in on what this form is. And I personally don't feel comfortable dictating it. I don't think that just, it doesn't sit right. And I don't think it's going to be effective if we do that. So I wanted to put that to you guys for a response.
Madam
Looks
Mayor.
like Mr. Klein, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, entirely up to the council. If you would like to design the engagement process, please do. The concern that I had in reviewing the staff report, it had us returning in 30 days. I thought it would be more useful to the community to have a specific date certain when we were coming back so people could plan their time to be prepared and appear in front of the city council. If you would like different civic engagement, additional civic engagement, please direct us. I fear, honestly, that any misstep could be misinterpreted as substantive hostility. Our job, that is not what will happen while I am your city attorney. Our job is to present you, the council, and the community with a wide array of options. So if you would like them vetted in advance, that's great. It will likely delay the July 14th date if you appoint a blue ribbon commission, but I have no opposition to that. It's purely up to council.
Thank you. I guess I'll hold on my comments for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Ms. Harmon. Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
I just want to thank you, Madam Mayor, set the record straight. Because of the Brown Act, you know, I'm new to council. I'm used to coming from an environment where I can get all my colleagues together in one room and share what I'm doing for the week. But in city council, we can't do that. And Ms. Sneddon, I'm very sorry that you feel confused, but our hands were tied in how many people we can communicate what we're doing. So my goal was that I would get together with Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez and Mayor Harmon for this round of meeting with Black Lives Matter, the chapter in Santa Barbara, to target, to get together and start actually taking action on one of their demands. And then hopefully once that resolution is complete to the demand, the first demand that we're working on, police brutality and racism being a public health crisis, then hopefully then when we're done with that resolution, a couple of us can step down, you know, I'll volunteer to step down, and then another council member can join the group. But because of the Brown Act, I don't know if Ms. Murillo or maybe the city attorney can have that communication with the rest of the council, but we do plan to have council member rotates to work on the different resolutions for the demands. So just to make it clear to the public, it's due to the Brown Act that we can't speak, you know, openly with our colleagues. It's a law that's been there, and I'm learning as I'm new, but we do plan to include all council members to work on a resolution for these specific demands. I will take the blame. I'm not a big talker, I'm more of an action. So I wanted to take action. I spoke to Oscar. Megan came on board as well, and then we can't, you know, provide any more information after 3 council members are in one room. So that's what happened on Monday.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just want to give my apologies to my colleagues if they felt like they were left out. We're trying to be as sensitive and respectful to Black Lives Matter as possible. They let us know that in that initial meeting, there was a miscommunication, and they actually told us that they didn't feel comfortable with the way it started. So we have to let them know that we're there to listen to them and we're there to work with them. And this isn't going to be the last time we're going to be with them. This is forever from now on. So I know you might feel like you were left out, but I guarantee you we're going to rotate. We're all going to work with them if they feel comfortable doing that. Again, they felt comfortable with us in the moment, but it's something that's not going to be the end. We're going to do this continually from now on to check and make sure that we're being equitable for everyone. So I just ask for you to forgive us, and
and also be patient and be willing to work together. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the transparency and accountability from the police department? Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Oh, Madam Mayor, may I just respond to that? That I just understanding the process is all I wanted. It doesn't matter to me who and how it rotates. So even though there's Brown Act, it could have been communicated to us that this is the process. I had thought we might have a transparent task force where those are open to the community and that we have the Black Lives Matter voices at the table, and then that wouldn't be a Brown Act conflict. I didn't think we had decided how we were going to rotate through as council members. And this isn't about me, this is about transparency to, I mean, we've gotten over 1,000 emails this weekend just on this issue. So this isn't something that we want, I don't believe that we want settled in small pod meetings that I know we're just getting started. And my question was a genuine question about how that, well, it's a task force. That's this sort of a self-described task force as the group that's going to stay in perpetuity meeting, which I'm fully applaud the group that is self-selected and no apology necessary. I think that's an excellent choice for a group. I just, it was a genuine question. If there's actually a group with staff support that's meeting, fantastic. That's the end goal. It's just not the usual way that such a task force is comes about. So it was a question I had, and a genuine not understanding that that had occurred and is going to continue to occur, it sounds like.
What I heard, Ms. Sneddon, is that Mr. Gutierrez said that we could rotate. I mean, if you're thinking of more engagement, the County Board of Supervisors is doing a listening meeting. We could do the same kind of thing, especially on a civilian review board. And we welcome the communication from the community of Black Lives Matter supporters and their leadership and their youth. Wonderful event this weekend. So let's talk about how we would all be engaged. But you're right, that seemed like an organic meeting that happened on Monday in an effort to try and get the resolution together. So I
that's
do.
What's important. So I just, that's all what's important is that resolution get done swiftly, efficiently, and with the voices that matter. So I'm done with that. That was the question that I had.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, anything else to add?
I would like to ask Mr. Colon, the city attorney, if he can maybe answer some of Ms. Sneddon's, and I mean, I also have concerns since I'm new. How can we move forward as a council to communicate, but without breaking the Brown Act? Like specifically in this setting. And I'm asking this publicly so the public also knows and understands, because I need to understand as well.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. So the public understands the Brown Act is the half of the state's package of sunshine laws that, along with the Public Records Act, requires us to have our meetings in public. So a majority of the council can't either meet face-to-face or communicate through email or phone calls about business that's within the authority of the city, whether it's on an agenda or not. That's a big constraint. There are many ways that the council can deal with that through committees or written communications. I would defer to Ms. Antil to offer suggestions on how you might organize yourselves to address this really important challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Antil, I had some ideas that, I'm sorry, your microphone is on. Okay. I really do encourage all of the city council members to go out into the community and especially connect with the Black Lives Matter leadership. We can all share information, very careful of the Brown Act. I'm glad to hear that we are careful about that. But there is a way to funnel information back into Ms. Antle for her to put together the resolution, or if that small group continues to work on the resolution, I think I've heard that's acceptable. We applaud that. We really want to get that processed and signed and celebrated so that we really get this process rolling. Ms. Antle, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at the meeting on Monday, what we had agreed to with the leadership of Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth is to put together a draft resolution, send it over to their group to take a look at it and provide any input. And then what we would do is schedule that for inclusion on a council agenda. Really pretty, there's several that have been passed, as you heard from your callers today. Some have been thought to have been not agreeable because perhaps a conversation hadn't happened with the group. We want to make sure that we get it right. And so we really want to have everyone take the time to get it right versus rushing it through. The second piece with regard to the funding for Juneteenth is something that we are super excited that the council is open even during this time of austerity to put some money in the budget. And I think, Mayor, it would be appropriate to have a discussion about the parameters or how you might like to see that funding. And again, I just really want to state very clearly, staff found a way outside of your budget process. We don't recommend that to other departments, but we did find a way outside of the budget process to try to put some money in after the library's budget, after all the department budgets had put in. It's certainly council's prerogative to move that funding in another way. We could wait for the group if they're planning. I think that there was some indication that the group was trying to formalize in some type of nonprofit or corporate status. But definitely we would like that group to please continue with their planning. It's not our intention as the city to direct that planning or in any way try to design the event. And we tried to convey that at our meeting, but obviously it's first conversation with many people just meeting each other for the first time. So I think that this would be the time, Madam Mayor, to have that discussion with council and determine people's comfort level of where that money should be appropriated. And obviously we didn't want to violate the Brown Act and ask everybody what they thought. So this would be the time to do that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was still on, if you would mute yourself, thanks. So Ms. Antle, I was still on the civilian review board issue. So, and then I'll take you. So the discussion from the city attorney's office was to release a set of options 2 weeks prior to our meeting. So we could schedule that meeting as a workshop where nothing is set in stone. We're happy to take public comment from the entire community and giving Black Lives Matter audience the week prior so that we know what their desires are and where they see the options headed. So it'll be a robust process. And then that way the whole council can participate at the meeting. And right now the date is July 14th? Okay. So let's let that simmer. But your question then is that if the group is incorporating as a nonprofit, then they can receive the funds directly, or we could trust the Santa Barbara Foundation to help them process an allocation. Is that right?
Absolutely. The group, I think, had given some indication of wanting to formalize their activities are growing. As somebody who formed a not-for-profit myself, I know that it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. And I think under the umbrella of the Santa Barbara Foundation, they can certainly put something together. So right now there's a couple different groups. There's the Juneteenth celebration. There's also Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara, et cetera. There's Healing Santa Barbara. And so just getting a sense of which or what group, which piece of each group would like to do something. I think there's certainly, today we really want to just see if you're in for the 25 to 35,000 or the 35,000, and if you would be, direct us to put that in the budget, and the details of that can be worked out. With regard to the city attorney's piece on the different options, I'm sure the city attorney and I would be delighted to do a public forum where people could come. Hopefully, as the I want you to know that both the city attorney and I have been rated #1 by the employees as in the City Leadership Academy for presenters. We would be delighted to work together and put a session on as the COVID things are opening up. We think that that's probably best suited where you can actually have people come live in a room, socially distanced, rather than it is awkward for people to call in. So I didn't mean to speak for you, city attorney, but I see you smiling, so I think you probably would be interested in doing that. And if that's the desire of the council, we certainly would be happy to pull that together.
Thanks, Ms. Antil. So we will have public comment after this. So we'll hear from the community and then we'll make our decisions. The only item that we haven't touched on deeply is the protection and preservation of Black landmarks. So did you have any other thing to present on that, Ms. Antil?
The only thing that we're asking that you do is that you formally refer that to the Community Development and Historic Landmarks Commission, HLC. We have a staff member there who can begin working on it.
And I'm understanding, right, that our historian will be at HLC tomorrow. Is that?
Yes, our historian, Nicole Hernandez, will be the primary staff person with regard to this piece of the recommendation.
And she has a meeting planned with Black Lives Matter leadership as well. So, so that's really good news that our city staffer is proceeding with that. Mr. Kalan, you had something to that item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a request of the council. Wherever we end up on the independent review of the police, whether there's a workshop or other community meeting, it would be very helpful to have the council pin down specific dates. As I mentioned earlier, as I've listened to the community, the best thing that our office can offer is prompt, on-time delivery of the work the council requests in this area. So I think it's important to have specific dates out there as early as we can so that people can plan and participate. That's why I brought up July 14th. And if you want a workshop before then, please let us know today.
I think we want a robust list of options so that people can say, yes, that'll work, or that won't work for Santa Barbara, or we want more. So thanks, Mr. Kalan. Ms. Gutierrez?
Could one of those days be on a weekend, like a Saturday or Sunday? So we have, you know, a lot of people work until 5 o'clock during the week, and I just want to make sure that we are inclusive of the people that are actually now back at work.
Mr. Kalan, I see you nodding yes. Let's do that too.
Yeah, we're happy to do it on the weekend.
Okay, so a weekend workshop seems like it's in order. Ms. Antil, you said something about getting together in person. I'm just sorry that right now we cannot convene in-person meetings, but we'll we'll do something that's as much includes as much community and as inclusive as possible on this important subject. So, Council, are there any other questions before we go to some public comment? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I have a comment on the HLC thing, and I didn't hear you ask for comments on the resolution. You just kind of breezed by that again, so I'll just do them both.
Yeah, please.
On the HLC thing, I hope it goes without saying that this the direction we're giving for review by the HLC is of such importance that a response will come back to council on that. And I'm assuming that's presumed. And if it's not presumed, then I would like to make sure that that request is noted, that it will not just be handed down to the HLC to work through, that I'd like to see the results of that too. And then on the resolution, I just had a comment, and it's just wordsmithing, but I thought it was interesting to use the word national twice in reference to police brutality. And I'm not saying that that's not an issue, but that seems to me to give an opportunity to distance the actual issue away from us rather than recognizing that it's also our issue also. I get that we're part of the word national, but so just my comment there for food for thought is whether there's a better word or words like local and national or just all police brutality to kind of change or work on the direction that so that resolution doesn't come back just framing it as something to look through on the national stage when it's actually right here at home also. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I saw Ms. Antle nodding, so I think we are in agreement that's a national and a local problem and something that we have to address. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Ms. Gorman, are there people in queue and are people raising their hands?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there are a few people who have raised their hand for this item.
Let's go ahead and open public comment then. Thank you.
Okay, great. Our first few speakers will be Leah Diamond, then Mariah Clegg, although I think Ms. Clegg may wish to speak on a consent item. Leah Diamond, then Marina Cabrera. Leah Diamond, please go ahead.
It's not a priority if
Ms. Diamond, please go ahead. Leah Diamond.
I'm not interested.
Ms. Diamond, we'll come back to Ms. Diamond. Ms. Clegg, I believe, is for another item. Mariana Cabrera. Ms. Cabrera, please go ahead. Mariana Cabrera, please go ahead. Our next speaker is Nancy Weiss. I believe Ms. Weiss was here for 5G. Also, I'll check in with her. Julia Barbosa. Julia Barbosa, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can.
Thank you. Ms. Barbosa, we heard you a minute ago.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Dear Madam Mayor and City Council, I am speaking today to urge you to vote against the 20-year deal with Verizon. Over the next 2 decades, more and more data will surface of the harmful effects of this type of technology.
Ms. Barbosa, we're on another item. We're on the Black Lives Matter item. Would you please wait? We're getting to that next. Thank you. Ms. Gorman, thank you.
Next speaker is Leah Diamond. Leah Diamond, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm also here for the 5G. I've been waiting, so.
I know, ma'am. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Okay, I believe our remaining, we'll just check with Mariana Cabrera. Mariana Cabrera?
Sorry, it keeps raising my hand. I am waiting for 5G.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will lower your hand until we get to that item. Mariah Clegg. Mariah
Thanks
Clegg,
so much.
please go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Mariah Clegg, and I'm a doctoral researcher in the Department of Sociology at UCSB. I'm commenting to advocate for the establishment of a civilian review board to oversee police misconduct cases in the city of Santa Barbara. To be clear, we are not calling for the establishment of a review system or an auditor. We are calling for the establishment of a civilian review board. There are, of course, many better and worse ways to establish such a board. I urge the city to be in conversation with community organizers about how to best establish such a board along the lines of Councilmember Harmon's suggestion. To accommodate the Brown Act issues, we can hold a publicized ad hoc meeting that can serve as a community brainstorming session. I also encourage all participants to familiarize themselves with the scholarly literature on civilian review boards. I will be emailing the mayor and city council a good resource written by Udi Hoffer and published in the Seton Hall Law Review on this topic, wherein the author suggests that boards be nominated by civic organizations with a broad scope to review complaints, retaining independent investigatory and disciplinary authority, with the ability to audit policies and practices in addition to incidents, access guaranteed adequate funding, and with meetings open to the public and reporters. We do not need a board that the public can rely on. We need the public involved with this process. We also do not need to repeat the failures of the San Diego Community Review Board, which critics have long argued lacks the power to do its job effectively, is insufficiently diverse, and works too closely with the police department, having only disagreed with the police in 9 out of 2,000 misconduct allegations. I appreciate your engagement with this issue. We need evidence-based solutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Clegg. Next speaker.
Madam Mayor, I believe the final speaker here is Nancy. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Nancy Weiss and Sandy Taylor. I believe Ms. Weiss, we'll check on her, see if she is 5G or this item. Ms. Weiss, please go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. Yes, this is Nancy Weiss. I'm not here for 5G, but for Black Lives Matters. I appreciate the direction you're going in. It's great to hear that you've heard the demands and you're beginning to walk toward figuring out the details of that. And obviously the details are what's going to be important. I also want to support looking at a broad array of options that are meaningful to folks who are African-American in our community. I think there's probably plenty of models across the country, and I do think it's incumbent upon the council and staff to take a hard look at that and not necessarily rely on the community to provide that, although obviously listening to ideas that are there and ultimately making sure that it works to meet the interests of folks who are directly affected. I would also encourage you to look at kind of other departments. I mean, clearly this is just a starting place. There are other departments in the city that probably could use review. And a lot of departments, of course, also interface with law enforcement and with the police department. So let's go narrow and deep on this. Let's get this right. And I applaud the general direction, but do encourage you to keep listening and meeting, whatever that shape or form is, with community, with Black community leaders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Ms. Gorman?
Our next speaker is Sandy Taylor. Sandy Taylor, please go ahead.
Hi, I have been on this call since 2 p.m. So I am absolutely livid right now. My body is shaking. This hurts Santa Barbara. I grew up in Santa Barbara and I cannot believe that you are not listening to the voices of Black leaders. They have four demands. They have collected so much information on the police and that we do not need them. We need to defund the police in Santa Barbara. It's so simple. And did that come up once when you were talking with the big group? I only can see the mayor's face right now. I don't know who else is listening. This is so infuriating. These are people, I am so angry because these are fathers, these are mothers, these are sons and daughters who are being terrorized and killed by the police and white supremacy. Okay, material items can be replaced. Black lives are not replaceable. We say we stand in justice for George Floyd. We say we want justice for Megan Hockaday, who was from Santa Barbara and was killed by the Oxnard police. I want justice for Tony McDade. And there's no justice when people are being killed. People are being murdered and you guys are having a freaking conversation. People are dying. It is unbelievable, unbelievable. I don't understand why 32% of the budget is being allocated to the Santa Barbara Police Department. I worked at the farmer's market. The farmer's market is literally the heart and soul of Santa Barbara. So much love and unity and celebration, and you want to move it and then put a police department? No, the police, we don't feel safe around the police. I want all the money. I want funding to go. Okay, you guys talk about $35,000. What percentage of community budget is that? Because again, when you're making $15 an hour, $35,000 seems like a lot, but these are literally millions of dollars that cities have. And you guys are supposed to protect us. You're supposed to serve us. I went to Santa Barbara High School and I'm so disappointed with Mr. Gamble. He was the US government teacher. He had us watch West Wing and he gave us no tools to be active members of our community. He was a lawyer. He was older. He was apathetic and did not inspire the youth at all. Sit with yourself. Everyone sit with yourself.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment and for your challenge. Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Gorman.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Antonio Becerra. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. I would just like to say that I am disappointed in the group meeting that happened earlier this week. There was absolutely no need for that. What was needed was a special meeting where all of our council members could actually hear from the public and hear from Black Lives Matter at one time. And that could have been the only subject discussed, period. I'm disappointed in the City Council because I'm actually seeing in numerous occasions where it seems to be an older set of the City Council versus a younger set of the City Council, some of whom were not even elected by their peers. So I really urge you to consider disbanding, not that it really has banded together very often, this current group, and actually instead have a special meeting. And if everyone decides that they want to be involved in these matters, then continue with a special meeting where this is the only thing that is discussed and nothing else. And really do consider having it in the evening, because people can't sit on the phone all day. And I don't know how many times I've come to City Council and said the same thing about this City Council, as well as our design boards and other groups that only meet during the day and no one else can participate. I'd also like to mention the issue about transparency. The last sentence discusses transparency and this entire idea that we're going to have a car with the addition of the socioeconomic section on the city council meetings. Well, why don't we actually do that with your land use decisions? Because your land use decisions at the city, for instance, there was a great idea last week. Let's go ahead and say that 55 blocks of the entire city, all of the commercial property in that 55 blocks would not have to require any parking on site. Do you know what that does? It gives millions and millions and millions of dollars to property owners who already have enough money, and it takes away from the community because the community now needs to support all of that parking on our streets, in our neighborhoods. Our land use decisions actually have a socioeconomic consequence, and all of that should be discussed every single time we want to give away more of city property or public services to people that already have enough.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ms. Scott. Thank you. Ms. Gorman, are there other speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Next, we have Christina Hammond. Christina Hammond, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
My apologies, Ms. Hammond. I accidentally muted you. You can start again from the top.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, I wanted to talk about 5G today, and it's brief.
Ms. Hammond, can you hold on?
I wanted to talk.
Could you, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to talk about the Black Lives Matter items? And that's the
I did
topic.
not today. I wanted to speak on BG.
Thank you. Would you please be, thank you. Would you, if you're patient, we'll be right with you. Thanks. Anyone else, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, one moment.
So for now, raise your hand for our Black Lives Matter items, please, and lower your hand for 5G, and we'll get to that item later in the meeting.
Very good. We have, Madam Mayor, we have Han Cole or Cohel, and then Howard Green. Han, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Han Cayley. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm speaking first as a member of the Board of Directors of the Santa Barbara Trans Advocacy Network. SBTN supports Black Lives Matter and urges our neighbors and City Council to center Black leadership in the urgent work of dismantling racism and white supremacy in our community. We know too well how police brutality, disproportionate criminalization, discrimination, and stigma destroy bodies, tear apart families, and poison communities. Our Black trans siblings, like Tony McDade, are at the most escalated risk of these harms. The largest ever trans study found that 38% of Black trans people who had interacted with police reported harassment or violence in those interactions. More than 1 in 20 Black trans people who had had any interaction with police were raped by police. 6%, more than 1 in every 20 Black trans people. Less than half of Black trans people feel safe going to the police for help. If our Black trans neighbors are not safe in our community, our public safety service is failing. As part of our commitment to defending Black lives, SBTN fully endorses Black Lives Matter and the policy priorities they identify. We know that our vision of Santa Barbara, where trans people can live in dignity, is closely tied to the mission of Black Lives Matter, and we're proud to stand with them as we build a better Santa Barbara together. Black trans lives matter, Black Lives Matter. This concludes my comments on behalf of SBTN, but I do want to add a little bit extra as a community member. As a sociologist and a social worker serving intersectionally marginalized community members in our community clinics, I strongly oppose expansion of the sit-lie order that criminalizes homelessness. All of our neighbors have the right to use and enjoy public spaces, including in different bodily positions. If Santa Barbara residents are uncomfortable being confronted by the visibility of our unhoused neighbors, let's address how many Santa Barbara residents can't afford their rent. Additionally, I would like to push back on the earlier suggestion that police representatives who work with unhoused people can represent unhoused people in city council. Our city council committees on homelessness must include people who are currently unhoused, who've been unhoused, and who are experiencing housing insecurity. No policies can address things without the people they impact. I also hope that in the future, the open hostility and resentment of certain city council members regarding community feedback and participation will not happen again. This is not appropriate to a democratic process, especially when we are only here because y'all have not been accountable so far. See the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Howard Green is next. Then Justina Hall, Julia Barbosa, and Antonio Becerra. Howard Green, please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for having a good discussion. I tried to send the clerk an email at the site that she suggested, strongly asking that the chief of police be invited to speak today. I wrote this before the UCSB sociology student spoke about an alleged failure. The numbers don't look good, so I think we should hear from her. I would imagine that most of your department heads do listen or watch the meetings, particularly when the topic is about their function. The second thing is, I believe that the agenda text has something that ends about the Civilian Review Board. And Ms. Garman, if you can put that agenda slide up. The text ends, I believe, with the phrase, by the police. In essence, setting up the Civilian Review Board by the police. I think it's to be about the police or for the police. Again, I don't see the agenda item to clarify that any further. The other item that I'm concerned about is the lack of visibility, if you like, during the meeting with a complete set of slides. If we were in the council chamber, I think the members of the council would have a complete set of printed charts, foils, PowerPoints. They need to be available to us without having to make public record requests. When the agenda item starts, Mr. Attorney, I think that Brown would say, if it were challenged in court, that materials that are presented to the board, even in paper form, should be available simultaneously or concurrently to members of the public. Otherwise, we don't necessarily have the full context. I realize that normally public comment isn't responded to, but I would really like a response on both the request for the chief and the slides. Thank you.
Okay. I can tell you that the chief is not available. The city attorney's office is taking the lead on putting the Civilian Review Board together. It seemed like the police department itself should not be in charge of putting that board together, so that there was an independent a department, and so that's why the chief is not available for this particular item. So Ms. And then for slides, just sometimes, Mr. Green, this item just didn't have slides prepared for it. So thank you. Next speaker, more speakers, I assume. Okay.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Next set of speakers are Justina Hall, Julia Barbosa, Antonio Becerra, Anna Garcia, and Emma Wilkins. Justina Hall. Justina Hall, please go ahead.
Hello, I was born and raised resident of Santa Barbara, and I would just like to add my voice in support of the Santa Barbara Black Lives Matter demands at this time, because it's my understanding that you will be moving to the next topic. I understand that this is a starting point, but I expected discussion and action items on all the Black Lives Matter demands, especially defunding the police. Defunding the police is not equivalent to saying all police officers are bad people. It is admitting that the system is inherently racist and not sustainable. I know that for many, their initial reaction to defunding the police may be negative, but I urge city officials to educate themselves and then help educate the public so we can work towards real change. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Excuse me. Next speaker is Julia Barbosa. Julia Barbosa, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm waiting to speak about the 5G item, and I'm not quite sure if I'm clicking the hand. Either way, it seems like I'm showing up on the queue, but I'm waiting for the next topic.
I thank you. I should have written your name down. Thank you so much. Please hold on. Next speaker.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Barbosa. Antonio Becerra. Antonio Becerra, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. My name is Antonia Becerra, and my family has been part of this community for 70 years. My mother's been working in county mental health for over a decade, and I have firsthand insight into the ways policing and lack of community resources harm our residents, including the homeless. As a mentally ill person and a Latina who's been pushed out of her hometown, I stand behind the demands of Black Lives Matter Santa Barbara, because a win for Black women is a win for all of society. I have firsthand dealt with the Santa Barbara Police Department for domestic violence, rape, and burglary. The only thing they had to offer me was condescension and inaction. Sexual misconduct is the second most common police misconduct complaint nationally. If the Santa Barbara Police Department has an F in accountability and approach, and this is under over a decade of Democratic mayorship. Kathy Murillo, I have been following you since you offered to help my high school softball team in 2011. I vote for you, yet you have done nothing but concede to those I was voting against who actively harm our dwindling communities of color. Solidarity means direct action to uplift those you have harmed in the way that they asked you to, not backing a performative photo op for our killer cops. You don't seem to understand that systemic racism means that even in the presence of zero racists, marginalized people are harmed, which includes giving $100 million to Santa Barbara Police Department for a new station when our social services are in crisis, when we are facing failed federal pandemic response. The sit-lie policy is part of this violence. And the school to prison pipeline. Racism is a public health crisis and has been mainstream for over a decade. You should be scrambling over yourselves to further anti-racism, facilitated for you by Crystal and Simone. But here are 200 people holding you accountable while you act like you're having teeth pulled. Defund the police, concede to the demands of Black Lives Matter on their terms, fund our schools and social programs. There isn't a single thing a police officer does that doesn't already exist as a separate vocation that has been being defunded for decades. Thank you, I yield my time.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Ana Garcia and then Emma Wilkins. Ana Garcia, please go ahead.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez's suggestion to host
conversations about these things are going to deeply require intentional outreach and connection with the community that is impacted, which means that you all are going to have to offer opportunities that don't align with traditional work hours. Many of the community members in those spaces are not able to participate. And I would like to say, I am lucky that I do have some flexibility in being able to participate virtually. So I think this format should remain as part of the standard procedure as we move forward so that people can access these meetings as much as possible. That's it.
Thanks. Is it Ms. Wilkins?
Madam Mayor, we have Ms. Wilkins, also Mariana Cabrera, who has raised her hand, although I believe she's here for 5G. So let's speak with Ms. Wilkins and then we'll check in with Ms. Cabrera.
Hi, so I just wanted to
Ms. Wilkins, I'm sorry, I looks like I did unmute you. Good, very good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Wilkins.
I just wanted to echo some of the things that the past speakers have said. Especially, I think the person's name was Han. I think that the statistics surrounding trans lives in accordance to police violence are extremely important to look at, especially when it affects Black trans lives as well. I also would like to say that I was a little bit disappointed that defunding the police was not spoken about in the presentation, especially when, according to the City of Santa Barbara Financial Transparency Tool, crime in Santa Barbara has decreased, yet funding has increased $9 million in the last 3 years. Also, I'm looking that a $140 million police station will be built in Santa Barbara amid budget cuts from every other city department. I would like to say that I think that money could be used for programs that specifically uplift both Black folks, Indigenous folks, and other people of color. I think that would include school systems. Another thing that I wanted to echo from some of the past people is that this meeting started at 2 o'clock, and I'm lucky that right now as a student, my schedule is very flexible and online. And so I was able to stay for the past 4 hours listening to the public comments and also listening to your presentation, and I was able to respond to that. As many people before me have said, I know that there are a lot of people's work schedules and a lot of people's school schedules that would not allow this. So I think the idea to have a meeting centering this topic during the weekend is a really good idea, and I'd like to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other speakers? Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we will just check with Ms. Cabrera. Mariana Cabrera, you're on, did you wish to speak on 5G or on the Black Lives Matter? Okay, very good. We'll bring you back for that time. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, there is one more hand raised on this item. Two more hands raised. Peter Smith and Stanley Zankoff. Peter Smith, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Peter Smith, and I think that our city should defund our law enforcement officials. Now, I do recognize the Black Lives Matter movement. I support the movement, and I believe in the cause. But I think, as a previous speaker pointed out, in Santa Barbara, crime has decreased while funding has increased. That's a correlation. That means increased funding is working to keep our community safe. I think instead of defunding, we should instead continue to fund the police, but focus on vetting out policemen that might be damaging to society, people that might abuse their power. So instead of taking away our institutions, which we cling to so dearly to maintain law and order and peace in our town, and to make it as hospitable as it is, I think that we should, in fact, continue to fund our police so we can keep those crime rates low. It is, it's essential in our society that we recognize extreme racism that is prevalent in all forms and in all institutions. Yet at the same time, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's inconsiderate. It's inconsiderate to the law enforcement officials that put their lives on the line every single day to try to protect the community. To cast them aside like they're all racists or they somehow uphold a racist institution is not only deeply troubling to me, but it's deeply troubling to the law enforcement officials that I know personally. 99% of those officials stand up, they get out of their bed every day, and they try to help their community. Even if they're not getting a stellar wage or getting a multi-million-dollar paycheck, they still want to serve that institution. And we should take them into account. It's inconsiderate of the council to defund the police when in fact crime is going down as police funding is going up. That's not a symptom of a broken system. It's a symptom of a working system. And I think the council should evaluate all options holistically. So instead of defunding, we should increase funding to vetting. We should increase funding for police outreach into the community. Because if we humanize the police, if we don't make them this monolithic racist presence, if we instead make them the officers and the men and women of this county that are active in our communities, that are patrolling our neighborhoods, that are friendly, that are kind, then the police force can go a long way to serving this community instead of just throwing out the institution as a whole. So that's a brief comment.
Thanks. Your time is up. Thank you so much. Ms. Clerk.
Our next speaker is Stanley Zankov. Please go ahead.
Hi, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm calling in first and foremost to echo my support of the demands of healing justice, Black Lives Matter. And I'm glad to hear your support and trust that your actions will reflect those words. I also hope that the lines of communication between Black community leaders and city officials moving forward are open and genuine. I can hear each of you taking this seriously and really appreciate that. I'm also concerned that the city budget for the next fiscal year, as other speakers have noted, proposes an increase to our police department, placing spending at 32% of our city's budget. This is with an increase of $9 million over the past 3 years to the department. It's despite a decrease in crime. This increase police department spending is put forward with a recession looming that'll no doubt stretch our public resources thin, and proposed amidst really vital conversations, as you all know, both nationally and locally, that are questioning the police's effectiveness in addressing all the situations we call upon them to respond to. Budgets are value statements, and this is a really unique opportunity to change course and address our nation's long overdue debate about what public safety really means. It's a turning point where as a city, we can acknowledge that law enforcement officers are not always the best professionals to call upon, where a social worker might be better equipped, for example. And in fact, as we painfully know, it can cause more harm than good. I don't think very few people are calling for the actual abolition of the police. This is just a chance to say that we value people's access to health, to housing, and to other social services so much more than we have in the past. I trust in you, and I appreciate you hearing the community's concerns. And I hope that you'll reassess your current budgeting priorities, and I look forward to the difficult but vital work ahead, addressing the demands put forth by Black leaders and fellow allies. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Zankov. More speakers?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Luca Farrell and Maggie Wild. Luca Farrell, please go ahead.
In response to the caller who called to share his emotions in support of our police, I would just like to remind the public and the council members that correlation does not equal causation and that claims require evidence. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Ms. Wild?
Maggie Wild, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say I wasn't originally going to speak, but kind of in echoing the past speaker, I felt like I needed to say something based on the speaker from before. And I just want to say that you can't support the Black Lives Matter movement if you support increasing funding for police departments. And I just grew kind of worrisome seeing you, Kathy, nodding your head to some of the things he was saying, because I am calling for abolition of police. That is something I stand for. And that doesn't mean abolishing all forms of community building. It means redirecting and funding and giving attention to other forms of community building. So as the past person was saying, there are different people that are way more equipped for issues in our community. And we can't be funding the police when they're built on they're built through a racist society of collecting slaves. So I do call to abolish the police, and I do call, I've been here the entire meeting since 2 p.m. and it was upsetting to hear that this wasn't even part of the agenda based from your guys' side of speaking. The community has spoken about it, but we need to hear from the city council what you guys think about funding towards the police and where we can redirect it to help our people of color and Black people in our community who don't feel safe under the presence of the police in how they work currently. And so, yeah, I yield my time.
Thank you. Another speaker?
Madam Mayor, that is all the speakers on this item.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And I see you there ready, Ms. Snedden. I am hoping that someone will make a motion to move these items forward. I think we feel a desire and a passion to say we support these items, vote on them formally, and also that the public needs to hear that from us. So we can make deliberative remarks if we like. I will say that we are taking up deliberations on our budget on the 15th, and that's an evening meeting. And so that would be a time to review, how we would reform budgeting our police department. But I'm just gonna let you go ahead then, Ms. While I look at the schedule, Ms. Snedden, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. Deliberative comments, and then I will make a motion. The first thing I just want to say, and I don't think it has been said by me, is that I'm sorry. I'm sorry to everyone in the community who has to fight so hard to be heard, who has to raise their voices so loud and in such numbers to feel that we will act. And I don't know how else to say but that I'm truly, truly sorry. The March 2 weekends ago, I see that as our elders who are reminding us of what our generation and as parents we face. And then the March this last weekend really hit home and reminded me that our youth are still experiencing racism, overt racism in their lives. And I don't want to be part of the generation that fails another generation again. I know in our generation growing up, we thought the civil rights movement had done what it needed to do and that we were well on our way. And it's a very painful realization that we are still so much in the moment of racism. I will make the motion to direct staff to a resolution to condemn police brutality. And I'm reflecting in that Mr. Jordan's comment that it's not just national police brutality, but just we're condemning police brutality across the board and declaring racism a public health crisis. Directing staff to return July 14th for independent police oversight options. Those are civilian oversight. Directing staff to work with Historic Landmark Commission to protect and preserve Black landmarks. We'd like to direct staff to appropriate $35,000, not through the library, but looking at other options where that can be used to support Juneteenth, and then possibly a separate line item for Black Lives Matter in perpetuity, that we have it as a line item, budget item, to be used as they see fit in supporting these causes. In addition, and if members want to vote on this separately, I would like to make the motion that these are sustained systemic issues. It's going to take sustained systemic response from us to respond. Councilmember Gutierrez, I appreciate your description of the small group that has been working on the resolution and getting that right. That's but one task, and something we've mentioned, all of us in different ways, but I think we do need to agendize a summit, a coming together to look at the deeper changes and conversations, and not just have those conversations and be done, but to set up a system for sustained conversations to keep this moving in perpetuity. This cannot be something where we just meet 4 demands and call it good. We need to set up the structure to continue to look at that, and it's through all of our systems. I think we need anti-bias training across our entire organization. It's not just police department. We're an entire organization that needs to look at this head on. So I would like to have an agendized special meeting or summit, something where we have the leadership from Black Lives Matter at the table, face to face, either in this format where we can be asking questions directly as a council, hearing back and formulating together what that looks like in the future, how we are systemically addressing these issues into the future when we're no longer council members, when it doesn't matter which of us is here or not here, that this is set up in place. And I would like to include that as part of the motion, unless there's an objection and someone wants to vote on that separately, but I would include that to the motion that we agendize a special meeting where this is discussed with leadership from Black Lives Matters, and from that we begin to set up what will be our systemic addressing of these issues. And I believe that could include looking at what defunding of the police means and how we would do that, and what kind of process that would be. It's not something I think we're prepared to look at overnight, but so that would be my addition to the motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
I would like to second that. I actually agree with everything that Ms. Sneddon just said. I've been having conversations with city staff and bringing in outside experts that can educate staff, city council members on these issues that are going to continue. I mean, racism is something that was here way before I was born, and I think now that we are in the seat, we definitely have to take action. I am extremely proud of my community for speaking up. I remember when I was young and loud, and I think a lot of my motives to sit here now was exactly that drive of wanting change, wanting to be heard. So I am extremely proud of my community, and I am in full support in what Ms. Sneddon just said.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, and then Ms. Harmon. We can't hear you. Would you unmute him, please? Ms.
There we go.
Gorman?
Thank you. It wasn't me. Somebody's controlling me from somewhere else. I have no surprise at that. Madam Mayor, I'm also in agreement with all of those motions, including the additional one. Something else I'd just like just to put out as food for thought as this moves forward too. What strikes me is on one hand, what Santa Barbara does do for causes or efforts, and then in something like this case, what we don't do. And the easiest analogy I can make is a extra 2% on the bed tax for environmental purposes. And the situation we're in has largely been, the foundation for it was placed largely on economic gain by others using people of color, whether brown, yellow, or black. And I would suggest that we also think of ways in the future for long-term sustainability on ways that economic vitality or economic gain can play a role in helping mold the future too. And so just as examples, that can be a relocation of financial resources from law enforcement to community well-being. It could be that if you're going to come visit this city, that you're all and have the pleasure of being in this city, you're also going to help us contribute to making this city a better place for all of our community. It could be an incremental sales tax addition. Again, making a statement that Santa Barbara is willing to play in that venue for the betterment of underrepresented people. Once a year or two, we go through, I think that's CBDG process, where we allocate general fund matching dollars to monies we get from the federal government. And there again is an opportunity to level the playing field and address past issues that we're not probably addressing as well as we should. So those will be some of the things that I'm thinking about in addition as we work on what's this going to look like on an ongoing method, what type of ad hoc committee issues should be brought up. But my concern is, again, once we get by the raw emotion of it, that change, in addition to taking commitment, also takes resources. And I think there are ways to generate the resources to help with the change. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo the comments of my colleagues, really appreciate how well they articulated their thoughts. And I only just wanted to go on record, of course, with my strong support for this motion, as well as to take this opportunity really just to center us right now, center this conversation and lift up healing justice, Black Lives, Santa Barbara, as well as the Black women organizers who brought us to this moment. It's their ideas, their work, their mobilization, their bravery. And I think this will be a unanimous vote today, and it's their success and it's to their credit. So I really wanted to make sure that we take a moment to lift them up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please. And then Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to appreciate Crystal and Simone and Courtney and Anna and Jordan and Chelsea, all leaders in our community and leaders of the Black Lives Movement, Santa Barbara, for bringing this to us and awakening us to the needs of the people, and for everyone that's been reaching out to us. I would like to say that I apologize for some of the things that I've said. I hope that you all can understand that some of us aren't at the level of awareness as all of you. So I just ask for a little bit of patience and understanding and the willingness to teach us and educate us about all the things that you feel that we need to be doing for you. And we're here to learn and I've had a lot of great conversations with some of you and meeting you in person at the protests and educating me on some of the issues and subjects that I need to be working on. So I appreciate that. And yeah, I know some of the issues weren't addressed in this meeting, but like I said earlier, this is the beginning and it's not going to stop. We're going to continue going through these issues and devoting the appropriate amount of time and energy to each one of them. So again, we just ask for a little patience, but obviously keep us accountable and keep checking in with us and let us know how we can better serve you. Thank you. Oh, and I support the motion.
Thanks. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to appreciate all of my colleagues. You've all spoken eloquently, and I'll be supporting the motion presented. I do want to say that, when I was 10 years old, I lived in East Berlin and for 6 months. And there was no ability for people to have their voices heard. And I've seen what would happen in that type of country where if you try to speak your piece and speak your mind, your government would actually put you in jail and have other repercussions. And so I really want to, my hats go off to the Black Lives Matter movement and all of you, thousands who have come out because you were able to make your voices heard and you were able to do it peacefully, whereas other communities that didn't happen and that wasn't by accident. I have been reserved in my comments because I am right now about listening to all of you. And there is a time for action that will be coming up in the coming week and weeks with our budget. And so I really want to express how, having lived in another country under another system and what you were able to accomplish here and the way you were able to do it, it speaks volumes to your intentions. And I will be supporting the motions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be voting for the motion, humbled by this experience. I too give credit and thanks and credit to Black Lives Matter, especially as expressed by Crystal Farmer and Simone Baker. When I reflect on the demonstration in the Sunken Gardens last Sunday, I felt like it was the appropriate message and it was an effort to tell people don't go back to sleep, that the killing of George Floyd was horrible. We were there angry, we were there grieving. And they're directing us to take action. I heard be an ally and be teachable. And so I am offering myself as an ally and I'm hoping that I'm teachable. Councilmember Gutierrez and I were talking a couple of days ago about the work we do for Latino youth and our commitment to racial justice. And then we realized that we had not been in touch with or connected to the Black community and that we can do much more. So that's us, as individuals, but the city of Santa Barbara, here's our opportunity. Here's our opportunity to affect real change. We're in a unique position because we have a police department. We have a unique situation and this opportunity to create a new reality for our residents, for our community, for all the people that we're responsible for. We're responsible for the community well-being, and we want a police department that makes everyone feel safe and where everyone really is safe. I'm glad that Councilmember Sneddon, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, added the idea of a summit, because this is going to take a lot of commitment, not just from our city council, but from the entire community. But when I saw thousands of people, not just on Sunday, but the two demonstrations before that one and the ones that were this weekend, it seems to me that people have been transformed, and I know that I have committed to change. And I'm looking forward to the summit so that we can hear experiences about how our police department has been functioning out there in the community, and our staff, and everything that we do as a full service city. And I do recognize the value of realignment and reinvestment. So you take resources and funding that went to one kind of law enforcement or incarceration or programming, and you shift it to mental health programs, behavioral health outreach, working with our houseless residents, and have that discussion of what kind of police services that the community wants. So I'm glad that Ms. Snedden, that you tied that into the summit, that those are the ideas that we would be discussing. So do we need to repeat the motion, Ms. Clerk? It was, Mr. Kalan, you wanted to jump in?
Madam Mayor, I have a question about the summit. I did not hear a date. I may have missed it, but if the council would like us to report in advance of July 14th, I'd like that direction so that the community is aware of it.
I think the July 14th date was for the Civilian Review Board, and that the summit was something of a bigger visioning and community gathering. Ms. Snedden, to that point?
Yes, that is also how I see that these are the immediate actions, these four, and then adding to that the summit for how we're going to address systemically.
And if I might, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, would the motion include Councilmember Jordan's request to get the report out early?
I thought that was part of it, for sure. 2 weeks early, right?
That's what Councilmember Jordan had suggested. That would be fine with us.
That is fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Kalan. We're ready for a roll call vote. Ms. Clerk?
This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous, Ms. Clerk, if you would mark that in the record. Thank you to everyone who participated today. I know it was a long day and our processes can be difficult, and we're grateful for your participation. So our interpreters and our IT people need a break. So we will reschedule the resolution to join Support Local Recovery Coalition, a little bit of, Mr. Friedman, we were going to do some agenda management. Did you have a comment to that?
I do, Madam Mayor. That item is a 10-minute item, and looking at future council agenda items, I have a feeling they're all going to go long, and the representative has been on this whole time. So and it is scheduled. It's a 10-minute item. And it is timely for us to join that coalition because it's related to COVID and funding for federal and state assistance to have Santa Barbara as part of that. So I would like to have
still on the line. I thought he had left.
I believe he still is. I can check with him, and if he's still there, if we could have that item next, I think it makes sense.
We can have the item after the break.
Yes, it's a 10-minute item before five. It's actually scheduled before the 5G item. So if we could have it after the break, I will call him to see if he's still available. And if he's not, then we can reschedule it, if that makes sense.
Okay,
He's
thank
on
you.
the line, Madam Mayor. Mr.
Okay.
Molinax.
We'll take a quick break and we'll come back. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Gorman, are we ready to reconvene the meeting? Mr. Kalan, a matter of order at this point. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. During the break, Mr. Casey let me know that the council's planning to take July 14th off. So we will need to come back on July 21st or earlier if the council wishes. My apologies. I wasn't aware of that until the break.
Right. Some of the council have children in school, and so that was the date of summer break. I know everything's all topsy-turvy because of pandemic. Mr. Casey?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, with your concurrence, I would recommend that we set the firm date for July 21st. There was a commitment from the Attorney's Office to compile the information and get it out to the public ahead of time. I think moving it up to June 30th just doesn't give us enough time to make that happen.
So we will be sure and let the community know, and especially Black Lives Matter, that we'll be taking up the options for the Civilian Review Complaint Board on July 21st. Do I have that right? July 21st. Mr. Kalan, something else?
No, we will still put the materials out ahead of time, as we mentioned.
Great. That gives us more time for review. Thank you so much. So we, at the request of Councilmember Friedman and Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, we will now take item number 12, and then we'll do our 5G item, and then the final thing that we'll act on this evening is the consent calendar. So would you read that into the record, please, Ms. Gorman? Number 12.
Yes, item 12, resolution to join the Support Local Recovery Coalition. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara to join the Support Local Recovery Coalition to advocate for state and federal funding related to COVID-19 economic impacts.
And Mr. David Molinax is here. He's our representative to the California League of Cities. Mr. Four is here in our city administrator's office. Mr. Four, would you kick us off, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm Matt Four. I'm the senior assistant to the city administrator. What you have before you this evening is a resolution for council consideration that would allow the city as an organization, as well as individual council members, to join the Support Local Recovery Coalition. The coalition is a consortium of municipalities and businesses and nonprofits, individual council members from all over the state, whose purpose is to advocate for state and federal funding related to and to mitigate COVID-19 related revenue losses. It is spearheaded by the League of California Cities, of which the city of Santa Barbara is a member. And as Mayor Murillo mentioned, Dave Molinax, our regional representative from the League of Cities, is here. You've heard over and over and over again through our budget presentations, the revenue losses that the city's anticipating. You've also heard the good news, though, that state and federal funding can provide in the airport's presentation, and that the city of Santa Barbara was the recipient of $9.6 million in federal CARES Act funding given to the city through the Federal Aviation Administration. So it's very helpful, but we need more. And so to that end, on May 28th, the Council Committee on Legislation met. They heard a presentation from Mr. Molinax on options and the potential for various sources of state and federal funding, as well as the role that aggregated advocacy can play, and using this Support Local Recovery Coalition and harnessing all of that power can play in helping the city, among others, to receive some of that funding. So the Committee on Legislation, that's comprised of council members Snedden and Harmon with Chair Friedman, voted unanimously to forward this resolution to you for consideration. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Molinax, who can answer your questions or provide additional information.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a pleasure to be here. That was a compelling discussion you had with your community earlier. And I know it's been a long day already, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. For people that do not know, the League of California Cities, we represent all 482 cities in the state. And what we do is a lot of training for public officials and for city staff to make sure that everybody's up to knowledge on the latest laws, the latest dynamics, latest approaches to making our communities the best they can possibly be. And we also engage in a lot of advocacy activities as well, whether when there are bills that are passed from the legislature that impact local government, whether it's taking money away, impacting our revenues, or whether it's impacting our local control, we try to make sure that we advocate to our legislators up there in Sacramento as effectively as possible. And this is another one of those times where together we're going to have to advocate to the governor, the legislature, and to our congressional members on the damage that this COVID-19 emergency has incurred on not only local communities, but on the state. The governor released his budget a few weeks ago, stating that the budget impact for the state is $54 billion, and that he has done a budget that will be required to be voted on by the legislature next week. Now, in that budget, the latest budget, it's a $200 million budget, but the Senate leaders and the governor are discussing right now details. There's $450 to $500 million for COVID-related relief that will go out to local communities if the budget passes. We requested an extra $50 million and a change in the formula on how it's allocated to better help smaller and medium-sized communities. Now, there's going to be kind of a sequencing act over the course of the next few weeks. Now, the legislature, by Constitution, has to vote on the budget next Monday, June 15th. There's a 72-hour, has to be in print, so it'll be pretty much wrapped up by Friday, so it can be in print on Monday. Legislature has to vote on it on the 15th, and the governor will sign it on the 30th. Now, the challenge with the state budget is, because of the COVID incident, that we pushed back tax filings from April 15th to July 15th. So the state will not even have a comprehensive idea on what kind of revenues we're looking at that will be coming in this year until August. So what's going to happen is we're going to pass this budget on the 15th. It'll be signed on the 30th, but there'll be an August or September revise of the budget later in the year, addressing the problems that are existent at that time. Now, also, the Senate, U.S. Senate, there's been a HEROES Act passed by the House. We're hoping for another round of fiscal stimulus. There have been messaging coming out of the Senate, the leadership in Washington, stating that they realize that there is going to be a need for another round of fiscal funding from the federal government targeting state and local governments. So what we're going to have to do is make sure that we're building capacity, and we need to make sure that we're able to lobby the governor, our legislatures, and our congressional members in DC. And in order to do that, we're building a coalition called Support Local Recovery. That is, right now, I sent an email out to all the members, council members, earlier today. You can go look at the coalition right now. We have about 300 members that span labor, business, and community groups that are active in your community, and to make sure that we're communicating effectively to our elected officials at every level, in order that they understand our challenges that we're facing here locally and what we need tools and resources in order to address those challenges. So my request to the city council is for the city of Santa Barbara to join that coalition, for the city council members to join the coalition as elected officials, and for each council member to maybe reach out to one or two organizations in your community to also join the coalition. Again, we have a broad-based and diverse coalition that stretches from, again, labor to business groups all across the state. And again, we all need to make sure that we are working together in a coherent, cohesive fashion and staying engaged and educated on the issue in order to be successful in this endeavor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you so much, Mr. Mullinex. We have attached to our council agenda report a short resolution, very straightforward. Our legislative committee voted for it unanimously. Are there any questions for Mr. Mullinex at this time? Thank you. Ms. Clerk, are there any public speakers for this item?
Mayor and Council, we have one person.
You need to adjust your microphone.
Sorry. Madam Mayor and Council, we do have one person, Kent Epperson, who has raised his hand. I believe he may be here for 5G, but I will call on him briefly and confirm.
Yes,
Kent
I'm here for the
Epperson?
5G.
Very good. We'll come right back to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam
We
Mayor.
close. We close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion, please. Mr. Friedman, Chair of the Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And real briefly, I want to thank you, Mr. Molnix, for hanging with us there and really walking us through this to the Ledge Committee. I think this resolution is important for the reasons stipulated that smaller communities, mid-sized communities like ours need to have the ability to get resources from the federal and state to continue a lot of the functions that we have and a lot of the services and getting those that we were speaking about earlier, because it provides us the ability to keep those services whole in very important parts of our community. So in the course of time, I will move the recommendation to join the Support Local Recovery Coalition, and I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, and a second from Ms. Snedden. Is there any other discussion from our City Council? We'll take a roll call vote, Ms. Clerk.
This is for item 11, a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden for the recommended action. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye, that's unanimous. Mr. Mullinex, we thank you. Thank you for waiting, and we'll move on to we'll close this with thanks and move on to our next item.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Ms. Clerk, would you read this one into the record? It's number 13, please.
Yes, item 13, adoption of ordinance for a license agreement with Verizon Wireless for deregulated wireless installations on city streetlights. Recommendation to council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara. One moment. I heard an echo, I apologize. An ordinance of the city of Santa Barbara approving a license agreement with Verizon Wireless doing business as AirTouch Cellular for deregulated wireless installations on city streetlights, including authorization for site-specific licenses.
Okay. So who is doing our presentation today? I believe it's Mr. Kawan. Oh no, Mr. Hendel, forgive me. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. My name is Adam Hendel, the Principal Engineer in the Public Works Department, and I'm here today to talk to you about a license agreement with Verizon for attaching small cell facilities on streetlights. Next slide, please. So the layout of today's presentation, I'm going to give a brief background on the matter, and then staff should go over staff's recommendation on this subject. And then I'm going to give the council and show the members of the public a few visual examples behind staff's recommendation. And then finally, I'm going to go over a few next steps. So as a matter of background, the City Council last took action on this on March 3rd, where the decision was made to delay for 90 days to better understand the local authority that the city has in relation to wireless facilities. And additional information has been provided by the city attorney. And next, John Doimus is going to join us on the line, and he's going to give us a little bit of context behind the regulatory framework related to small cell facilities. Next slide.
Thank you. Sorry about that, the little technical difficulties. Yes,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, the local governments cannot prohibit the installation of wireless services. One example is local governments cannot regulate the effects of radio frequency. The FCC has clear, as long as it meets the FCC emission standards. One area that local governments can control is the installation of a small wireless facility must comply with local requirements that enforce aesthetic guidelines. This was held up in a recent California Supreme Court case in 2019. In March 2019, the city published aesthetic guidelines for the installation of small wireless facilities. These guidelines follow the law, and the law is that any aesthetic regulations must be objective, they must be reasonable, and they must be non-discriminatory as compared to other type of facilities. And that our guidelines are currently following the standards of the law. So that is the area of control that we do have. I know one of the issues was radio emissions. And as I mentioned before, that's an area that we cannot control as long as these small wireless facilities meet the standards established by the FCC. And yes, these standards go back all the way to the 1990s, but it is the current federal law. And I'll turn it back to Mr. Hendel.
Thank you, Mr. Doimus. So next slide, please. So with that, that regulatory framework or what's within the city's local control, staff's recommending this license agreement to attach small cell facilities or these wireless antennas, attaching them to streetlights because we believe it's a better option than purpose-built poles. We're trying to minimize clutter in our city streets and sidewalks, avoid any view corridor impacts that might result from a standalone pole, and then improve aesthetics and concealment. As Mr. Doimus said, these are elements within our local control, and we believe that streetlight attachments will really help with the concealment. And then the last bullet point is the license agreement it has two key points the way I see it. The first one is relocation at the utilities cost. So this is a major principle in a lot of our utility agreements, which is that they're using the city right of way. And if we have a public project to relocate a streetlight or build a bridge, whatever it is, the utility needs to relocate their small cell facility at their cost. And then the second point, the license agreement for future applications, local ordinance changes would apply to future applications under this master license agreement, as well as if there was a change in federal law as a result of this discussion, then those future applications those rules would apply to. So next slide. So just a little bit on what is a small cell facility? What does it look like? What does it do? So small cells, they're intended to provide additional data capacity and reduce delays. When you combine with the traditional cell tower, combined with these small cell facilities, then you get this optimal network that the carriers need to provide service. And so the FCC rules in the definition of a small cell facility is that the antenna can be no more than 3 cubic feet. So what does that mean? So in this example, the shroud or the cover on top of the antenna can only be 3 feet long and approximately 1 foot in diameter. And then in addition to this, I'll show an additional slide. They're also allowed for some ancillary equipment, which could be attached lower on the pole, or it could be down at ground level. But you can see in this slide that the top of the street light lends itself well to the shroud. Next slide, please. So this is a visual example of something we're trying to avoid. Obviously, this is not in Santa Barbara. There's snow on the ground. And this is a standalone pole on what looks like a wood pole, and there's no concealment on the antenna at the top, no shroud, no cover. This is something we're trying to avoid in attaching the streetlights. Next slide, please. So another reason for staff's preferred attachment is that attaching to existing power poles or telephone poles, it's seen as a barrier to future utility undergrounding projects. The city does have currently a balance in its utility undergrounding program. We'll be planning a project in the future, and anything we can do to not have barriers for those projects ultimately will result in hopefully more success for the utility undergrounding program. When projects like this, if this pole was to be removed, it would likely result in a new city streetlight. And so we're just kind of getting ahead of that game with attaching these facilities to streetlights rather than power poles. Next slide. So this is another visual example here. This is an actual application Public Works staff have. And this is an example of a streetlight and then a carrier's need for a facility near the streetlight. And staff believe that that this shroud that you see on your right hand of your screen could easily be attached to the top of the streetlight. And then there would likely still be some ground equipment, but we can avoid this additional pole in our right of way, which staff believe helps with clutter in the right of way and visual impacts. Next slide. So just to summarize, it's staff's recommendation that these small cell facilities, that streetlights, it's a good place to install these. And so the image on your right is a detail that we've been working on with the carrier, one of the carriers for the shroud on the top of the streetlight and the streetlight pole. There could be, depending on the carrier, some additional equipment on the pole, or it could be on the ground. But this is a good example of a streetlight. Next slide. So next steps. So we're hoping to have council take action on this license agreement to attach facilities to streetlights today. And then the next step is a regulatory ordinance, which will provide for more review and maximize local control. And that's currently in draft form. And that will go through a public process, public input process, and eventually to City Planning Commission, Ordinance Committee, and on to the City Council for approval. And then the last item here I mentioned on the previous slide, working on the details related to the streetlights. And currently it's in Public Works, and we'll be presenting at the Architectural Board of Review and possibly Historic Landmarks to approve those standards. Next slide, please. So with that, I just wanted to conclude, and staff are here to answer any questions. I did want to acknowledge the community's concerns on this matter regarding RF emissions, and just summarize that what's within our local control does include verifying compliance within the emission standards. So the rules that the FCC sets, we can require that the applications include the RF certification report and confirm they're within the federal rules. That wraps up my presentation.
Thanks, Mr. Hendel. It looked like Ms. Harmon came on first and then went away. So should Mr. Jordan go first, or Ms. Harmon, you go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of questions. I really appreciate this presentation, Mr. Hendel. If I'm understanding you correctly, right, maybe I'll put it a different way. So let's just assume for a second, that we were to deny this contract today, I think it sounds like Verizon would still be able to put these facilities in Santa Barbara based on the federal government rules and regulations. Is that correct? Correct.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Herman, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. So that leads to my next question, which is, I guess, for Mr. Doimus or Mr. Kalan, whomever would like to answer. Based on my research, it seems like the federal laws is pretty clear here. So if we were to deny this contract and then refuse to allow companies to install wireless facilities, which I guess would be an option, can you describe what type of litigation would we be facing? Should we expect a lawsuit in that case? And can you describe the costs to that and what that would look like? So we just have a sense of, maybe just play it out a little bit for me. That'd be really helpful.
Sure, I will start, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon. I will start off with at least what are the risks. We do not have to grant them the right to use our facilities to install the smart wireless facilities. They may try to bring litigation saying we have contracts with other service providers and we're denying them the equal access of that. You know, I think it's too early to at least discuss and debate the merit of such a lawsuit. But they would still have the right to use the public right of way to install these facilities, and they would use their own poles. To ban them there would effectively then cause a prohibition citywide. And based on federal law, we would be facing an uphill battle in terms of effectively a de facto ban on these small wireless facilities. So that would be the major concern. In terms of the cost, you know, it could be very costly in terms of litigation fees, attorneys' fees dealing with this issue.
So you think it would be reasonable to anticipate that would be somewhere in the millions easily?
It would be reasonable, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. My final question is also for you, Mr. Doimus. I appreciate that this other ordinance is moving forward simultaneously to do what we can within the scope of the city's authority. What impact, if any, does this contract have on that ordinance? And can you describe the relationship? Maybe it's for whoever wants to answer.
Sure.
What's the relationship between this contract and the action that's being proposed today and that effort that your office has really been engaged in and done a lot of good work in?
Thank you. I'd be happy to answer that question. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, this license agreement gives us the ability to at least regulate the installment on our own facilities, and that's the purpose of this agreement. The contract would also, as Mr. Hendel said in his presentation, have the flexibility that they must follow federal law and also follow any local regulations that we put in place. So this contract also looks forward, and hopefully with that, if it is improved or not improved, that's the council's decision. If it's approved, the companies will be also required to follow the regulations in the ordinance. One of those things potentially could be having a most preferred to least preferred location, and that would be something that these companies would have to consider on any installation of any of our facilities.
Awesome. So even if this contract were to be approved, they would still have to abide by this ordinance that's being developed by your office now?
Yes, they would.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Jordan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I look like I'm jumping around. I realize why I got this office is in dodging the setting sun at this time of day. Mr. Hendel, I have one question for you. There's a reference in the staff report about working on a new streetlight design that will accommodate these facilities. Do our current streetlights not generally accommodate them? And is the expense to design those and replace them where needed our expense or the telecommunication expense?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, to answer your first question, the existing city streetlights can accommodate some small cell facilities. As the industry evolves and there's additional sizes, cabling needs, staff's feeling that our existing streetlights couldn't handle that. And so we're creating a detail to accommodate that future equipment. And then to answer your second point, the condition would be that if a existing pole has to be replaced in order to allow for a small cell facility, that replacement would be at the carrier's cost.
Thank you. And then Mr. Doimus, I just have a question for you. I'm sure you have also seen the emails and comments on references to moratoria, and references to outright bans. And it's kind of difficult to sift through what's real and what's not. So could you talk a little bit about what you've seen and if it is real or not?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. Federal regulations sharply limit local authority to impose a moratorium on telecommunications. The FCC permits state governments to impose temporary ones for natural disasters. There's a United States Code section that addresses that, but only when it's competitively neutral, which it means it must apply to all telecommunication providers when it's necessary to address a local emergency, and it's limited to only those geographic areas affected by that. We don't have the elements to address any of that, and we cannot single out telecommunication providers, small wireless facilities as compared to anything else. And in our case, the local emergency would be staff COVID-19, I think has been the issue where it's been raised on, that there's been such an infliction from staff of having COVID-19 that they are not able to process any applications right now. And so we would use a moratorium because we would just be overloaded. That is not the case. And that's one example where it could be addressed, and that's not it here. So we don't have the elements that would even allow us to even consider that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Most of my questions were asked by my colleagues. The one I have is it gets to from areas that are near sensitive populations such as schools. So is there any within our ordinance, the ordinance that we're developing, should this pass today, would there be the ability to make a buffer around schools? You mentioned that there's preferred and less preferred alternatives, but could we actually create a buffer on certain sensitive populations such as schools?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, there's nothing in the law. The safest approach, and like I said, we are going to roll this out to the public and have public input on this. The safest approach that many cities have used in terms of trying to take as much local control possible is having, most preferred locations and least preferred, and the highest in terms of least preferred would be schools, hospitals, and areas like that. Most preferred would be, maybe by expressways or commercial manufacturing zones far out where there isn't much human habitation in terms of people living there or that. So in terms of an outright ban, no, but we can require telecommunication companies to explain why they need this specific area and scrutinize that. And that's what this ordinance would intend to do.
So conversely, if we didn't approve this today, could they put something close to a school without us having that oversight? Would it be easier for them to put it next to a school, or are there any regulations that would help? Would it make it easier for them to put it near a school or a specific location if we didn't approve this today?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, right now we don't have an ordinance in place to dictate that, and that's what we want to do. This is separate though from the license agreement. This is just whether the council approves or does not approve this item. This is about the installation on our facilities in the public right of way using our streetlights. To address your concern, we need to do that through the ordinance. We don't have anything in the books to address that right now, and that's what we look forward to. This license agreement does not have any effect, as I said to Councilmember Harmon, that they would have to require follow the requirements of the municipal code, and that's what we would intend the companies to follow.
Thank you for that. And I wanted to clarify, I understood the difference, but we need, in order for us to have that oversight to use public infrastructure, we have to take that step today. And my point is it helps us get that step, and now also it'll help us prioritize where we want to put on public infrastructure. So you answered my question.
It helps us. It gives us something, correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had a question, one about the possible litigation that Councilmember Harmon was referring to. Are we still vulnerable to litigation if we're not doing a ban, but we're saying you have to individually apply for a permit for each of those poles that they may install themselves? That's not the same as a ban. So would we still be vulnerable to litigation if that was the route we took?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sender, no. No matter what the situation is, whether if we have a license agreement or we do not, and they want to install any small wireless facility in our public right of way, they still need a permit. So that would not make us vulnerable to that. They still need a permit. There could be an issue of arguing that we have an agreement with another company. Why are we not? Like I said, I don't know the merits of such a thing, but that could be something possible that could be brought forward. But in terms of requiring a permit, we would, regardless of this, we would require it if we have the agreement in place or not. So it makes no difference in terms of that.
Well, we're possibly at a critical mass of stacking on an individual pole where you have a compounding effect of having more than one unit at one pole. So that's an aside. But if we're not saying a ban, but we're saying apply for a permit for each individual pole, then we're not vulnerable to that litigation. Okay.
Correct. They're supposed to do that. They're supposed to do that. Yes.
Okay. And then do you have an idea of the difference in cost for them if they need to put in their own pole versus they can just plunk one on top of our poles?
I don't know if Mr. Hendel would know the answer to that.
Mr. Hendel?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, I don't have exact numbers for you, but I would refer you to the staff report, which makes reference to when a carrier attaches to our streetlight, they pay an annual fee of $270 a year. They would not pay that if they had a standalone pole. So in the case of the staff report, the estimate on that was between $5,400 and $16,000 a year. And then just to elaborate a little bit more, Councilmember Snedden, I think both the carriers and city staff think that attaching to streetlights makes sense. But I think that standalone poles may actually be easier for the carriers.
Okay, and then standalone poles are generally very visible, and the community may, I don't know why I'm echoing, but that's an option, right? I mean, standalone poles, and then they'd be ugly, invisible, and the community would say, what is that, and why do we have it here? I think that's my thinking on that it would be maybe not as easy to put it in. And then I won't make a question of that. Another question then is, so isn't the whole idea to put it where schools are and hospitals are and where connectivity is in high demand? I'm not understanding how this helps. Can we still do a high, most preferred and least preferred if it's standalone poles? Can we not do that kind of prioritizing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, in terms of the ordinance, this would apply to all small wireless facilities, so it wouldn't matter if it was on a street light or a standalone pole. If we do create an ordinance with that mechanism in it, it would apply to any of that. And to address your question on, yes, there could be an argument that hospitals want 5G for connectivity purposes, right? And the purpose is to show that what is in place there is enough to give a good signal and nothing more. And that could be part of the showing of a potential ordinance. And I know it's premature in terms of what's going to be rolled out soon, but I want to make the council aware of that. That's a possibility.
Thank you. And then just one more question. If there is another way to achieve that connectivity that isn't 5G later or isn't some of these higher impact radio frequencies, are we still at risk of liability? If the connectivity is there and it meets the threshold of being able to communicate, Are we still at risk of litigation for not letting it go to extra connectivity? Isn't there?
No, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, we wouldn't be at risk to that. We mandating what type of wireless technology, that's where we could run afoul of federal law, but not, in terms of the ultimate strongest signal possible, that would be splitting hairs. I would find that difficult to really even formulate in the lawsuit for their side, at least, potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, questions from you, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm a little confused. So there's a telecom ordinance that's coming into place that the city attorney's office is putting together as we speak?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, yes, we have a draft that currently city staff is reviewing, and after that we receive input, we want to provide it to all the stakeholders for review, and then, as Mr. Hendel said, bring it before the design board review committees and planning commission, and then before council.
So in the ordinance, that's where we can be specific in saying we don't want it in residential zones. Who's going to be exactly liable if one of these towers break, or let's say like it explodes? Like, is it, the telecommunication companies, or is it the city because it's on city poles? How much of the power they actually are, like the power that they're actually like spreading out to the community, like, do we have control over that? Like, is there a way where they're like exceeding that power, we have control to like turn it off, or is that like these specific questions, would that be in the ordinance and not in the lease agreement?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, the majority of those questions would be in the ordinance, and as I said earlier, our area is limited where we can control in terms of the aesthetic guidelines. To ban in certain neighborhoods or residential, that would open us up to potential liability. The part where this license agreement addresses, though, helps us is in terms of liability and the company's liability in terms of them installing it, and also being responsible for taking those equipment down too. But in terms of most preferred locations, even stronger aesthetic, an appeal process if we don't feel that a wireless facility doesn't meet the FCC standards for radio frequency emissions or doesn't meet our aesthetic guidelines, that would be dictated in the ordinance that we would bring forward.
So I understand because of timely manner, and they can go on and just do the permitting process on their own, and we need to obey by the rules. But it doesn't make sense to me that we don't have a telecommunication ordinance and we're putting it in place, but we have to do this. We have to vote on this license agreement without having this ordinance in place. I'm just a little worried about that. I'm also really worried that not all of the community members understand about what we're voting on today. And again, I go back, and this has nothing to do with you, Mr. Duenas.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you so much for the presentation and your team, but the city as a whole, I don't think we're doing a really good job in communicating the agenda items. I know we're following the rules. They're out in the city website. We give enough time for the public to be aware, but is the public really being communicated in a manner where they understand what issues are that we're bringing up in city council? I think it's not a large population of community members that understand what is going to come into their neighborhoods, and that's my biggest issue. I understand the law. I understand why we need to vote. I understand that. It's just I represent the community, and there's a lot of Spanish speakers out there, moms in particular, that are very concerned. They hear bits and pieces of 5G, and I just think that we have to do better in communicating, not just with the Spanish speakers, but with everybody. because I think what's out in the website is easy to understand for somebody that has a high school diploma, you know, or a college degree, to read and understand some of the vocabulary. So yes, those are my concerns.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, I hear you on that. And one of the things we plan on doing with the ordinance that affects the installation of these citywide is getting as much public input from all stakeholders. And to be fair, that includes citizens that are concerned. Citizens are concerned about the health ramifications. I don't speak for the FCC, and so I understand some concerns with that. You know, the regulations and the emission standards are based from, like I said earlier, 1990. But it's also the wireless companies too, in terms of trying to find a fair ordinance that works and the installation of that. And so we hear you on that.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. I would also add that Verizon that proposed for the license agreement, they're the carrier and the public utility. And in the staff report, there's mention of additional public outreach that they, as these sites get rolled out, are going to be helping with some of that education and some of that public outreach, as they're the ones that are providing that utility service. So I think staff certainly acknowledge your concern related to communicating effectively with the public.
Just recommendation for the outreach. Again, if we can do a community Zoom, I know that we're practicing social distancing, but maybe on a Sunday or Saturday evening when people are available, also, having translators, but it's definitely something that the community is now hearing about, and more people are concerned.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Questions? And I'm sure we have public comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, excuse me. Just one quick follow-up question to Mr. Doimus on the response you gave to Ms. Sneddon's questions about litigation risk. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that there's no litigation risk if we do this on a permit by permit basis, but wouldn't there be litigation risk if we start denying permits? Like, of course, it's fine to give them permits. The litigation risk comes in if we start saying no to permits. So if we go to a permit system, the only value is in our capacity to say no. But if we don't have that capacity, it's not a valuable system, right?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Howard, yes, you're 100% correct on that. And it's not only just, you can't point blank say no, there has to be a reason. And then we have to worry about a shot clock too. We have to act on these applications in a timely fashion. And so that's one aspect. The other aspect, just to put out there, is we do have another company that has a wireless agreement. Just to say no to this one, what would be the basis? Like I said, I don't know the merits of that, but that could be litigation threatened as well, just to give at least council all the options that I could think of.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Oscar Gutierrez, questions before we go to public comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just had a question for staff and whether or not they did any research about how these cell towers would, the implementation of the cell towers would affect property values throughout the city.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, sorry, here I go. No research was done on that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that looks like that's it for questions. Thanks, everybody. That was thorough. I had some of my questions answered. So, public comment, Ms. Clerk. We have 20 people ish. Okay, let's go ahead and start public comment. Thank you.
Very good. Madam Mayor and council and members of the public, if you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand within the app. I know a number of you have so far, but if you're on the line, you haven't raised your hand, you wish to speak on this, please do so. Okay, I will listen number of speakers, then we'll go through them. Katie Mickey, Sean Mortland, Isabel Vasquez, Kimmy Van Dyke, Brianna Hold, Katie Mickey. Please go ahead.
We are on the verge of a protective ordinance for Santa Barbara. A protective ordinance has the potential of regulating the height, the width, and the power of wireless telecom facilities, WTFs. A protective ordinance can transform the WTFs in our city from radiating us with 22,000 watts down to 0.1 watt. That is a huge, huge difference. Signing the deregulation agreement before you today with Verizon before a protective ordinance is in place will forfeit our ability to regulate the potential harms in Verizon's installation in streetlights for the next 20 years. The following is a list of cities who are halting the installation of WTFs in their cities without litigation. Simi Valley, California, and Fairfield County, Connecticut have moratoriums based on COVID-19. Mill Valley, California, Petaluma, California, and Ada County, Idaho have urgency ordinances. Easton, Connecticut has a cease and desist. COVID-19 gives our council the perfect reason for a no vote until a protective ordinance is in place. We've informed you of the many legal arguments that gives you the authority and the responsibility to regulate the telecom industry and how to effectively do that through a well-crafted protective ordinance. There are many serious considerations to 4G enhanced installations that are now popping up in our community due to the deregulation of installations with other telecoms. 4G is the backbone of 5G technology, which will soon follow 4G, which includes 2G and 3G, and it's already harmful. There are over 25,000 scientific peer-reviewed studies substantiated that radio frequency microwave radiation causes serious biological harms, including cancer, DNA damage, compromised immune systems, infertility, anxiety, irritability, headaches, tinnitus, dizziness, nausea, and accelerated aging. Please understand, biological effects also fall under the category of aesthetics. In addition to voice and data transmission for internet text and video streaming, the 5G millimeter waveform is a weapon waveform for the purpose of crowd control and crowd dispersal. The 5G millimeter wave, when deployed, will cause an intense burning sensation on the skin, such that people, whether adults or children, will automatically flee. This system is also capable of surveillance, targeting, perimeter security, point check security, and military security. With the densification and intensification of all this wireless radiation at multiple frequencies, personal injury will occur. Property values adjacent to 4G, 5G wireless installations typically have a 20% devaluation.
Thank you, Ms. Mickey. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your time was up. Thanks.
Next, we have Sean Mortland. Sean Mortland, please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Madam Mayor, thank you and the council for your time. Just to piggyback on what Katie was finishing saying and also answer the council's question regarding property values. Typically, there's a 20% reduction in property values when new small cell wireless facilities go in. That would obviously reduce the amount of tax dollars significantly coming to the city, far above the $270 per pole that would be coming in if we put them on the lights versus requiring Verizon to locate on their own towers. What is often overlooked in the Telecommunications Act is that operation of WTFs falls under the regulatory responsibility of the state and local jurisdictions. In 1996, a year after the Telecommunications Act, TCA, was enacted, Congress removed the FCC's preemption for all WTF operations. This means the city has the authority to regulate the ongoing effective radiated power. So the city does have the authority. Hands are not tied. But as things stand today, Nobody's monitoring the power of radiation of the WTF facilities in the city, whether they're next to the schools, the hospitals, or down the street from my residence, or all around City Hall. The FCC isn't, the California Public Utilities Commission isn't, the telecom companies aren't, or if they are, they're certainly not self-reporting, and the city isn't. This would never be acceptable in other industries such as fracking, oil production, and automobile emissions. Reports from other cities indicate that these facilities are often over the FCC exposure limits. For example, in 2015 in San Diego, the FCC issued fines to T-Mobile for having radiation 3 times the FCC exposure limit. This represents a huge liability to the city, especially when the Verizon wireless license agreements and the Crown Castle and AT&T agreements do not have pollution coverage. They cannot get coverage, even from Lloyd's of London will not touch coverage. Although the Verizon wireless agreement states that the licensee's operation of its wireless installations will comply with all the FCC regulations and rules regarding RF emissions, it's easy to sign up for something like that when nobody's monitoring it. And we've got a simple solution, but it would require language in the new ordinance or in a license agreement such as this. The city could require a city-owned breaker fuse. So when the WTF exceeds the city's power limits, the WTF would be powered down and fees for violations could be assessed. Madam Mayor and council members, I urge you to vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement, and I request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications facilities due to COVID-19. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Isabel Vasquez, then Kimmy Van Dyke, then Brianna Hold, then Leslie Weinstock, then Cassandra Cornish. Isabel Vasquez, please go ahead.
Hello, I am Isabel Vasquez. I am a Santa Barbara resident. This is about Title I and Title II. On paragraph 2 in the staff report, it says the following: the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, has interpreted the Telecommunications Act of 1996 to preempt cities from denying wireless providers access to government-owned structures in the public right-of-way. As a result, the city can merely control the use of its facilities in the public right-of-way, rather than prohibiting wireless providers from using it. As mentioned by your staff, FCC rules and regulations are merely interpretations of law. They're not law itself. The request for cease and desist letter that 5G Free Santa Barbara submitted yesterday lays out the legal foundation of your ability to properly regulate WTFs. To your staff and legal department, please take note, FCC preemption only applies to telecommunication services or voice calls, not information services or data, which is what these Verizon WTFs are designed for. These changes took place in 2015 with the changes to net neutrality rules when the FCC decided to move their information services side of the industry to Title I, which is an unregulated section of the TCA, meaning the local jurisdictions have no obligation to permit these kinds of 4G, 5G, WTF in the city right-of-way. The telecommunication services, voice calls, side of the industry still remains in Title II, and thus have FCC preemption. This means the city is obligated to provide companies voice 911 service where gaps in the voice transmission is lacking. However, the city would want to require a third-party technical gap in service analysis that verifies that a gap in voice service exists before granting the permit. What's interesting is that it only takes 0.1 watt ERP, effective radiated power, to provide 5 bars on a cell phone at half-a mile radius. To put this into perspective, the 4G, 5G WTFs being approved through this agreement required 20,000 watt ERP and 200,000 times more power. I urge you to vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement and requests a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications facilities due to
Thank you.
COVID-19.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Our next speaker is Kimmy Van Dyke. Kimmy Van Dyke, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kimmy Van Dyke with 5G Free Santa Barbara, and I ask that you vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement and request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunication facilities due to COVID-19. I'm here to talk about VHP and how the city can regulate the 4G, 5G wireless telecommunications facilities infrastructure. V is for vertical height, H is for horizontal setbacks from homes, schools, etc. And P stands for power, the maximum effective radiated power in watts. This is what we call VHP. If our locality is not regulating all three parameters for wireless antennas, then it has accomplished absolutely nothing. Regulating these parameters is completely within the city's authority. This is what 5G Free Santa Barbara is recommending by including in the new telecommunications ordinance that's coming around very soon. The 20-year Verizon license agreement does not include any VHP limits and therefore does not protect against the harms of effective radiated power. Localities can easily stay out of the effective prohibition category by passing laws that cap the maximum effective radiated power of so-called small wireless telecom facilities. Antennas at 0.1 watt, which is also known as 100 milliwatts. 100 milliwatts is more than enough power to enable Title II regulated wireless telecommunications service, which is just phone calls. We don't need to cover the data. Furthermore, nothing in the Telecommunications Act limits localities from having the police powers to preserve the quiet enjoyment of streets. Unfettered, effective radiated power from so-called small wireless WTFs result in too much electromagnetic noise on the streets of Santa Barbara. In order to preserve the quiet enjoyment of streets, a locality can pass an ordinance that limits the effective radiated power of WTFs. If you sign the Verizon license agreement, you will be greatly limiting your ability to apply these kinds of protective measures. Do not tie your own hands. Do not approve this agreement. This can be accomplished by adopting a temporary moratorium on all WTF deployments during COVID-19. Given that the chaos in the city with what is going on, the limitations in an open public process during this time, and given that your staff is circulating a draft telecommunications ordinance, which will be released soon, a temporary moratorium is reasonable, understandable, and would allow the city and the community the time it needs to make the new ordinance the best it can be by ensuring that the 20 to 60 new Verizon WTFs are regulated with the full authority it was given through federal, state, and local laws. Thank you very much for voting no.
Thanks, Ms. Van Dyke. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Brianna Held. Brianna Held, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brianna Held, and I am speaking on the topic of shot clocks. Your staff is stating that if you do not approve the agreement, Verizon Wireless can immediately start installing facilities on separate poles due to the 60-day shot clock for approving permits. Shot clocks were designed to force local agencies to accelerate the permitting timeline for placement on new structures or poles. While the telecom industry has done a good job convincing officials that an FCC shot clock exists, it does not. The section that pertains to local jurisdictions does not include shot clocks at all. All FCC shot clocks are inconsistent with the intent of the 1996 Telecommunications Act and therefore is ultra-vires, i.e. outside the law. While there are shot clocks in California enacted in state law, the shot clock referenced by your staff is the supposed 60-day FCC shot clock. The state shot clock is 150 days for new construction and 90 days for modifications. However, this shot clock is very likely to be removed in an anticipated ruling from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in the next few weeks. If I were not mistaken, it seems as if your staff is trying to rush this agreement and perhaps even the telecommunications ordinance prior to this critical court ruling. Perhaps this is because your staff is taking advice from the telecom companies and their lawyers. The telecom companies like shot clocks measures because it effectively removes public hearings, appeals to permit decisions, and circumvents a transparent public process simply because there is, quote, not enough time for that. Your staff is overstating the urgency in approving this agreement. If you do not approve the Verizon wireless agreement, the applications that have been submitted by Verizon will no longer be approvable as streetlight installation and will need to be resubmitted as a new application, at which time the California 90 or 150-day shot clock, if it still remains in effect in July, would take effect. However, the shot clock conundrum can be easily addressed by adopting a temporary COVID-19 moratorium on all WTF permits and deployments until a new telecommunications ordinance is in place. I strongly urge you to vote no on the 20-year Verizon agreement and request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications facilities due to COVID-19. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Leslie Weinstock, then Cassandra Cornish, and Odile Thomas and Miriam Lindbeck. Leslie Weinstock. Leslie Weinstock, please go ahead.
And therefore, new wireless facilities are excessive and unnecessary. Wireless companies cannot skirt environmental review for any eligible facilities request modifications. From our colleagues, December 12, 2019, and other discussions with Federal Communications Commission, FCC, National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, attorneys, Aaron Goldschmidt, Erica Rosenberg, and Paul Diari, we've learned that every new wireless telecom facility, or WTF, must undergo NEPA review, and that wireless telecom facility applications cannot be batched for such purpose. We see no requirement or mention of these facilities going through a NEPA review within the agreement or design guidelines. In the staff report, it says, quote, given the regulatory landscape surrounding small wireless facilities, the city should exert greater control over deployments through this license agreement by incentivizing providers to install facilities on city-owned infrastructure that meets the terms negotiated, end quote. We disagree. Court rulings and clear readings of the Telecommunications Act indicate that the city has much more power than it thinks. Why is the city giving away its own authority to incentivize the deployment of WTFs to a billion-dollar industry? Your design standards in this agreement include 3 pages of provisions that attempt to control the aesthetics of the facilities and minimize their impacts on historic landmarks. Would it be interesting to know that court rulings have clarified that aesthetic consideration can include negative health consequences, from exposure to pulsed data modulated RF radiation? Ironically, at your planning commission meetings, we are being told that health hazards cannot be discussed at the hearings. This points to the importance of a thoughtful public process as we shape the new telecommunications ordinance. Do not pass this 20-year license agreement. By doing so, you are tying your own hands and tying our hands as well. Vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless agreement and request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications facilities.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cassandra Cornish. Cassandra Cornish, please go ahead. Cassandra Cornish, please go ahead. We'll go to the next speaker, who is Odile Thomas. And Odile Thomas, please go ahead.
today. I think everything you have Verizon engaged in a deceitful and fraudulent.
Ms. Thomas, that was a poor connection. Perhaps you can hang up and re-enter the webinar. We can get a better connection. Miriam Lindbeck is next. Miriam Lindbeck, please go ahead.
On the Verizon Wireless Ordinance title page, it states Verizon Wireless is doing business as AirTouch Cellular. Verizon Wireless operates as a DBA because it is not registered in the state of California to do business. AirTouch Cellular, Inc. is a separate California registered corporation. Thus, Verizon Wireless cannot be DBA AirTouch Cellular, Inc. AirTouch Cellular, Inc. is a licensee, and it is a separate corporation, and it needs to provide a list of its board of directors and officers, disclose its assets, liquidity, and financial worthiness to our city. The licensee has also signed this agreement. They are to be the primary insured, not Verizon Wireless, as is stated on the Certificate of General Liability. The licensee must provide all necessary insurance, including a pollution policy, as indemnification for the people, which was not provided by Verizon Wireless. And regarding indemnification on this agreement, it looks to be good for Verizon because it bars indemnification if the city is negligent rather than grossly negligent. And even if Verizon is also negligent, which would most likely be the case if there was a lawsuit. Further, it may require city to fully and finally adjudicate that it was not negligent or else have to defend and indemnify itself. Since the telecom industry is not insurable, it is the responsibility of AirTouch Cellular, Inc. to provide such a policy as a self-insured. Electromagnetic fields are listed as a pollutant under the insurance company pollution exclusion of coverage. The Certificate of General Liability is provided with this agreement in question will not cover EMF RF generated illnesses. The exclusion language from general liability policies of Lloyd's is as follows. The electromagnetic fields exclusion 32, is a general insurance exclusion as applied across the market as standard. The purpose of the exclusion is to exclude illnesses caused by continuous exposure to non-ionizing radiation. Thus, I ask you, why is Santa Barbara City and Public Works Department not requiring proper contractual indemnification and insurance for RFR-related harms, where there is strong scientific and clinical evidence that these health environment harms are actual, foreseeable, and preventable? Who will compensate the victims of RFR-related harms? Every affected person, especially our children, our minorities, the elderly, those with designated disabilities under the ADA and Fair Housing Acts. This is a serious issue that the city must not be left holding. We suggest that you please do not vote yes on this agreement.
Thanks.
Please protect yourself.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kent Epperson. Kent Epperson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kent Epperson. And over the past 3 months, our 5G Free Santa Barbara volunteer team has dedicated thousands of hours doing research, collaborating with other cities, and working with attorneys from around the country. Unfortunately, our attempts to work with Mr. Kalan on an ordinance failed due to his non-responsiveness. Until yesterday, I had not heard back from Mr. Kalan since his April 23rd email, despite follow-up attempts with him and your council. Based on some of your email responses, it seems that the City Council assumed he was collaborating with 5G Free Santa Barbara. But I would not characterize this as a collaboration. While this lack of communication was playing out, your staff moved forward to hire a telecom law firm and draft an ordinance. We only just became aware of that draft has been completed and has been circulated when we read the recent article in the Montecito Journal that Mr. Kalan was quoted in. The article also references a 5G impact study, which we know nothing about. For over 25 years, I've worked for municipalities, transit agencies, and regional planning organizations. And based on my years of experience leading public outreach efforts, this process fails to meet the values of an open public process. For example, despite the fact that our 5G Free Santa Barbara group attended in mass at the December 17th council meeting to alert you to our interest in regulating W2Fs, we only discovered the first reading of the Verizon agreement ordinance a couple hours before the February 25th meeting. None of your staff nor your council informed us that the license agreement was being presented by your staff. Thankfully, we had a second chance to provide vital public input on this matter. And as a result, you put a 90-day pause on the agreement, and for that, we're grateful. At that meeting, the mayor asked Mr. Kalan to collaborate with our group on the telecommunications ordinance. However, only a couple weeks later, COVID-19 sheltered home orders took effect, and soon after, communications broke down. I want to give credit to Adam Hendel for being responsive to my questions about the permitting process. However, he deferred me to Mr. Kalan on the ordinance matter. As has been the case for many others, it has been very challenging during COVID-19 to have meetings with council member staff and the ability to walk into 530 Garden Street face-to-face to have conversations with your staff. I don't mean to criticize Mr. Kalan, as I know he has been incredibly busy with the city's COVID-19 response. That is why we're asking you to adopt a temporary COVID-19 moratorium on all WTF permits, agreements, and construction to give time for a transparent and open public process to allow us to help shape the future of our neighborhoods and city streets, similar to the COVID moratorium adopted by Simi Valley. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Herson. Next speaker.
Our next speakers are Dwayne Bonham, Margaret Hamilton, Jinbar Kedema, Julia Barbosa, and Mariana Cabrera. Dwayne Bonham, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Dwayne Bonham. I'm the RF engineer for Verizon Wireless in charge of the Central Coast of California. And I just wanted to let everyone know that I'm available to answer questions should any of the council people have questions. Wanted to talk a little bit about the need for, this project is a 4G project, not a 5G project. It's being mislabeled a little bit. At this time, we're just building 4G in Santa Barbara. Many of the uses that drive us to have to build these small cells in areas outside the commercial areas are related to safety. In Santa Barbara, we have fire evacuations, we've had mudslide evacuations. We have emergency personnel, emergency service personnel such as ambulances that transmit the data back to the hospital over our 4G network. And we do get a lot of complaints from them about weak areas in much of Santa Barbara. Our hope with this is that there can be a partnership where we can work with the community of Santa Barbara to figure out a design that fits best into the community of Santa Barbara. That's really all I have at this time. If there's any questions afterwards, please feel free to ask me, and I will go ahead and relinquish my time. Thank you.
Did you say your name is Bonham? Did I get that right?
H-A-M.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, I had muted and then unmuted Mr. Bonham, but it's Dwayne Bonham.
Bonham. Mr. Bonham, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, it's Mayor Murillo. We had some concern from a city council member about outreach to the public. Are you doing some advertising, publicizing outreach to let our residents know what you're doing?
When we get specific projects in regards to this, at this time, since this has not been approved, we have no projects that are associated with this agreement. So there would be nothing to discuss.
Oh, okay. Since we have Mr. Bonham on the line, or I guess, are there questions for him right now from my council members? maybe there's a way that Ms. Gorman could keep you on the line if there's questions after this public comment period, Mr. Bonham. Thank you then. Okay,
Thank you.
we'll let him.
I raised my hand.
Okay. Next speaker.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and Mr. Bonham. Mr. Bonham, I will mute you for now, but please raise your hand if you would like to speak. Actually, Mr. Bonham, I will unmute you, but please mute yourself, and then you can unmute yourself if you wish to speak. Okay. Our next speaker, and I apologize.
If he gets, Ms. Gorman, if he gets a question. So
Correct.
Thanks.
Correct. If he gets a question. Next speaker is Margaret Hamilton. Margaret Hamilton, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I wasn't speaking to this, I don't believe, and my hand wasn't raised.
Oh, I apologize.
That's
Then
okay.
Goodbye to you. Our next speaker is Jinbar Kedema, then Julia Barbosa, then Mariana Cabrera, then Maureen Cruzen. Jinbar Kedema, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Murillo and members of the City Council. My name is Ginbar Katema, and I'm with Verizon Wireless. First, I'd like to say I appreciate the additional time that Council has taken to study small cell technology further and the master license agreement before you this evening. Verizon has, in good faith, worked on the agreement with the City Attorney's Office. This agreement will prove to be a win-win for both the Santa Barbara community and for Verizon Wireless. The agreement, certainly encourages a collaborative approach of working together for the long term, notably as it pertains to the design and aesthetics of the small cell facilities. The agreement will allow Verizon to continue to provide and improve wireless services to the benefit of Santa Barbara residents and businesses, some of whom are Verizon customers. Furthermore, wireless technology allows communities to connect to information and the internet where they may otherwise not have that opportunity. I'd like to make one clarification in staff's report. On page 2, third paragraph of the background section, the report states, quote, "These small cell facilities are intended to accommodate a 5th generation cellular network once the antenna technology is deployed," end quote. Small cell facilities are intended to accommodate 4G technology as well, not just 5G. Small cells are not synonymous with 5G, and the term small cell is technology neutral. With me today, I have my colleague, Donna Barrett, Verizon's counsel, who would be available to answer any legal related questions. And lastly, we have an independent third-party RF expert, Mr. Bill Hammett, to answer any RF and health-related questions. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and we do look forward to a partnership with the city and community.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Julia Barbosa, then Mariana Cabrera, then Maureen Cruzen, Paul Gavin, and Ronald Buckley. Julia Barbosa, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for listening and deliberating today. I can imagine it's been a physically and emotionally draining afternoon for all. I'm speaking today to urge you to vote against the 20-year deal with Verizon. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, my husband, and my 4-year-old son. Over the next two decades, more and more data will surface of the harmful effects of this type of technology. Already, thousands of scientific studies have confirmed the biological harms caused by such technology. The city of Santa Barbara should not wish to be caught years from now wanting to withdraw or regretting a poor deal that we would be potentially be making, but hopefully will not be making today. Verizon must know pushback against free reign use of this technology will happen, which is probably why they want to conveniently lock in this suspiciously long-term deal now. But it is not the best course for our city. Right now, more than any other time in our lifetimes, we must care for the future of our community. Let us keep our health and property values, and consequently our tax base, from succumbing to the invasive deployment of these instruments. They are not needed and they are not desired. By saying no to Verizon today, we are saying yes to the resilience of our community. Let us not be caught in the inevitable legal battles that will ensue over time when public backlash happens, when more information surfaces and devalues our properties, our homes, and our businesses, and the status of our wonderfully attractive, world-renowned city. Let us be on the right side of history. Let us not give our power away. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you for waiting so long, Ms. Barbosa, and thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mariana Cabrera. Mariana Cabrera, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mariana Cabrera, a resident of Santa Barbara, and I'm speaking on the behalf of an anonymous resident of Santa Barbara. Honorable City Council members, please listen carefully with your expertise and leadership skills. The request to grant a deregulated 20-year license to a new technology is a request for permission to act without local or national oversight. Before granting such a license, you need a great deal more information from a wider variety of sources than has been provided in a few short meetings by Verizon itself, which has a great financial interest in getting the license agreement voted in. Without adequate information needed to truly make an informed decision, it is always prudent and advisable to wait. The wise leadership choice in this vote is no, and vote on a moratorium until you have a more complete understanding of the implications of a deregulated 20-year license for any industry. Consider that drivers, after passing written and driving exams, receive a 4-year license regulated by traffic signs, speed limits, and driving records, and enforced by police officers. Our driving privileges can be revoked at any time for major infractions. Now, consider a 20-year deregulated license with no enforcement and immunity from prosecution. A single driver could cause harm to dozens of people. This technology has been scientifically shown to cause harm not only to a populace, but also to all forms of life and our human habitat. Granting the telecommunications industry a 20-year deregulated license under these conditions is tantamount to giving drunk drivers a license to drive under the influence at all times without the ability to revoke their driving privileges. At this monumentous time in human history, it is imperative that you, as our elected representatives, use caution to slow the process by voting no and put in a moratorium until you can make a truly informed decision. We request you vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement and request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications facilities due to COVID-19. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Maureen Prusen, then Paul Gavin, Ronald Buckley, Sophia Triest, Stephen Americaner, Cassandra Cornish, Anne O'Deal Thomas, and Paul Vishal Sanders. Maureen Prusen, please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Maureen Prusen, and I'm a municipal engagement partner for Verizon Wireless. I'd first like to say that I and my colleagues here with me support the decision council made to rearrange the agenda and prioritize hearing from the community, speaking in support of demands made by Black Lives Matter. I'm here this evening with my colleagues to give you some background on why we're seeking a master license agreement with the city of Santa Barbara. You've already heard from Ginbar Ketema, who negotiated the master license agreement, and she did mention that we have brought along an independent expert, Bill Hammett, who is an independent engineer from Hammett & Edison, to speak about RF emissions, if you have questions about that. So why do we want to install small cells in the city of Santa Barbara? Small cells are needed because our lifestyles demand them. Nearly 90% of the people in this country have a smartphone. As of 2017, 57% of households were wireless only. That number is surely even higher now. Those of us who make up that 57% have no landline, and we rely on strong wireless service for personal, business, and emergency communications. Many households don't have a broadband connection in the home and rely solely on their smartphone to access the internet. Of the approximately 240 million 911 calls made in this country each year, 80% are made from a mobile phone. Wireless networks are just as or more important in cities like Santa Barbara that are heavily reliant on the tourist industry. Travelers away from home use their phones to communicate with one another, to look up restaurants and attractions, and to navigate from one unfamiliar place to another. This device in everyone's pocket is essential. It's our window to the world and all of its information. And that is even more true in recent months in the time of COVID, when so many of us have been working and schooling from home. Lastly, hearing so many of the earlier callers tell their stories reminds me that I, like many of you, have over the last couple of weeks watched countless clips of raw video and mobile live streams. And I think it's important to point out that that type of real-time documentation is only possible because of the existence of cell phones and the networks they're connected to. Without the network, cell phones are little more than sleek paperweights. I thank you for your time today. I will yield my time, and my colleagues are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Paul Gavin. Paul Gavin, please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Maria, for the time. I test and affirm the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. You all get awards for patience today, for hanging in there all day. However, we only see the image of Mayor Murillo, so we have no way of singing or verifying if the other council members are paying careful attention. We certainly hope they are. We are witnessing tonight a failure of video conference city council meetings. You are actively stealing from the residents their rights to address their grievances to their government face to face. Have we seen any faces of residents tonight? Why, we haven't. So that was a simple configuration choice, but a fatal one for tonight's vote. The vote could easily be set aside as a result. What you really need to do is you need to do a simple needs test before you enter any master licensing agreement. We have a 2005 decision. It is T-Mobile versus San Francisco. It sets up that they only get to put in a wireless telecommunications facility if there is an actual significant gap in telecommunications coverage. You have no knowledge of that, and it's very easy to get. At no cost to the city, you can order up every 6 months a drive test, simply done, and you will know for every carrier and every frequency exactly what their signal strengths are to make perfect decisions with data in the public record, whether or not any new pole is needed. None needs to be built if there is no need. That's not in any of your discussions. It needs to be right away. Now, there clearly has not been equal time and discussion with the natural persons, your residents, and the artificial persons, the multi-billion-dollar telecom companies who seem to have lots of access to your staff. Somehow they get stiff-armed by your staff, including your attorneys. See, your problem is you're not fully informed. I strongly recommend that you vote against this one-sided 20-year master license agreement with whomever you think you're doing business. You have no idea. That's a shell company ready to go bankrupt the minute there's a claim. Watch out. You really need to do your hard work. Look at the work of attorney Mark Pollock, who stymied the Newport Beach City Council just 2 days ago when they were a joint venture partner with a wireless company, just like you're trying to be, on appeal. He's an insurance expert. You'll see his video at scientistforwiretech.com/thisworks. Well, we heard from Mr. Bonham from Big Red. He said it's just a 4G project, but you don't understand. Once Big Red gets access to the poles, they have total freedom to do whatever they want in future years. Without proper regulation of vertical, horizontal power locally, it's easy for them to proceed with whatever they want. Was this ever the intent of the 1996 Telecommunications Act? No. They strictly said in the conference report, we do not envision 50-foot towers in residential districts, yet here you are, rubber stamping them on poles that you own. You're taking on the liability. You don't need to do that. I would stop.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ronald Buckley, then Sophia Trest, Stephen Merrick-Connor, Cassandra Cornish, Anna O'Deal Thomas, and Paul Vishal Sanders. Ronald Buckley, please go ahead.
I'm muted. How do I unmute?
You're good to go. You're
Thank you.
unmuted.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Ron Buckley, a city resident since 1971. Move to your screen, please. I have a light pole 100 feet from my house, so I have a concern about this. And a couple months ago, I was clueless about what 5G was. So I started to educate myself, and the fellow who just preceded me, Paul McEvan, has a website called mystreetmychoice.com. I challenge you folks to go to mystreetmychoice.com and just read a little bit about it. Because a couple things I found out was simply that 5G is not just a souped up 4G. It's equivalent of a hand grenade to a small nuclear bomb. The energy and the way that's delivered is entirely different than what you're getting on for your cell phone. So consider that and educate yourself more, please. And the idea of the small tower sounds like, oh, it's a little thing, like your router in your home, or you go to McDonald's and you got your wireless working. It's not. They're going to use the same equipment in these small towers that they use in the big ones, and they're going to radiate the heck out of the town. So, educate yourself, please. What I would recommend, if you don't vote no on this, is you postpone the vote again, so you can become more educated about what's going on here, as I have in the last few months. And finally, you've got the Verizon people on what I thought was on the 5G free Santa Barbara time. Is that proper? This didn't seem like they're going to have Verizon people where you're getting public input. They're not public. They're the company. They're the company that benefits from installing this stuff. And finally, Mr. Ballman said it's only 4G. This is a 20-year contract. Come on, you know it's going to go from 4G to 5G to 6G or whatever else they come up with. I think that's it. The liability issue has been covered, but the city's going to be holding the bag on this. If I get cancer from that tower 20 feet, 100 feet from my home, and I'm able to sue, Verizon's not going to hold the bag. You folks are. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sophia Triest. Sophia. She may no longer be on the call. We can check back with her. Cassandra Cornish. Cassandra Cornish, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. We were having a hard time last time. I apologize. Hi, Madam Mayor and City Council. I am a resident and homeowner here in Santa Barbara, and I'm here to talk about the FTTP fiber optics to the premises versus wireless. FTTP is a far better solution for broadband data and internet access than wireless transmissions, which expose Santa Barbara residents to negative health consequences from exposures to pulsed, data modulated, radio frequency electromagnetic, microwave radiation. 5G is marked as the next best thing since sliced bread, lightning speed downloads, streaming, etc. But this is being overpromised. Wireless broadband is hackable and much less stable and significantly slower than fiber optics. What many people do not understand is that the proposed 5G network relies heavily on the foundation of existing fiber optic networks. What we are proposing is that if companies wish to offer broadband data service to its customers, it can use existing fiber optics network, and where necessary, can install additional fiber optic networks. The key is that if they install fiber optics, the city must specify that the new fiber optics be shared with other companies to promote competition and equal access. Ironically, phone service customers have been paying $7 monthly, a $7 monthly fee for a fiber optic network. Unfortunately, they misappropriated those funds to finance their own private wireless networks, leaving us without the fiber optic network that we all paid for. A recent lawsuit called this out as a major money laundering scheme by the telecoms. If this city could slow down this WTF deployment process, creative solutions such as FTTP could be developed, making Santa Barbara a healthy, high-tech sanctuary that could attract innovation to our city. Please please vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement. I request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications due to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ann Odile Thomas. Ann Odile Thomas, please go ahead. Ann Odile Thomas, please go ahead. Okay, we can come back. Next speaker is Paul Vishal Slitters. Paul Vishal Slitters, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Mayor Cathy, council members. I don't know if the council members are on the phone. I can't see them. I find this very distressing, the way this is being done. I don't think it's fair that we're doing it this way. I think the COVID thing has gone bonkers, and then we can't actually meet in person. I'm sure we could figure out a way to have an audience with our council members. You've been hired, or you're in the position to listen to the people. I think, Cathy, I can't believe your job. Honestly, I appreciate you sitting there for hours upon hours. That must be very difficult, listening to sound bites from a lot of different people. So I'd like to give you a break, take a deep breath, relax. I know, I can understand that you're in a position where you're listening to a lot of people. And my colleagues with the 5G movement in Santa Barbara, they're providing with you a lot of information. I'm an acupuncturist, primary care provider in Santa Barbara, and I will tell you firsthand that RF frequencies cause problems as far as being exposed to high levels of energy, like radiated energy, radio frequency energy, magnified at high levels like the 5 millimeter wave, is very dangerous to cellular health of the human being. And I know, there's plenty of research, but if you don't go and look for it, it's not going to suddenly hit you in the face. But it's there. So you could look it up yourself. There's peer-reviewed studies around this topic. So I invite you to look at that. The wireless companies, I'm very surprised that they get to speak for a long period of time and give you a slideshow. Well, I could give you a slideshow, Cathy. I'd love to give you a slideshow around the health effects around this kind of frequency and how it's this lower level frequency is used as a military weapon, sonic weapon, RF frequency weapons. This is not new. And I'm not saying they're trying to, it's not like necessarily a weapon in the street that's being employed, but it's dangerous to people's health. That's what I will tell you. I know this for a fact. I also have a problem with the fact that obviously there's contracts going on now. I've seen hundreds upon hundreds of small wireless facilities being put up all over the city, all sorts of different construction projects. So I would like someone to be held to account for this. And I do appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Scott Walker, then Suzanne Obando, then Luca Farrell, then Leah Diamond, then Juliette Lefebvre. Scott Walker, please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your time. You feel that thing beating in your chest? What's making that heart beat? Electricity? Do you feel the river of water inside your body? The blood pumping through your veins? We are not doctors or microbiologists, but it doesn't take a neurosurgeon to realize that we are free energy beings that create electric magnetic fields. Some in the scientific community call it an aura or an energy field. What will high frequency, small millimeter wave, 24/7 exposure do to our immunity? Did you know that the human body creates a resonance frequency of 5 hertz? Did you know that Earth emits a frequency of 7.83 hertz? It even has a name, the Schumann resonance. Why are we doing this? Why now? What is the rush? Why is the two most important things in our society being discussed in one day? Do you remember where Earth Day was founded? Right here. If Ira Einhorn, the founder of Earth Day, was still alive, do you think he would be happy our government officials were talking about how to make a street pole look pretty? How to dress it up? Think of our children and their ability to have clean, radiation-free air. The Verizon reps that spoke earlier, they cloak this in the need for safety, communication improvement. Now is the time to be skeptical of narratives cloaked in altruism. There have been zero third-party testing proving this is safe. Remember when doctors were promoting smoking cigarettes? There have been two massive movements in one day, and I repeat that. So we need to educate ourselves why. You need to go, okay, this message is going to be for the people listening, for the thousands of people listening out there. Educate yourself. Go on YouTube, look up the 5G Trojan horse. You want to see how the FCC works in action and how we even got to this point? Go online, type in the 5G Trojan horse. It's an in-depth education of why we are here and why we are talking about this today and what this future tech is meant to do. We must educate ourselves before we allow this 24/7 radiation cellular exposure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Gorman.
Next speaker is Susanna Bondo, then Luca Farrell, then Leah Diamond, then Juliet Lefebvre, then Karatova. Susanna Bondo, please go ahead.
Hello, you guys can hear me? All right. I'm here to express concern about the promotion of 5G and COVID-19 conspiracy that can be very harmful to our public. Allowing the baseless conspiracy to regulate our city's decision is very problematic in and of itself, considering and inconsiderate of our public safety. I should add that many conspiracies have racist origins, from Rothschild to the Cabal conspiracies to this matter. A lot of the harmful stories coming from a movie called Plandemic that has been debunked, which only serves to promote a false narrative during an actual pandemic. Many of the 5G tales can be connected to alt-right groups and eco-fascist ideology. I posted in our local 5G group debunking and connecting the conspiracies to racist ideology, only to receive eco-fascism and a erasure of systemic oppression. Here's the response I actually received. Nice written article. We, white and brown and black, have all been slaves of the powers that were. We're being freed by the Earth Alliance, in which the Trump is the spokesperson and the sovereign leader. According to reincarnation taken out of the Bible, we have all been black and white and red and yellow. Through the thousands of times we've been here, now things are coming to the end of the cycle. I do understand protecting the land and corporations overreaching is essential and necessary. But I implore you, if you're going to combat corporations abusing their power, do so in a manner that does not promote racist and mythological theories. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Luca Farrell, then Leah Diamond, Juliet Lefebvre, Kara Karatova, and Donna Barrett. Luca Farrell, please go ahead.
Hi, I'd like to express concern about many of the arguments that have been brought to you this evening. Many people have called in to express their feelings and health concerns in relation to 5G, with dramatic fear-inducing language about radiation, about how superficially similar technology is used in weapons and therefore makes 5G inherently dangerous, about COVID's connection to radio waves or other scary technical sounding jargon. While I understand that residents may feel scared by what they are reading in viral articles about the topic, I urge you to please personally look into the validity of all sources that callers have cited before taking them at face value. There is no connection between 5G and COVID. Much of the mentioned research about other health issues has come from mice trials that are inconclusive in regards to human effects or otherwise misrepresented, and to suggest otherwise is dangerous misinformation and demonstrates profound scientific illiteracy. I'm sure many self-proclaimed experts will continue to call in to read their carefully selected excerpts from this article or that, but representatives cannot concede to the narratives of reactionary groups that are closely aligned with other dangerously anti-science conspiracy movements like the anti-vaccination community and so-called COVID truthers. 5G is an inevitable step forward technologically, as was 3G, as was 4G, as I'm sure will be 6G and onward. People are scared, just as they were of these previous cell generations and just as they were of Y2K, but you have a responsibility as a city official to do your homework and do it carefully. If you do vote to oppose moving forward with 5G, I implore you to do so responsibly by carefully specifying the city's reasons as connected to opposing corporate overreach of entities such as Verizon, and to not actively nor passively perpetuate dangerous myths on our active pandemic. Acupuncturist is not the same as epidemiologist. Emotional rambles about auras and the rivers within are not an acceptable stand-in for expert testimony. Just because our excitable local New Age community are the only ones with the energy to still be on this late and long call does not mean they are correct. And again, I remind you and our public that correlation does not equal causation and that claims require sources, reliable, vetted sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Leah Diamond. Leah Diamond, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Yeah? Yeah?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I've been a resident of Santa Barbara for over 30 years. I urge you to vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement for many health reasons. I request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications. I'm representing the seniors in this town. Thank you, and I will yield my time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Juliet Lefebvre, then Kara Karatova, Donna Barrett, Eric Frederici, Sophia Triest, and Odile Thomas. Juliet Lefebvre, please go ahead.
Yes, hi. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, ma'am.
First, I'd like to express my gratitude for you sticking around to hear all the voices all day. I've been on since 2 o'clock. And I want to say regarding this item to vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement and to request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunication facilities due to COVID-19. I also wish to just urge you to really dive in, whether it's the issue of Black Lives Matter or the issue of what technologies we bring into our communities. These decisions need to be made not from a financial gain perspective, nor from some kind of anything else except dive into your human heart, really connect with the human being within you, the child within you, as well as in all the areas. We have to learn our history and we have to learn everything we need to know about the technology and really be wise about what we are actually bringing to ourselves, to our children, our grandchildren, great-grandchildren. It's not about us at this point. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thanks, ma'am. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Kara Karatova. Karakova, I apologize. Please go ahead. Kara Karakova, please go ahead. We will come back. Donna Barrett. Donna Barrett, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Donna Barrett, and I am in-house counsel for Verizon. I have made a few notes just based on some of the things that I've heard, and I thought that I would take this opportunity to clarify a few points. First, we have two separate matters here. The first matter is the agreement, which is being considered today. That agreement merely allows equal access to city poles. The city of Santa Barbara already entered an agreement with AT&T, and as mentioned by one of your other constituents, has already been deploying copious amounts of small cells in the city. That's a competitive advantage over Verizon, which does not yet have an MLA ordinance and is not yet able to deploy its facilities in the city. The second issue is the ordinance. The ordinance controls the time, place, and manner in which we can install those facilities. And that is the appropriate and correct place to put all of these concerns that have been voiced about all of these other issues outside of whether or not the city is willing to lease Verizon space on its poles. If the city chooses not to lease space on its poles, then Verizon will have no choice to deploy its own purpose-built poles as mandated by state and federal law. CPUC 7901 gives telecommunications companies the right to access the right-of-way for telecommunication services. Federal law also supports the deployment of wireless facilities on municipal assets. I also heard somebody mention a reference to a property value study. I'd be very interested in getting the citation to that because I am personally not aware of any studies into property values that have been conducted. As a matter of fact, the only thing that I am aware of is with regard to property values and wireless facilities is that the overwhelming majority of people who are looking for a home take into consideration the wireless access that they have at their place of residence. Next, there are two FCC shot clocks. One is applicable to small cells and a completely different one is applicable to non-small facilities, also known as macros. I just wanted to raise that issue because I heard some of the other speakers conflating the two. I only have 30 seconds left, so I just want to point out that AirTouch is doing business as Verizon and not the other way around. There's a mistype in the agenda. AirTouch is registered as a business, it's insured, and it is completely legal. Finally, given the COVID pandemic right now and the exponential increase in demand for wireless service, the deployment of small cells is more imperative now than ever.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Eric Frederici.
Yeah,
Please
hello.
go ahead.
Going in a second when I shut the door here. Kids going to bed. First, I want to make it very clear to Mayor Murillo and others in this meeting that I am speaking independently of any groups or my past or current employers. It is also astonishing to me that 3 so far representatives from Verizon would be allowed to voice their opinion during a quote unquote public comment period. Just wanted to mention that. I urge you all to vote no on the Verizon license agreement as the technology presented by Verizon or any cell carrier and their subcontractors or other DBAs is going to be highly detrimental to the human physical structure and mental capacity. The FCC has been known to sell out to major telecom companies, so their interests must be weighed against the potential public health issues. Did you know that the current FCC chair formerly held a position of Associate General Counsel at Verizon Communications Incorporated? Please let that sink in for a second. Also, how do we know the bill is not being paid or going to be paid or have a deal worked with Verizon now or in the future? Take a look at h-e.com. He's a telecom service engineer. Density, distance, duration. Density is the power at which these potential wireless installations will be operated with. Because of the characteristics of millimeter wave and other existing frequencies in use and their need to penetrate through walls, windows, chimneys, trees, shrubs, etc., the transmission power will likely be higher than healthy for humans and animals in close proximity in our own homes. Distance in short lengths is key factor to making the millimeter wave frequencies functional because inherently they cannot travel far or through objects very well. This does not bode well for technology viable service infrastructure as it is, let alone the untested negative health effects of having transceivers in very frequent close proximity to our homes and places of work. Duration of these frequencies will prove to be substantially negative over a long term because the wavelengths are so close to the size of sweat glands that a human body will essentially be in a nonstop microwave oven with nowhere to escape. If these devices are installed on street lamps across the city, what if someone followed you around with a microwave oven in close proximity to your head all day, every day? All populations are sensitive to this pending technology and existing cell technologies. The community should be in the know prior to any wireless technology rollouts now and in the future. If you do approve the ordinance, please make sure the city itself reviews the RF exposure and other safety studies first and foremost before all else. I urge you to not favor the financial impacts over health of your region's residents. Please vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Gorman, how many people are left with their hands raised, please?
Madam Mayor, let me count. 8.
Okay, and let's make that the 8th person is the final speaker. And it's getting late, and I'm happy to hear everybody. We do this when we're in chambers too. We say, okay, we're not taking any more speaker slips. So we'll need to get to the deliberations of this issue. Thank you, Ms. Gorman.
Very good. Next is Ann O'Deal Thomas.
I think she already spoke. Is that right?
She did. She had connection problems, so she's connecting.
Oh,
first.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Nobody else, but we didn't hear what she actually had to say. Ann O'Deal Thomas, please go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Dear Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, listen to your community. They are not speaking in support of Verizon today. I am also troubled that Verizon has given the floor to answer council member questions, yet none of our community members are. This reflects a lack of equity and fairness in this process. Today, I wanted to share with you how Verizon has engaged in a deceitful and fraudulent campaign of disinformation with our local community. Verizon's Executive Director for External Affairs, Randall Hernandez, imagine he has been holding similar language with the city council members and city staff. Verizon uses the pandemic as an excuse to promote that technology as a means to support remote learning and working, telehealth, and so forth, when in fact the fiber optic network would be a much more effective, safer, faster, and energy-efficient way to achieve the same goal. Fiber optic would also make access to full connectivity to all social groups within our community, especially our Latino community who might not be able to afford it otherwise. We encourage the city council members to pause all development of wireless telecommunication facilities while we face great challenges from the coronavirus and protests related to social concerns. Mr. Hernandez also claims they only seek to expand the 4G network. Never mind that his job description is, quote, to drive advanced 5G technology networks across the region. What he failed to explain is that they are putting in 4G and 4G enhanced networks. On your cell phone at the top left, maybe right, you will see 4G LTE. LTE means long-term evolution. Now they're putting in 4G LTE advanced, which is what they're calling enhancements. These enhancements are changing the modulation characteristics. The data-packed pulse modulated frequencies are what cause biological harm. These enhancements prepare for the installation of 5G itself because 5G cannot work without 4G. This will especially affect the well-being of our local children when small cell facilities are installed next to our local schools. Verizon went as far as sending out text messages directly to local Verizon customers last week, asking them for support to expand the wireless network and the build-out of small cells in Santa Barbara. None of those customers have been informed of what their email is truly supporting, nor the consequences for themselves and the community. Mr. Hernandez also references the organization CTIA in an effort to discredit any argument against wireless telecommunication facilities. What he fails to mention is that CTIA works as a lobbying organization, and their information is carefully drafted to support industry goals and ignore all independent scientific research that discredit their claims. Please vote no on the license agreement, and I urge you to establish a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunication facilities due to COVID-19. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Connie Stomper. Connie Stomper, please go ahead. Connie Stomper, please go ahead. We'll go to our next member of the public, Howard Green. After Howard Green, it's Judy Davis, Christina Hammond, Kara Karakova, William Hammett, and Jack Reed. Howard Green, please go ahead.
Hello again. You guys have been at this for almost 12 hours. In 1 minute, it will be the time you started this morning. So it's like a binge session watching. Small note for Mr. Jordan. The Google search that I did had a lot of good stuff for a bibliography. I would encourage you to do that to get a head start. There's also something in the Independent, I think, online or in Thursday's paper. On the current topic, I believe there are 3 or 4 or maybe even 5 potential wireless carriers. I understand just now that AT&T already has that capability. What about T-Mobile? And what about a possible entrant of Google? My computer experience tells me that wired is always better than wireless. You have on your routers in your home, both wireless and Cat5. The Cat5 operates much faster than the wireless. So the person who raised the question about fiber optics really was on the mark. I understand better the DBA issue now, that AirTouch is supposedly representing and serving as a carrier, a facilitator for Verizon. My opinion is that you all should vote no because you don't have the ordinance. I didn't understand the logic why you should act today if the ordinance is still being prepared. And I think that's a perfect reason to have face-to-face debate. 2 weeks, 2 months, we're going to be out of this virtual. In my last moments, I'd like to again reiterate what several other people have said that I said this morning. It's very possible with the technology you're using to have 12 people up on the screen where you are now, Kathy, Madam Mayor. The PowerPoint that's being used for the speaker timer takes half the screen. That's crazy. It could be in a corner. And I'd really like to talk to Matt Four about his slide operation, the screen sizes and things like that. But hang in there. We're almost through tonight and we love you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Green. My understanding is GoToWebinar works with our internal system. So thanks for your suggestion, however. Ms. Clerk?
Our next speakers are Judy Davis, then Christina Hammond, Kara Karakova, William Hammett, and our last speaker is Jack Reed. Judy Davis. Judy Davis, I do not see your name. Christina Hammond. Christina Hammond, please go ahead. Christina Hammond, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Mine will be brief. Madam Mayor, I just want to implore you to vote no on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement. And secondly, I request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunication facilities due to COVID-19. Just like these doctors that say that smoking was okay for us years and years ago, and now hundreds of thousands of people that die of lung cancer and other diseases, we don't know the catastrophic effects this is going to have on our communities, our health, our elders, our children. And I just don't think you want this as part of your legacy. And I implore you to think long and hard about this and vote with your conscience when making these decisions. It's vital. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kara Karakova, then William Hammett, then Jack Reed. Kara Karakova, please go ahead.
Can you hear me this time? Okay, great. Thank you. To answer City Council member Oscar Gutierrez's question, do wireless telecommunication facilities impact a property's desirability? Well, a survey initiated in 2014 by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy, completed by 1,000 respondents, sought to determine if nearby wireless antennas placed on top or even on the side of a building would impact a home buyer's or renter's interest in a real estate property. The overwhelming majority of respondents, 94%, reported that cell towers and antennas in a neighborhood or on a building would certainly impact interest in the property and the price they would be willing to pay for it. The 79% said under no circumstances would they ever purchase or rent a property within a few blocks or of a cell tower or antenna. The Institute was curious if respondents had previous experience with physical or cognitive effects of wireless radiation, or if their concern about neighborhood antennas was unrelated to personal experience with the radiation. Of the 1,000 respondents, 57% had previously experienced cognitive effects from radiation emitted by a cell tower, cell phone, wireless router, portable phone, utility smart meter, or neighborhood antenna. The conclusion of this study found buyers would pay as much as 20% less for property with a wireless facility nearby. So the lower property values will result in lower property taxes, which could be a huge financial liability for the city, while Verizon will make massive profits at a huge cost to our residents and the city of Santa Barbara. I ask that you vote no on this, please. Thank you.
You're welcome and thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, next speaker is Connie Stomper. Connie Stomper, please go ahead.
Connie, please mute your other thing. Okay, go ahead. Can you guys hear her?
Okay, I'm talking. Okay, hello. Hi, I waited 7 hours to make this comment because I believe this is such an important issue. I was touched, Mayor Murillo, when you said to the Black Lives Matter people and to the community of Santa Barbara that you wanted everyone to feel safe and to be safe. And I hope that that same compassion will guide your decision about this vote about the Verizon contract. Having already experienced negative effects of 5G and small cell towers when I've traveled, such that I was almost non-functional until I got some devices that were helpful in terms of blocking the radiation. I did the research and the science shows severe harm in every study that I've looked at. I'm not just somebody that's a new age person that believes in this. I was trained at Columbia University as a researcher for my master's and doctorate, and I can read and evaluate studies. I know that 5G is not safe, and I do not feel safe in this town if this resolution is passed. In addition, there are multiple concerns that I have about 5G being used for surveillance. As been pointed out, that many places have halted installation for a variety of reasons, and I hope that this city council will take that empowerment to themselves. There are safe alternatives such as wired fiber optic cables, and this is what customers have paid for, and the industry is the one that diverted the funds for their wireless programs. We could have a safe, efficient way of doing without the harm of radiation. I hope you'll take these things into consideration. I appreciate your patience as ours in dealing with this issue at such a late hour. I appreciate all of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thanks, Connie. Bye. Good job.
Our next speaker is William Hammett and then Jack Reed. William Hammett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Bill Hammett. I'm a professional engineer in the state of California. I manage a firm of 18 located up in the San Francisco Bay Area. And a regular part of our professional practice is the calculation and measurement of radio frequency exposure conditions. This has been my principal focus for 35 years. In that time, I've done more than 20,000 site evaluations. McGraw-Hill smoke on this topic. As engineers, our job is really straightforward. What are the exposure levels and how do they compare to the standards? Since we just in fact, we work across the field, consulting with wireless carriers, broadcast stations, cities and counties, and private landlords. It's been a lot of information tonight, a lot of misinformation. And I'm going to take the few moments I have to hit three topics, if I may. The first one is spectrum. The whole electromagnetic spectrum runs from the gigahertz that comes out of the wall socket through radio frequencies. Above radio frequencies, you get into infrared. Above infrared is light. Above light is ultraviolet and X-rays. Those are ionizing energy. The wavelength is so short into molecules goes from rough electron. That's called ionization. So I want to point out that what the carriers are using, Verizon and the other carriers, is not ionizing energy. It's not even light. It's not red. It's down in the middle of this big section called non-ionizing. That's a very distinction. Somebody mentioned the FCC standard is the 1990s data. Well, I'm pleased to say that we have very current science. Last year, in 2019, the IEEE updated its standard, its C95.1 standards on all the data that had been accumulated during that time. I'll read you two quick quotes. Despite about 70 years of RF research, low-level biological effects have been established. Number two, there's no credible indication of adverse effects caused by chronic exposures below levels specified in the standard. The International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, ICNIRP, they came out with a new standard also last year. These standards are all aligned because the science continues to show that there are no adverse effects. There's a 50 times factor. In the last 30 seconds, small cells, such as you're discussing tonight, are low power operations that use directional antennas to send the energy out over the nearby residence. And one of the things your applications require is a site-specific analysis to demonstrate ahead of time that these facilities will comply with the FCC standard. And I'd love to answer any other questions you might have, but I know it's late. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Excuse me one moment. Our final speaker is Jack Reed. Jack Reed, please go ahead.
Yes, good evening at 9:15. I am a third-generation Santa Barbarian living in the same house my grandparents built in 1923. I've been involved in the current racial injustice issue because I too want everyone to feel and be safe. I've done the research, and WTFs will adversely affect the health of all of us. Please think about our health and the commitment you earlier made this evening for all of us to feel and to be safe. I'm especially at risk as I cannot use a cell phone, and my home is hardwired, no Wi-Fi's. I'm hardwired for the phone and the internet. I can't be around microwave ovens. I opted out of smart meters. If you allow non-fiber optic WTFs, I won't even be safe, and we won't even be safe in our own homes. Our own homes. Don't be on the wrong side of history. Protect us. You'd have to put a buffer around my house to protect me. And then anytime I go out walking, where can I safely walk? And I walk almost everywhere in the city. I haven't even used my car in 2 weeks. Verizon can't put them up if you don't allow it. There's avenues that have been given you tonight to stop this. So please stop this. Vote no on on this issue, please, and request a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunication facilities for whatever reason you want to have, including COVID. But please, please protect me, because this is really serious for me. I get temple headaches that are excruciating when anybody even next to me opens up their cell phones. So please, please protect me. Thank you.
Mr. Reed, thank you. Ms. Clerk, did anyone else circle back that we're having connection problems?
No, Madam Mayor, we connected with everyone who had connected with us before the cutoff.
Okay, so we'll close public comment on this item. The actual recommendation before us is to enter into an agreement with Verizon Wireless. It's to the city council. Ms. Sneddon, were you quick on the draw there? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say, I still fail to understand why we're rushing this. It's unnecessary. I'm not seeing a demonstrated need, that there are gaps in the system. If there were gaps, it could be achieved by a single tower that might not be attractive, but there would be fewer of them. And I'm not understanding a 20-year fast track to say, here's your network in place and go for it. And, the Verizon group met with each of us probably, and I had an opportunity to ask them, and they were sort of divided on whether it's applied to 5G or not. But of course, over 20 years, it will apply to 5G. I don't see it's necessary at this time. I would like to do a moratorium. I understand the arguments for aesthetics. I just don't see trading the aesthetics for a fast track for an entire network over 20 years. My comments.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, I think it's important that we all understand what we're here tonight to discuss and what we're not here based on the agenda and the item before us. And we're not here to discuss the health effects of 5G. Although I would say that I do have concerns about the health effects of 5G. But that's not what's before us. And unfortunately, due to federal law, that's something that we don't have as much local autonomy to address as we would like to. What we are here to discuss is the license agreement and whether or not it would provide us with more tools to protect our residents. Or if we don't do it, if that would be more protection. So based on the research of our city attorneys, I count Mr. Cologne, Mr. Doimus, they have fully researched this. This provides a greater tool for us. One, it gets more regulation. We have increased regulations on it. We have the ability to locate them on public infrastructure rather than having them in other areas outside of public infrastructure. So also aesthetics. And the issue of whether or not we can place a moratorium or use the COVID, that was addressed by our city attorney. We don't have the ability to do that because of federal preemption and other issues that they mentioned. I would like to say, well, what does Simi Valley say? Because it was brought up that Simi Valley is an entity we should be looking at. So I did my own research on what Simi Valley did and to see whether or not we're on the right track or whether or not we should do something else. So I'm going to read a little bit from their own website that they have. They have a FAQ on their own website on 5G. And the very first line from Simi Valley states, in January of 2019, the FCC stripped most local control relating to small cell wireless facilities away from every city in the United States. It goes on and gives some more history, which is very similar to that which our own city attorney provided. They then go on to say that the city of Simi Valley on March 25th, 2019, adopted an ordinance and resolution creating regulations regarding small cell wireless facilities. Some cities have not adopted any regulations, but many have. Most important is that the city regulations must comply with the FCC rules. If they don't, then they most likely violate federal law. In the city's case, the new ordinance and resolution set forth design criteria in effect to control aesthetics and other things that we're talking about, such as preferred locations, noise, and other things that protect the public. Lastly, they state, this is again from their own website, they ask the question, does the city council support 5G? That's the Simi Valley City Council, and this is their full response. The city does not have a position of support or opposition to 5G technology. Instead, the city has taken a position on local control over its implementation. The FCC's approval of the new rules is supposed to support implementation of 5G. This new wireless technology will not only advance mobile communications, but is said to advance technology in autonomous vehicles, virtual reality, and robotics. So I looked at what Simi Valley is doing. I looked at our city attorney, and the conclusion I have is that there are federal preemption issues. And in a perfect world, we could say, hey, we want to take our more time with this, but if applications start coming in, we will have less regulation, or the ability to regulate them. There's also potential liability that was mentioned earlier, perhaps in the millions of dollars if we go down a certain path that the city would be exposed to. And for me, spending money on litigation is one of the worst use, especially when it's avoidable, is one of the use worst of public funds we could use. So I think there are other avenues that need to be pursued for the health effects regarding federal legislation over time, but that's not what we're here again today to do. Sorry for rambling, it's late, been here over 12 hours. So with that, I'll be supporting the staff recommendation, and if it'll speed up the process, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to make my comments. Is that
okay? I'll go ahead and second it to move it forward. Go ahead, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. I will try to be brief as well. First, I want to just start by thanking Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez for bringing up this 90-day pause. It was super helpful for me to have this time to do my own research. So I just want to express my gratitude for that. It's made a huge difference for me and my comfort level and in understanding what we're talking about. I will start, as Councilmember Friedman did, by just acknowledging that I am not clear on the science of this technology. I'm not. That's a big, big question mark for me. But I am not a scientist. So in thinking about this problem, I thought, okay, where is my expertise? It's in the area of law. So I'm really gonna dig in there and see what capacity we have legally here. That's maybe where I can bring some expertise to bear. And what I came out with really is this, that the federal government occupies the field on this. Typically in preemption contexts, in conflict and preemption law, there's a lot of gray area. I'm not seeing very much gray area in this particular instance. It seems pretty clear to me that the federal government has spoken about our capacity to limit this technology in our communities. They've laid out very clear guidelines about what we can and can't do. Like Councilmember Friedman, I'm not willing to run headfirst into a massive, massive lawsuit, especially when we are doing everything we can to limit this technology and make it as safe as possible for our community by the ordinance that we're drafting. I am also confident through my own research and from what's been shared with us by staff today, that that ordinance that's coming forward will be applicable to this contract. And this contract helps us maintain the aesthetic of our community. That's one of the main ways that the federal government has told us that we can have control over this technology. I am not willing to cede any of that at this moment. I want to the fullest extent of my capacity, regulate this, and that includes a contract like this. So it's by no means simple, and certainly this technology is something that I will continue to watch very, very closely. But I believe that this contract is part of us regulating this technology. So I will be voting in favor of it today.
Thank you. Anyone else with comments? We have a motion on the floor to approve the staff recommendation. Mr. Jordan.
I'll just offer my support also. I agree with Councilmember Councilmember Friedman and Harmon that what we can control is what we are controlling. And this gives us our opportunity to leverage where and how, and in a manner that will blend into our streetscape. And it's clear in my mind, at least, that that is the extent of our ability to control this, no matter which side of the fence you fall on a 5G or 4G issue. So I'll also be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Other council members? So, okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank everyone that called and spoke out, and I want to thank Verizon to be willing to meet with us, and I want to thank 5G Santa Barbara so willing to meet with me and educate me. I just don't feel comfortable allowing this to go forward without having full community input, and it also worries me. It just seems like the technology isn't fully developed yet, and I know that Verizon will argue that, but just knowing how other telecommunication systems work, this one just doesn't seem fully cooked, to be honest, and it just makes me nervous about implementing that throughout our city. So I will not be voting in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I met with both Verizon and with the 5G free people, and I thank you both for your input and information. I also thank the folks who called in today and really for being on in the system and waiting to speak all this time. So I rely on the expertise of our city attorney's office and our staff who have done this work. I do believe that we would be vulnerable to a lawsuit, as we have allowed other companies to install these small cell facilities. And this is a matter that is controlled by the federal government. And that's where the lobbying needs to take place. So obviously I will be voting for the motion. And if there's no other discussion, Ms. Clerk, would you take a roll call vote? Thank you.
Yes, this is for item 13, motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Murillo for the staff recommendation. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
No.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
No.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that carries with Sneddon, Gutierrez, and Gutierrez dissenting. So thank you to staff. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That closes that item, and we go now to our consent calendar. Ms. Gorman, if you're ready to read items that are on the consent calendar, they start on page 1 of our agenda report. Go ahead, ma'am.
I am. Item 1, introduction of an ordinance approving the Second Amendment to lease agreement with Mr. Aaron Peterson, DBA, this Salty Beach Bar and Grill and Chomp, located at 113 Harbor Way, Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the waterfront director to execute the second amendment to lease agreement number 23328 with Mr. Aaron Peterson, adding 4 months to the first 5-year option ending December 31, 2025, and making certain clarifications to the allowable uses of the leased premises commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 2, adoption of ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, amending section 9.97.010 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to sitting or lying down on public sidewalks on certain high traffic portions of Cacique and Milpas. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, amending section 9.97.010 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to sitting or lying down on public sidewalks on certain high traffic portions of Cacique and Milpas streets. Item 3, summary vacation of pedestrian easements at city-owned parking lot 11 and authorization for conveyance of a portion of parking lot 11. Recommendation that council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara ordering the summary vacation of pedestrian easements over portions of the real property commonly known as 524 State Street, APN 037173039, and adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing the conveyance of portions of city parking lot 11, commonly known as 523 Anacapa Street, APN 037173050, and authorizing the Public Works Director to execute a quitclaim deed in a form approved by the City Attorney. Item 4, Parking and Business Improvement Area Annual Assessment Report for fiscal year 2021, intention to levy. Recommendation that Council A, approve the Parking and Business Improvement Area Annual Assessment Report 2021, and B, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara declaring council's intention to levy parking and business improvement area assessment rates for fiscal year 2021 at a public hearing to be held on June 23rd, 2020 at 2 p.m. Item 5, application for a $300,000 local early action planning grant for development of objective design standards. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara authorizing application for and receipt of $300,000 to prepare objective design standards for multi-unit housing through the Local Government Planning Support Grant Program administered by the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And I believe that is it.
Would you read item 8 as well, please?
Yes. Item 8, professional services agreement for parking citation system.
Ms. Harmon needed to vote separately on item 2. Ms. Harmon, did you need to make a comment about that, or do you want us just to vote separately?
No, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just voting separately to be consistent with my position last week.
Okay, so let's take 2 and then we'll do 8, which was pulled by Councilmember Snedden. Do I have a motion for number 2, please, on the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, we may have some public comments on consent items also.
Oh, then let's go ahead and take those now. Forgive me for not thinking of that. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, public comment. Yeah.
We have public comment from Anna Marie Gott, Margaret Hamilton, Mariah Clegg, and Mark Alvarado. Again, if you wish to speak on items that are on the consent calendar, please raise your hand at this point. All right, let's start with Margaret Hamilton. Margaret Hamilton, please go ahead. Margaret Hamilton, we will come back.
Oh, I'm there.
Margaret Hamilton, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't figure that out. Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is about item number 3, and I'm the owner of the property at 528 State Street. And I'm actually in the process of engaging counsel regarding this item, and I would like to hope that I have some additional time to present my objections about this easement. It affects my property significantly, and we have not been able to come to an agreement regarding this easement between the other owners at 524 State Street.
Ms. Hamilton, thank you. I will ask Mr. Casey if this is an item that, well, do we have someone to explain this item? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, my recommendation would be to finish public comment. Let's see if you have any other public comment on the item, and then be happy to answer questions after that.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Hamilton. We'll keep taking public comment. Thanks. See what happens.
Our next speaker is Mariah Clegg. Mariah Clegg, then Mark Alvarado. Mariah Clegg, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm commenting to call for the rejection of the sit and lie ordinance expansion to Cacique and Milpas. I think this ordinance is the result of bad process and maybe even public deception. This ordinance would make permanent an emergency ordinance that was put on the city's agenda less than 24 hours before the city council meeting during which it was passed. That original ordinance was presented as part of a strategy to get houseless folks affected by the ordinance into motels. These motel rooms were actually only given to houseless people who tested positive, and they were not allowed to leave their motel rooms once they were admitted. Almost none of the ways that the city has handled houselessness in the time of COVID has been humane, and this ordinance is simply an extension of this inhumane treatment. Moreover, this ordinance presents a double standard. Take Section D of the ordinance, which justifies the extension of sit and lie on the grounds that houseless folks use of the sidewalk does not conform to social distancing guidelines. Pray tell, where else has the public been made to follow so precisely the city's social distancing guidelines? I have been to Hendry's a number of times since the beginning of the pandemic, always with an N95, always respecting a 6 foot or more distancing rule. Each time I go, I see flocks of people practically bumping into each other on the beach and in the parking lot, only very rarely wearing masks. I see no enforcement of social distancing anywhere other than in the entrance to grocery stores and here, when it is used to criminalize the houseless. To connect this issue with the Black Lives Matter demands, if the city is interested in curbing police brutality, it would minimize opportunities for the police to harass civilians. Most instances of police brutality begin with the police looking for reasons to start altercations with civilians. This ordinance just gives the police one more excuse to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mark Alvarado. Mark Alvarado, please go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'd like to speak on items 2 and 6, so I guess I can go ahead and speak on item 2. As you know, we've been working with homeless service providers with the city on advocating for the sit and lie ordinance. And I think some of the people that are objecting to it, one, they don't live on Milpa Street like we do. They don't see how people that are not homeless commingle with the homeless, doing drugs, drinking alcohol on the street, prostitution, and really, assaulting young girls and families physically and verbally. As you very well know, we are all for more homeless resources to get people housed, but we're dealing with an epidemic, a homeless epidemic on Milpa Street that's been ignored. We don't have resources. We see the sit and lie as an opportunity to build relationships with our homeless population so that we can start identifying resources to build opportunities for people to get off the street and to work with those folks that need treatment. And it's not the police's job. It's not the enforcement aspect of it, but we need a tool to help us. And so I know that we talked in length about this last week, and we appreciate the support. And believe me, I understand the concerns. I am 100%, 110% behind Black Lives Matter. Those of you folks who know me, you know where I stand on all of that. But on this particular issue, if you don't live on Milpa Street, if you don't, traverse it every day like we do and interface with the homeless population, you really don't know what's going on. So I just wanted to add that one more time, and I'll stop on that issue there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Next speaker.
And then I had,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. And also too, on item 6, On your 5-year consolidated plan, I'm a little perplexed. You know, there's no change. There's no change from this on the CDBG plan. And there's no language in there about youth services. There's no language in there about cultural arts. There's no language in there about seniors. And these are some of our most vulnerable populations. And you know, Mayor, in all due respects, your life's work is supporting the youth, and not to see that under your watch is really, you know, discerning, because I really believe that that's something that you believe in. And just this past year, only 7% of the human services funds went to youth, and that's really a shame, because you guys have a great evidence-based program with the youth job program with Ricardo Venegas at the Franklin Center. That is an evidence-based successful program, and he gets pennies, $9,000 to only help very few kids. When that's a robust budget, you can help kids all over the city. He also has an Arts Alliance program then in very, very little support, as well as other programs that nonprofits can go for. I know that the CDBG process is complex, but you guys are mayor and council. Staff brings the recommendation, but the guidelines and what HUD lines out at the federal level, you guys can make the changes right there at the dais. What staff brings you is just the recommendation, but you guys have the power to make those changes now. And in lieu of what Black Lives Matter is talking about, it kind of behooves you to kind of take a look at that and perhaps make a change. It might be too late, I don't know, but I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in there because it's really, really vital, especially now. You talk about gang violence. Mayor, hats off to you and what you did with your responders, but you could use more money for a program like that. And so we really, really need to look at what we're doing for our youth, for our seniors, and for the cultural arts. It's really, really important because it just gives us a greater quality of life. Takes nothing away from homelessness, takes nothing away from housing, you know, and I'm all for, you know, micro developments. Well, how many Black owned businesses do we have in Santa Barbara? How many storefronts do we have? You know, that might be an opportunity there. So I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Another speaker, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Anna Marie Gott, and then Jason Yeager. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening. It's been a very long day and I'll try to be short. I do have a comment for item number 3, and I actually did not make a comment on item 8 for my public comment. It was slightly different than that I made for public comment earlier, so I'll take additional time for that. For my first public comment regarding item number 2, this has to do with parking lot 11 and the discussion, which is the encroachment of the property into city-owned property in a parking lot 11. They say it's 25 square feet, but no one has actually provided a survey for that, and then provided an estimate of the dollar amount of square footage that property costs down in the downtown. Last year, I went ahead and I did an appeal, you know, as you may remember, at 711 North Milpas. And during that appeal, I discovered that there was a maximum amount that the city could go ahead and transfer to vacate property or anything like that as a giveaway to a developer or anyone else. And that amount was $5,000, and it's in the charter. And I'm just wondering if the downtown property is worth $100 a square foot. I don't believe it is, because at $100 a square foot, that would be 50 square feet. This is 25 square feet that they're talking about in this particular staff report. And I have the feeling that we are looking at something in the area of over $200 a square foot in the downtown in terms of property. Additionally, I understand that there's going to be a permanent loading zone in the parking lot for the use of the hotel, and that seems to be quite odd for us to actually do that, because that is basically giving away a substantial footprint for the sole use of that hotel. More importantly, when you are looking at the actual use of our parking lots and how congested that particular parking lot is every single weekend, minus COVID, obviously. It's a real head scratcher as to why we would permit a hotel with a number of people who are going to have to purchase parking every single weekend and every single time someone enters one of those hotel rooms. As we all know, most people drive to Santa Barbara, 80%. And I don't believe that this hotel is going to be, servicing people that are just going to be coming up on the train or
Ms. Scott,
flying
thank
into
you.
Santa Barbara. Okay,
Thank you for your comment. And if you could be brief on number 8, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our
Did we cut her
next,
off?
oh, we did, I'm sorry. Are we,
I think she wanted to say a few words on number
Oh, okay.
8.
I apologize. Little punchy.
Yes.
Ms. Scott, please
Okay.
go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, as for item number 8, I really wanted to urge the city to postpone this particular item, given some of the information that I was able to obtain through some Public Records Act requests. It's very obvious that the police department has not followed the rules, and nor has the rest of the city. And because we are talking about the ability of the equipment to actually obtain license plate numbers and to have that installed in numerous areas throughout the city, or used in numerous areas throughout the city, I think we need a public meeting on this before you actually pass this particular item. So that's all I really want to say. I think I've given you more than enough information. I think that the city attorney does his homework, that he will find that, what I have provided is raises substantial concerns, and that we need to have an immediate, public meeting about this if you want to move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sneddon, you had a comment about, okay, I'm sorry, that's the end of public comment, or, oh no, one more person.
Madam Mayor, two more people, actually. Two more
Okay.
people. Jason Yeager and Sophia Trieste.
Okay.
Jason Yeager, please go ahead.
Hi, Madam Mayor and council members, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Jason Yeager, and I'm involved with partners in the 524 State Street, which is proposed to be a hotel, which is what the project was originally designed for way back in the day. So we're simply restoring a property and bringing it back to its original use. I'd like to counter what Ms. Gott said. We are not proposing a loading spot zone in the parking lot. We are working with the adjacent neighbor to provide ingress and egress through our property by way of an easement to help them. But you have these two awkward pieces of land that serve no purpose and really don't have a value to it, to again counter what Anne-Marie Gott said. So you're talking about land that was originally part of the 524 State Street fee that the city at one point wanted to do something with, and now there's no longer a need for it. So we're going to be building rooms above that and really enhancing the area. I mean, the HLC and other members going through the process praised our design, saying it was, we're doing poetry to the building. So, it's really disheartening to hear Ms. Scott say these type of things when she's not involved in these type of projects, nor should she be commenting on these type of things. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yeager. Thank you. We'll go to the next commenter, please.
Next commenter is Sophia Trieste. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. My name is Sophia Trieste, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 5G rollout. I am speaking also on behalf of Michael Ostendorf. I am an aerospace engineer licensed by the FAA to perform functions on their behalf. Among these activities are witnessing qualification tests for equipment seeking approval by FAA for installation and operation on aircrafts. These tests include susceptibility to high energy radiation. These tests ensure that external to the aircraft, sources of radiation have no effect on the operation of these electronic systems. Some are critical to aircraft safety. These tests are highly dangerous to humans and are conducted in thoroughly shielded test cells and involve impinging high-frequency signals on sensitive equipment. It seems to me that a similar battery of tests should be conducted to measure the lethality of a 5G signal on living tissue before making the installation of antenna postponement on the 20-year Verizon wireless license agreement. I would insist on a moratorium on all pending and future wireless telecommunications facilities. I am Mark W. Ostendorf, FAA Designated Engineering Representative. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen, and please vote no on this rollout. Thank you.
Thank you. The 5G item passed. I wanted you to have your say, so we'll thank you for that. We have another public comment speaker, Ms. Gorman, and this will be the last person, please. Thank you.
This is Accessible Santa Barbara, Will Railing. Will Railing, please go ahead.
Hi, Will Railing, Accessible Santa Barbara. I feel like I got on this meeting a week ago and then came back and you're all still there. So I don't know if this is a record or not, but I think your service to the city today should be marked. Most of it spent listening, which is very impressive. I have a question about this item 3. I'm very confused now by the discussion, and I think if there's any factual dispute, it should be resolved since it doesn't seem to be an emergency. I'm very concerned about the existing paseo is essentially being lost for practical purposes because from now on, people will be essentially walking through the two halves of Institution Ale, you know, in the current walkway. So the fact that this easement to be vacated was held out to be potentially turned into a paseo in the future is intriguing. And there's a dispute of fact between what the developer just said and the staff report. So I'm hoping that can at least get clarified. I'll just read this one sentence from the staff report. The owner applicant has also requested a loading unloading zone within the parking lot that is adjacent to where the back entrance to the building and new hotel will exist. Now, I thought I heard Mr. Yeager just call Ms. Scott a liar for saying that. So I don't know if I'm misunderstanding, but I hope it can be clarified what the facts are here. And if it's necessary to bring it back, I'm not sure if there's any hardship in doing so. And I hope that the neighboring property owners' concerns could also be addressed in the interim. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close public comment and ask Mr. Hendel to come on. Are you still there? I believe you can answer questions about item number 3.
Madam Mayor, that is correct. I'm available to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, well, I'll start with Ms. Hamilton came on as saying she's the property owner of one of these parcels, and I'm sorry I didn't write down which one, and that she's hiring an attorney, if I heard that correct. Can you tell us what's going on with this piece of property, please?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, let me first give you a little overview and then I'll answer your specific question. There's 2 items before the City Council today. Item A is in regards to vacating an easement that the city has. If folks refer to attachment 1 in their package, there's 2 easements, parcels 1 and parcels 2. And what's before you today is vacating the public interest in those easements. And the party on the phone, Ms. Hamilton, she owns the property at 528 State Street, which is just to the north near parcel 2. And so her access needs to the back need to be protected. So that's the first item in the staff recommendation. And then the second item is the building overlap on the southerly side of the parcel where some of the building is overlapping onto the city parking lot. And this is a hotel redevelopment project with the backside adjacent to lot 11. Historically, this back area was a public alleyway that was then converted to a city parking lot. And so these access needs of the property owners on State Street need to be protected.
And what would happen if we just postponed voting on this? Would that help resolve some of the issues?
Madam Mayor, in the staff report, as well as in the vacation resolution, it has a condition on the vacation of the easement near parcel 2 that until time the private parties reach an agreement on that private access easement, then the resolution will not be recorded. So they still have some time to work out that access need.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take these items one at a time. Did we get to Ms. Sneddon on number 8? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not a fan of license plate readers. I think we've talked about that when it was coming up in the funk zone and different times. And if it's possible to postpone this or just vote no on it or discuss it, I don't think we have really the energy for a thorough discussion on this tonight. So if it could be postponed, item 8, I'd be very much in favor of that. And item 3 sounds like it could be postponed until the two parties have worked it out. I'll go either way on that, but if item 8 could be postponed.
Okay. So for sure, we know Ms. Harmon needs to vote separately on 2. I don't see anybody else jumping in to give their opinion about any of these others. So let's just vote on them separately if we could do that. So do I have a motion for item 2, please?
So moved.
And a second?
Second it.
And a second from Ms. Gutierrez. So let's vote on item number 2. Would you take a roll call vote, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, this is for item number 2, motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez for the staff recommendation. Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon?
No.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon?
Yes.
Aye. So that's, did you get everybody? There was one dissenting, which was Ms. Harmon. Okay.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, thanks. So that passes. Do I have a motion for item number 3, please?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? I understood Mr. Hendel to say that they could still work out their issues. So I'll second it. I saw Mr. Friedman, but let's take a vote. See what happens.
I do have a question.
Okay.
If they could still work it out, but if we vote on this, I'm still unclear of if they're able to, and if we can delay it until they work it out, I think that's a better approach. So I prefer to delay it, but if not, and allow them to work it out and come back together, and I think it just is a better process. But if
I know
not,
I know it's late, but Mr. Hendel, you're there. Can you tease it out for us, please?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I did want to just add that the discussion from the representative or the owner of 528 State Street was very specific to item A. So if the city council wanted to defer a decision on item A tonight and just adopt item B, that would allow for some progress on the project and also allow for a little bit more time for the parties to reach an agreement.
Mr. Jordan, you're the motion maker. Do you agree to just
I'm
make
okay
it
with that, but the way I
3 days?
understood it from Mr. Hendel too was you can say yes now, but they have to work it out to get the benefit of saying yes. So we're just talking about a chicken and an egg here, really, from a land use perspective. So either way, I'm okay either way. Whatever's going to facilitate moving the item forward.
well, in
Okay,
that case, I'll support it. As long as the parties have to work it out to eventually get to the yes, I'll support the item. I just don't want to take an action that prevents them from having to work it out with each other. And so if I'm clear that we could vote yes on this and that's still the case, then I'm fine with it.
Well, let's make sure, I guess, that I think I'm clear with Mr. Hendel. That's the way I understood it, which is a common land use decision that way, is that there's a requirement that they work it out for the approval tonight to be valid. Does that sound right, Mr. Hendel?
Mr. Hendel.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, that sounds correct to me. If I may defer to the city attorney to give a little bit more information.
Mr. Kalan, still there? Okay. So without,
I'm here.
oh, Mr.
I'm here.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Mr. Henske's gone and he's handled this matter, so I'm not in a position to help. I have no reason to disbelieve Mr. Hendel, though. On the other hand, in getting briefed by Mr. Henske before he left, he indicated there was not a rush on this from our perspective.
Then let's reschedule item number 3. Thank you, everyone, for trying to.
Wait.
Oh, Mr. Casey.
Madam Mayor, I might want you to consider what Mr. Hendel said as the compromise about, and he could get you right about approving one of the items, but not the other. That would help the project move forward, but then still give time for that negotiation. So I'd like you to consider that compromise.
Mr. Casey, can you help me with what I would be saying there? Just change that motion to part B or part A?
You're moving 3B.
Thank
Is
you.
that
So
right,
I
Mr.
will
Hendel?
amend my motion to move 3B.
And I'll resecond that. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Clerk, would you take a vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Murillo to approve staff recommendation B for item 3. Councilmember Harmon,
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon,
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman,
Yes.
and Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that's unanimous. Ms. Clerk? Thank you.
Correct.
So the other item that we've been talking about tonight is number 8. Do I have a motion to move forward number 8? I think Ms. Sneddon might be voting against that one. Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second, please? Okay, I'll go ahead and second that. Is there any other discussion? Ms. Sneddon?
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'd much rather have it be postponed than for me to vote no on it right now. I just do not have the bandwidth to ask the questions, and there's no time for public comment. So I don't really want to be in the position to vote no just because I want more information on it, but I will vote no if I need to. I would just prefer that we postpone it.
I understand. I seconded it because no one else was agreeing with you, but maybe they are now. Mr. Friedman, What's your opinion?
I too have concerns with license plate readers, and I wasn't sure if it was going to make a difference whether we did it. So I'm for postponing and or voting no. So I'll leave it up to my colleagues.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to add, I'm looking at this agenda report and I'm having a hard time even thinking it through. So I would support postponing it as well, if that's amenable to everyone else.
There's support for postponing it. Mr. Jordan?
I'll withdraw the motion and make a new motion to postpone to the next appropriate time.
Mr. Gutierrez?
I'll second that.
Okay, so let's take a vote on postponing item number 8. Ms. Clerk?
For item 8, this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez to postpone the item to the next appropriate time. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye, that's a unanimous vote. So we need a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar, please.
Okay, I'm on a roll. I'll just move the remainder of the consent calendar.
Second.
Thanks. And a second, okay, a second from Mr. Friedman. Any other discussion? And we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on that. Thanks.
This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Friedman for the remainder of the consent calendar. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So there, we've moved the consent calendar. That's closed. We move to committee assignment reports. If anyone wants to report something. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As we stated earlier, we met with the leaders of the Black Lives Matters group in Santa Barbara, and you know, we're grateful to them to reach out to us and have a line of communication to better our community. And yeah, I just want to say to all of us up here I think pretty sure we set a record today for the longest meeting, and we did a lot of pretty important, meaningful work. And I just want to thank you all for being a part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the League of Cities Environmental Quality quarterly, can't even think right now, quarterly meetings, all virtually online, and discussed supporting legislation to potential bond measures for environmental work. And tonight, the social distancing playlist, we have to have a little bit of humor here, is the one and only Billy Idol, Eyes Without a Face.
Thank you. Ms. Snedden, your report.
Thank you. I thought he was going to do Dancing with Myself on that one, but okay. Quickly, I attended my daughter's 6th grade, my youngest child's 6th grade graduation from Peabody Charter School. Been there 14 years straight, no, 16 years straight. And really in social distancing, it was a beautiful ceremony, but so sad for our youth to be missing these milestones. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that how much is lost in that for not just the students, but for the families also. Attended CCRB meeting, much of the same items we've been working on attended a webinar for state and local officials and assessing public health risk. Also attended the Youth Black Lives Matter March and did meet with Black Lives Matter leadership. And that's all to report.
I'd like to thank our city staff, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Economic Development Collaborative, and the other partners that we had putting on a workshop for Spanish-speaking business owners. Of course, it was open to everyone, but we had bilingual material and interpreters and good food, and that was last Thursday morning. And we were helping them fill out their county forms to reopen and giving them advice about insurance and loans. So I'm really grateful to everyone who helped. I'm thinking I'm forgetting people now, and then I did too attend many demonstrations honoring George Floyd. And I really again thank the Black Lives Matters groups, the NAACP, and everyone who came out making their voices heard in this transformative time. So if there's no other reports, we'll close this meeting, and thanks everyone for participating.